ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome everybody to another night of ESL Pro League. It's going to be intense. This evening we have teams vying for playoff spots, trying to cling to one of those top 6 seeds. And on the other side of things, we've got teams on the verge of collapse, trying to avoid relegation. All is going to be happening tonight. We'll see both sides of the spectrum. And with me to walk you all through it, Chad True Blue Birchill and Hank Henry G. Greer.
Nailed it.
Lovely. Nailed it. Yeah, you guys like that?
Yeah,
thank you, Jason.
Jason.
Where did yours come from? Because I know Hank's used to be his alter ego that you'd take over from time to time.
I was just trolling you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, like every horror movie, Hank has just fully taken over now, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm fully Hank now. Yeah. So might just change the whole nickname to
Love
Hank
the full
G.
beard that you're rocking there, Henry.
It's quite heavy, isn't it? Like, I thought all of us should have beards, so I thought I'd join in. Like, look at that. That is some coverage.
Growth. Yeah.
That is pretty good, isn't it?
Doesn't.
It's so bad.
Not as, I mean, the mustache, I think, was better.
Yeah,
you do grow a pretty mean mustache, I believe. And we're going to move swiftly along from Hank's facial hair over to the standings. North America. I mean, this has pretty much not changed since we've looked at it. Liquid's starting to slip down a little bit. That's dangerous, but there is that cushion. We mentioned this a couple times. Renegades, the Asian minor will be taking place during ESL Pro League, so even if they get top 6, they are going to be attending the Asian minor to try and get to the PGL major. So there's a little bit of a cushion there for teams like Liquid and Energy that have a chance of dropping out, but otherwise, that top 3 is looking solid. I think SK is just 1 win away from really locking in a playoff spot.
They got 1 map done yesterday, I think. And now
they needed both of them, but it got rescheduled.
Exactly, right. So that's looking very likely they're going to be making it. And yeah, it'd be nice to see Immortals there as well. They've been a team that's
nice to see 3 Brazilian teams.
Imagine only getting 1 win in the North American region.
Yeah, that's a bit brutal, isn't it?
Jesus, Joseph.
Let's go towards the light, though. I mean, head towards the light, Chad, because we've got the EU standings here. I mean, this is we saw 3 different first-place teams last night as the evening went on, as wins were counted. The teams shuffled all in there. G2 is there from last to now top 6. That's an impressive run.
It's scary, right, to see how many teams could potentially be in this top 6 it's at this late in the season. Like last time around, it was the middle of the pack that was uncertain. This is from first place all the way down to potentially even 10th. Like, there's still, like, chances.
Kingwood could still make it. I don't think that's the case yesterday after they got 2-0'd. But yesterday, that was how close it was. They still had a fighting chance, right? They could still do it, which is crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, teams like VP, I mean, the drop in their performance late in the season pretty much doesn't eliminate them, but, I mean, it's looking dim for them. And then NiP is going to be playing tonight to essentially preserve any chance they have of making it, but they need to go on a really solid late season run. These are the matches we have. I said NiP would be playing. They're going to be the 2nd match against North later on this evening. Heroic with their new logo. They're going to be going up against EnVy.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's looking dark.
It's
looking a bit tough. Virtus Pro taking on G2 on the 2nd stream, and Astralis Fnatic on the other stream as well. The way this is working at the moment, North is going to qualify if Fnatic loses. If North wins 1 match, and Fnatic lose a match, then North qualifies for the playoffs. If they win both, then they qualify as well, no matter what happens.
Okay, and then the rest of it is basically just playing for seeds at that point.
Yeah, and then it starts really solidifying. So the top of both regions is kind of starting to get to that point. Either way, we're going to head over to Mitch. He's got a couple points of his own he'd like to make.
Thank you very much, guys. And as always, to you at home, we invite you to join us on our social media platforms. It's facebook.com/ESLCS and at ESLCS on Twitter. Now, if you're watching our North American coverage last night, you may not have been watching for very long. Last night, a CSGO update was released that took community and custom servers offline. You could see this in the tweet from Daps of Energy, and this included competitive servers. In his case, not only was ECS affected and forced to reschedule the matches, but so was the Pro League. As the Renegades pointed out, their match against Immortals had to be also postponed. The details on a new match time are still to be hammered out, so keep an eye on the aforementioned social media platforms to find out when that's going to be played. For SK, though, the single map that did get played was for these guys versus Energy on Inferno. Now, with SK's 16-11 victory, should I say, they tweeted out that they've now qualified for the playoffs. This is not quite true. SK still needs to win either 1 map to qualify, or Optic and CLG need to both lose a map. This makes it almost a certainty that they'll make Dallas, but it's not quite official yet. Our first match of the night is Heroic versus EnVyUs. They'll be playing on Train, and the subject of today's pro tip, Nuke.
Hey Future Pros, dropping another nuke smoke for all of you today. This smoke is for outside CT Heaven Throne from T-Spawn. It's a hard one to get right every time, so make sure you practice this one a lot. To do the smoke, get into this corner. Aim up from the left side of the ladder and level off at the point shown. Then jump and throw. If done correctly, you should have a nice smoke to help you take some outside control.
Another nice pro tip from Rush, but we had the benefit. We got a surprise, or not a surprise, but just something special. We're going to do 2 pro tips, essentially, because Body had a pro tip video of his own yesterday, didn't he? Yeah. I think we've all seen the highlight clips of these shots, but got him replays a couple different angles. This is the original. That's dirty.
Okay, so let's talk about this. He has the timing down, right? He's shooting at 149. That's assumably when the CT's going to be picking to either throw a smoke or picking with an AWP or jumping out like we saw there. In the next occasion, because it happens twice in a row, as a CT, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, you know, that's not going to happen again.
You hate to see it.
Quite like to see it, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, it is filthy. Like, have we ever seen this attempted before? Like, that's
I'm not
insane.
Sure. I don't think we've ever seen it work twice.
He did tweet out last night that this was the first time he'd ever hit it.
Well,
he'd ever actually hit it.
Well, you know, when you've got that kind of lead right on the Terror, you have 10-2. Do you really want to be deploying that?
Why not?
Well, I'd save it for a massive grand final.
No, because the likelihood of something like that is so small. Let me throw out more baseless numbers. There's probably like a 2% chance of that happening.
No, more than that.
You should create.
You've got the timing down like that. You hit it 2 rounds in a row.
Baseless numbers with statistics.
I would say all I'm saying is, now people will be aware of it, and they might jump across a certain angle. I'd be saving when you're 10-2 up. I think, do I want to drop this in right now?
Well, the fact that he hits it, I mean, the amount of times that the mid player has to be that first person going at 140. Like, what if the mid player spawns at the back of CT spawn and gets there at 147? You know, whatever it might be. But either way, we're gonna get into it because we got the big matches. We're gonna get into Heroic taking on Envy, and this is gonna be an interesting match because Heroic has actually been very pleasantly surprising. Another team from Denmark. We know they've been rising up. We know they've started to get better and better. But I mean, taking out VP, which is looking like less of an accomplishment than we might have originally thought.
16-1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, those were huge. But this team has got a lot of talent.
Absolutely. Some newer names, I guess, that aren't necessarily associated with having lots of pedigree with CSGO. Yugi was one of the players that comes to mind. Another Nico, not to be confused with the Bosnian player, of course. They're looking great. Young, talented players. Yugi is going to be, mark our words, in a year or two, he's going to be a world-class AWP. He's very, very good indeed. Players like Nico on a map like Train, which is coming up, he is actually amazing at holding the inside bomb site by himself. He's actually one of the few players in the world that can do that comfortably without backup as well.
Haven't even spoken about Valdi yet. Henry didn't even mention it, but he is an incredible player.
Yeah, he's the next one to be poached, I'd say, by an Astralis or a North, you know, to fill that role, because he's just such a solid player. He just puts frags up on the board no matter what.
And then on the other hand, I mean, we talk about the young stars coming in for Heroic. Envy is just kind of a team of grizzled veterans, so to speak, but not really the power veterans of the French team. You've got Happy, you've got RPK, you've got Sixer, you've got Scream. Yeah, it's kind of like I mean, we've called it the leftovers many, many times, and there's a reason why. These guys just don't seem to have the cohesion that G2 super team has kind of built up over the course of the season.
Well, people got excited at the beginning of Pro League when this team first came together and Scream was trialing. They obviously took down G2, but that was when they were in I guess, kind of a slump period. They were on 0-6 and they got beaten 2-0 by these guys, and that's where Scream got officially picked up. Had they not won that game, maybe he doesn't join full time, but that was actually the beginning of it. It did look decent. They are very good players overall, but yeah, you're right. I don't think it's really coming together as well as they'd have hoped, really.
I don't think, you know, I never had high hopes. It was surprising to see how well they did early on in the season. That was like, wow, okay, this is actually something we can't count out, but it's kind of settled where you'd expect them to be. They have, obviously, we know Happy's a fantastic player, and, you know, his style of playing the game isn't it's not outdated. It just, everybody knows what he's doing now, right? And then you've obviously got Scream, fantastic aim, the one-tap legend, and RPK. Those are like the 3 standout names from that lineup. And then Sixer, 1.6 player, now he's an AWPer in the squad. Has flashy moments, but it's just probably not consistent enough. I know you sometimes question that.
Yeah, it's the thing. I thought when when he was in the previous lineup of EnVyUs, he was actually looking amazing in terms of a really solid rifler. He was kind of similar to Body in that respect.
Yeah.
Wasn't doing anything amazing, but he could hold positions by himself. Very good at being in B-bomb sites and finding 1 or 2 frags. Very reliable. And I thought he was a fantastic rifler. Going over to the AWP, he's okay. He's decent, but I just don't think it's going to be what they need to actually get them up into a world-class level at the moment.
Yep.
And I think it kind of does feel like, you know, while the other teams, you look at G2, obviously is the big one since they're also from the French team, but someone like Navi as well that had their own struggles. Everyone's kind of progressed. Everyone's kind of improved, you know, the way they're playing. And Envy, it seems like they haven't been on that same level of progression. Even Heroic has been really growing on everyone. I mean, the under Snappy as an in-game leader. I mean, we talk about them beating Versa online, but they beat him in Katowice as well.
You think, well, Katowice, they actually got to the semi-finals. Yeah. Like, you have to think of a pinch of salt,
that was
really.
the benefit because there was no quarters, right?
Yeah, so they won their group somehow. Yeah. Like round robin format with SK, which was amazing, but at the same time, like, it's difficult to believe that can be replicated in other formats. Like if it went towards like a GSL format, I'm not sure they'd make it to a semi-final as easily as they did. Great for them, but I just think there's still a lot of work to do overall.
We do have a little bit of time. We did get ahead of schedule because we're just, this is a very efficient, tight ship that we're running today.
I have lots to say, so this is fantastic.
Take it away,
So very matchup specific now, looking at Train, which is the first map we have this evening. Both of these teams play a very similar CT side. They like to send the AWPer around that Ivy section of the map, and then you have the Rifler who babysits it for Heroic. It's Modi. And on the side of EnVyUs,
Sixer.
He's AWPing there, but there is a Rifler who babysits it for him.
I think it's RPK.
I'm pretty sure. Right, it is
RPK sounds like the babysitter of that team.
RPK's inside.
There you go. I thought it was RPK at Ivy.
Yeah.
We'll find out.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a player I'm forgetting.
XMS?
Sixer, XMS.
He seems to like to be, I mean, you know,
anyway,
all the names
my point is they play a more reserve style, right? They're playing around the bomb train, and there's a gap in the way that these guys play their CT side because they're using utility to stop a player getting out team mid to Olaf. A much better name than Olaf is Nook. You should all use that. It's a much better name.
Probably should.
Yeah. And the AWPer goes there to spot the right side of that train or Nook, and then the Riflers are spotting it from as they come out CityCon as they're throwing nades. But if you throw some good flashes and you have the best spawn, you could probably get into that position on the map and lurk late there. And if you have people ready to go on an odd timing, right? So what happens is the CT set up, they throw the utility, and now they're posturing. Okay, it's not a fast out. Now we're going to push up a little bit and retake that Nook section of the map. If you get a good timing on that, as they're moving up, you throw a couple of flashes over there in the open, your Nook player can step out, 2 people can come out pop dog, maybe a little bit of IV pressure, and you can get them in that limbo period, which I think both teams are going to be, or should look to exploit. That was something, while I was watching the demos, that I could see was a potential flaw in the way that they approach it. They're not like an Astralis. They don't seem to mix it up as much with the aggression. They don't have a player in pop. Occasionally they'll push team mid.
There's a few teams that actually really do that. SK is one of the ones that really define how that should be played, that aggressive style. Like almost every round when you have the momentum in your favor, they'll start pushing 3 players inside or 2 towards Ivy. And you have to be in some sort of that sort of mindset of winning consecutive rounds and think, well, we've got a few in the back here, let's start pushing them. It's difficult to actually get that rolling. You can't just present that every single round, right? But yes, you're right. These teams especially do not really change their game plan that much on the CT side.
Will it be Heroic that's going to be able to do more matchup? I mean, the team that you consider has better in-game leader that we kind of consider better prepared strategically. On the other hand, I mean, Envy still kind of doesn't look like they have like a great structured plan. You expect to see that kind of stuff out of Heroic, right?
Potentially, yeah. I think that'd be a good way to deal with it. The thing is, G2 are just coming, Envy are just coming back from the summit, right? So they might be a little bit jet lagged. I don't know how the players on that team are necessarily going to deal with it.
How many days since they got back? Like 2 days?
So, I can attest, traveling from the West Coast to back to Europe, it's not that bad.
No, it's okay?
No, it's brutal.
Okay, there you go.
It's violent.
You were like there for like 3 days, so you didn't even get acclimatized to being there.
No, I didn't. It still wrecked me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be just a tough thing for Envy to be able to do.
Yeah. Something that Envy do, well, not Envy, a player on RPK does, is amazing. When he pushes out high ramp on the T side, he is just like a turret up there. He tends to make so many frags from that position towards connector when they're pushed out and they're in the back alley of the trains. And he's so brave about it. Like, he'll just continue taking fights. Where some players, you know, they'll drop off, they'll go behind the oil train, they'll try and get the bomb site. He has no qualms. And I think the
tunnel vision all the way the upper ramp.
I think the good thing is if you can like stay alive, then you're going to allow your teammates to be able to push in while, because they have to worry about you at high ramp, right? They can't fight anybody else from CityCon until they've killed you pushing up high ramp. So something that they're going to have to shut down.
With some time to kill, I wanted to bring up the standings again because you know, we focus on the big names. I want to see exactly Heroic is where are they? They're about right at the middle at 8th. Envy obviously down at 13th, trying to avoid relegation. Even playing in those matches would be great. But Heroic's the team that actually has a chance here to kind of jump up, see if they can maybe start fighting for that. I mean, they have to have a really great end of the season run, being what 4 games behind 6th seed. But there's a chance here for Heroic.
Yeah, who have they got remaining at the moment? So they're going to be playing Envy here. Yeah, Chad's on it. We'll have a look. So they've got EnVyUs, Kingwin. That's possibly a 2-0 coming in.
So best case for them, if they 2-0 Envy and they 2-0 Kingwin, they're going to add 4 wins to that.
That'll be tying them for 6th. I mean, depending on how the Astralis and Fnatic matches go.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, other teams have much harder ends to the season.
Here's kind of the scary thing with Astralis. The one we saw yesterday is entirely susceptible to Fnatic, you know, I guess, quote-unquote, upsetting them tonight.
Well, if they play the way they did yesterday, then absolutely.
So let's give that, like, a little bit of context. I believe, like, I follow a lot of these players on social media, and Device was away in Paris on, like a weekend kind of holiday, right? So the turnaround from that, he probably wouldn't have been playing over the weekend like they normally might. You know, maybe get in a few hours, not a whole training day kind of thing. But the turnaround from that, he might have been not him specifically. You know, maybe some players. Here's a point that we can make while we have plenty of time to go. Some players in teams they can practice as much as they want individually, but it might not actually make them a better player in the server because they are doing different things in pugs or whatever, or things like that. So for some players, it might be more beneficial, especially in-game leaders, to make sure that your warm-up is practice scrims with your team, right? Because you need to be in that environment with your teammates, not just playing like a rank S ESEA game or something like that.
Hopping into a deathmatch.
Exactly. You need that kind of structure to get you in the zone.
Well, that's the way they looked. Are we getting ready to throw?
No.
That's what I was going to say. Yesterday, Astralis looked like they hadn't even played a practice game before they went in there. They looked so flat as a unit. Like they weren't assertive at all with their takes. Their executions were off point, like missing smokes and stuff.
What's the sweet spot to you, Henry? Scrims before a match.
I think you need to play 2 of those personally. Like our schedule normally was, if we had an official at 7 p.m, we'd be there at 5 p.m. Like half-an-hour death match and try and get 2 games in if we can. Try and fit it in. Like, you're not necessarily aiming to finish both of those or win them. You're just trying to get everyone in the zone, start communicating, and make sure everyone's in the right headspace.
Chad, was there a sweet spot for Renegades? Just real quick.
We played a lot of Counter-Strike and it didn't work, so maybe play Battlegrounds.
Great insight.
Great words from the Australian sensation. We're going to send it over to another one. It's going to be Uber with Pansy.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was enough room for the 2 of us in the studio, Moses, but somehow we made it work. Heroic, sporting the new logo, minimalistic.
I like it. I'm a big fan.
Maybe copyright issues prevented their other one from being a thing. I'm not really sure. I'm not going to look too deep into it here. But, I mean, they're going up against Envy now. Yeah, I think for Heroic to make it into the... Well, they had to win pretty much every game from here on out. But still been an admirable season from them. For Envy, though, it's a little bit more of a precarious position. Now, just above them sits Virtus Pro and like 8 wins and 14 losses, right? So this is not terrible for EnVyUs. They haven't played as many games as quite a few of the teams in that lower echelon. So it shouldn't be a concern. But, I mean, our last showing from Heroic was an absolute stomper VP on this particular map.
Yeah, overall, this is actually a really good map set for Heroic, but Train itself, specifically up against EnVyUs, is a very good matchup. Both teams really run this map quite a lot. I guess Heroic, excuse me, are far more known for their nuke play, but this is the evenest you're going to get.
The evenest, that is a thing, apparently.
I'm dying here, I'm just choking quietly.
It's been very chirpy today there, Lauren. It's been a nice change.
Yeah, it's a lot of Battlegrounds, just really propping up my mood.
You brought me a muffin earlier on, that's quite unprecedented. I'm getting choked up here. Not from the muffin, of course. That was delicious. All right, so looking at this one here as well, I mean, a player who was very impactful on this map. We talked about Orpers a little bit on the desk. They sort of brought up Sixer and also Yugi's role, which was, you know, very central on this map up against Virtus Pro. Yugi was coming in with his aggressive early peaks on that CT side with the AWP, so he's one to look out for now as we hit the pistol round. It will be Heroic starting on CT.
So for me, it's how much can Heroic keep up, see if what Envy come in like. You know, on paper, you'd still, I guess you'd put it towards EnVyUs. They've got a lot of classics there. You've still got a lot of individual power. But then if you look at the kind of team composition, you look at what Heroic as a collective can achieve, they've certainly shown a lot more research.
Heroes they're using, their composition?
Stop it. How dare you? How very dare you
do this? Took it that direction.
How very dare you?
Team composition. I've never heard that really applied to Counter-Strike. However, if you look at the Arsenal, that's maybe a little bit more of a relevant stat to look at. It's going to be Sixer carrying most of the utility here. It's EnVyUs setup. They're going to make their way out of brown halls, just like the proverbial.
But look how far back Heroic are actually sitting as well. NiP and Snappy both here. Flash comes in. They're not particularly affected. They're going to allow them to, to get on towards the site, watch the cross pretty much, and play on the retake. EnVyUs, their game plan is to get up pretty close. Actually, no, tell a lie. It's only XMS getting up this close towards that oil tanker, that sort of closest point. You've got Scream doing the same thing, and now it's going to have to be retake time for Heroic. Snappy landing a shot towards XMS is going to ease the pain, and there's a follow-up. NiP catching out one towards those upper rafters is big, and NiP again towards Scream. This is good. Sixer could be a threat, though.
Down to Happy, just the one player left up against 4. Now with the bomb being planted, that is something. Happy doesn't sit on a Molotov or anything, so there's no real hijinks except him just shooting through. Managed to find Snappy, and Nico's down to 1 HP. Now Happy's given his position away, but he stops the defuse there. This could be nasty. There may not be time to defuse at all. Happy burst fire at close range. It's ahead of Money to go, and now Yuki has to try and make something of this, but he can't do it. He doesn't have the time. He's going to back away and try and hang on to the armor that he had, and Happy will go up in a blaze of glory, but he'll be happy with it. 3 kills in round 1 for EnVyUs.
Well, he's going to be grinning from ear to ear, isn't he? That's a round you remember.
Uncharacteristically, of course.
True. No, that was really well played out by him in the end, considering that everyone else from EnVy made almost 0 inroads towards getting that done. You saw it. You saw the likes of NiP there doing some great work for Heroic, and I think it was Snappy as well. I'm not too sure. But still, those two did wonders. Now, they know it's actually a very close round, so they're going to go back into this with not a great buy for Heroic, but enough that they can do a little bit of stopping power. They've got the armor upgrades. EnVy, you know, they've had to suffer a little bit. They were down to the last man, of course. He did pretty well, but a bomb plant's only going to put them in a good stead. Scream going to get right onto that rifle. A lot of people now starting to, not necessarily expect it, but he does it a hell of a lot, and you can see as to why. The man's a bit of a beast with it, so the one taps, etc.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how his output increases drastically when he does have that weapon in hand. Although we've seen some plays with pistols and the like, he's not going to bother with it here.
They would have a different stance, I guess, for Heroic. They are working with just pistols towards B, so it makes sense, even though I guess they were last time as well. But it was more of an even playing field. 3 down towards the ramp, 2 towards the uppers. Excuse me, just 1. And look how much they've been isolated. Great positioning from Heroic here. Very well played out, and NiP is being a true thorn in their side. Not letting them be able to kind of pinch together, and it's again left it down to Happy. Surely not this time. A 1v4, not looking so likely with merely 22 HP, a Mac 10 and a Dream. You've got 4 players who've now recovered a lot of the rifles or whatever they had. There's the rifle sitting on NiP specifically. That's the one you're going to be worried about here. Yeah,
I mean, that's the only one that's sort of been recovered. I think, yeah, there's a UMP for Snappy in the mix there. NiP, huge contribution in this round, hiding close with that 5-7, and Money just comes in and puts the icing on the cake. Really nice opening for Heroic in that round. Really tight. Valda, more importantly, got 2 kills with the CZ, actually, as the players made their way down ramp. This is that first pistol from Happy. Perhaps been put out of your mind after what we saw earlier in that round. But, yeah, props to Valda. That was really nice receiving those rushing CTs with the CZ.
Yeah, nicely done so far. Heroic, you know, evening out now at 1-1. I actually don't like their logo on the flag, you know what I mean? I think it looks nice on its own with the flag.
Ugly Welsh. I get the Welsh feeling from it, you know, the colours.
Probably why being, you know, as a Brit, we get a little bit, you know, question about the Welsh.
Yeah. You guys are funny like that. I guess it's like us and the New Zealanders, actually. The flag is identical except for the red stars, and that's enough for us to have a bone with them sometimes. Molly, though, catches 6 early on in the round, but Scream's going to fire back as he often does. It's the headshot with the P250. Looking to pick up a weapon there as well. Don't know what he's going to get. A UMP from Valda's corpse.
It's not the worst. See him doing more with less. There's always the deagles afoot as well. Heroic need to be aware of this. I want to see how they approach it. They're playing... There was a heavy lean towards B there, but Yugi's actually pulled himself back across. Happy waiting for any sort of chance to be able to utilize that deagle down towards Ivy if anyone presents themselves. So Happy take the head off. He does have a little bit of help with him now as XMS is there. Modi now knows what's coming his way, but looks right into the flash, has to back off to safety. He's now lost control of Ivy. This could be a problem, and it is. XMS is going to bully his way through, but standing towards Yugi, but the deagle is still there, and this is a costly round for Heroic. This is not as clean as they'd want.
No, and especially after the first couple of rounds. Now Happy, the headshot on NiP. That's a big opener. UMP in hand now. We've got Snappy on the other side of the bomb train, and it's another clutch for him. Beautiful opening from Happy. He saves yet another round for EnVyUs and keeps it very interesting. Not only round score, but also economically.
What has Happy been up to? This is a very powerful individual. He's won these 2 rounds for EnVyUs. You know, there's no 2 ways to put it other than that. The rest of the guys, you know, don't worry about it. It's nice of you to be in the server for company, but you know what? It has been the Happy show. The first round, of course, you remember the pistol, and this one, just as imperative. It's taking the guns away from Heroic, put their money in a shambles. So it's a lovely start for him. Now for Heroic on the other side, you've got Deagle, P250, SCZ. Not much to play with. And again, they're playing out pretty standard. They're not actually doing anything too quirky. I guess, in a way, playing a little different, but not, you know, anything to write home about. Not some massive stack. Nothing, no hyper aggression anywhere as, you know, as the pack. So this is just surely going to be another EnVy round. It's about how clean it is, though.
Happy just potentially hoping to catch someone if they have pushed further forward without him knowing. Although Modi is the most forward player for Heroic on that part of the map. Not really too deep here. Heroic taking the time, and Happy, again, smoke and flash in, forces Modi off, but he's not really, he's not really put off this too much. He still wants to play fairly close around this one with the pistol. But really, he realizes ultimately he's going to have to back away. Now, on the other side of the map, the rest of EnVy are getting in position. XMS has made his way through already. Aggressive push, and that's a lot of damage on towards Yuki already to open things up. Happy eventually finds Modi, so wins out that Ivy duel. And again, Valda strikes with the CZ. Another one will be beautiful, but Scream is unlikely to allow that to occur. It's Snappy and Nico to hold on for Heroic.
Yeah, nice little bomb plant. 4 alive. You can't complain at this point. Snappy and Nico waiting to be presented with a chance to utilize what they have in their hands. And Nico almost has the lineup. Happy, better be careful, but he did very well with the Deagle, so he knows what it's capable of. Gonna back away with that. Doesn't need to challenge out with the rifle, really. Heroic just have everything to lose at this point, so EnVyUs just gonna take their time. Might send one of them in. Happy's going back with the rifle. This could be a little bit dangerous, but he's keeping it in control. It seems that Happy is certainly on point today. He's warmed up and ready to go. 2 big kills to close out. He did get 3 during that round, but overall it's what you'd expect to see there. But a good round to stabilize for EnVyUs, keeping the 4 alive, the bomb plant as well, not losing out on too many of the rifles or anything of the such. They are fine. They're good to go. Now the buyback comes in, but it's a shame we don't quite see that AWP coming out yet for Heroic. We know that Yugi is very talented at it, but not to be seen just yet.
After a tumultuous first 4 rounds there, it's good to see EnVyUs really start to turn on the discipline there.
What?
Tumultuous.
What's that?
Chaotic.
Oh. I actually didn't know.
There you go.
Today I learned.
Amongst the tumult of the first 4 rounds anyway, EnVyUs now playing a little bit more safe than that previous one, but this might be dangerous for them. They push a little bit too deep, and it's Yuki to get 2. Valda also has the upper position, but XMS, it's a nice swing for him. Makes his second kill of the round, and he's pushed up very close to the bomb cart. Snappy finds him through the smoke, though. It's a messy one. It's a 2v1. Sixer needs to hold on, and no bullets left for Snappy. Now Nico and Sixer go the 1v1.
Now the bomb, obviously not planted, a non-easy recovery for Sixer. Every line of sight seems dangerous to him right now, and he's trying to be cautious, trying to be careful, trying to be smart about this. He does get a glimpse of Nico. Now it's game on. Nico has to be careful, but he's standing out in the open. He's feeling brave about this one. He might be a little ahead of himself, but no, he does contain the threat in the end. He locks it down. He does get the frag towards Sixer, and another round will fall onto the board for Heroic, but their money is going to be a little low here. And they know that there's a little bit of funding to fall back on for EnVyUs. They had a little bit of a nest egg built up in the form of Happy on 8K. So he can drop out a couple of bits and pieces if needed, and he has. So that's going to spread the wealth around, and Heroic's going to have to do the same thing. You're going to see a lot of UMPs here, and yeah, we've got 3 coming out. A fair touch of utility, though. And Scream, just taking his time. Yeah,
and you can see XMS, perhaps even for that reason, it's just a tech knife for him in this round. Handing the weapon over to someone who's maybe more desperate for that. Does see players such as Scream, who received XMS's dropped AK in this round. So you can see that EnVyUs do prioritize Scream as a player to invest those resources in when they don't have enough to spread. A couple of windows being banged out here by Scream. And all of EnVyUs set up in Brownhill. So they got this utility now. We're definitely interested to see what kind of set plays come from EnVyUs. The first 4 rounds, given the economy wasn't good, not really a good litmus test of, how cerebral the approach is going to be for these two. Snappy, that's always a risky position to sit by the spools there. We've seen it work.
Yep, he's depending on Nico a fair bit here as well. Here we go, it is go time. You can see EnVyUs coming in, anti-flash as well. The mollies are burning a little bit, but they are through, and they're actually around in a site that maybe Nico didn't expect. You're going to see the trades go favorably now for EnVyUs. They've got the site under control, and now it's Heroic trying to play back into it, but it's going to be hard. Already Happy pushed up so far. RBK with a lovely angle of sight as well. Yugi going to be swept aside. It might just be save time for Heroic. They know they have no access to this site, and a very all-encompassing hit there from EnVyUs.
And you can note that also to the speed of that bomb being planted. Snappy wasn't ultimately able to have much of an impact playing from that small spot there. Nico traded a kill out, which is all well and good, but Snappy wasn't in a position to play refrag or even really do anything. I think it was even a player on upper above him where he was tucked into the wall that might have found him ultimately. But again, we've seen some players come out with 3 or 4 kills from that spot. If you can get the jump on your opponents. It wasn't the case in this time, and now Scream may just be walking into a bullet. He's checked it, but Modi was waiting on the corner there. Advantage to Heroic. He trades up to an AK, and they'll sit the rest of the round out.
Yeah, Happy not able to get there in time. And EnVyUs utilising what they had. Far more than Heroic had to stop them. So at this point, 4-2 though. EnVyUs putting up a good T side so far. And if we just, hit the scoreboard, you can see, a little bit of a heavyweight hitter at the moment, which is Happy. 11 kills beside him. It feels like it's been a long time since we've seen him this active in play in this role.
Yeah, it feels like this has actually been more the case now with this new EnVyUs than definitely was before. We've seen Happy be very, very hard to dig out a lot of situations, and he's still playing the small sites or more of that lurking kind of role. You see now he's the sole player actually just holed up in Ivy. So we often see him on his own. He's not this is not a position where you bait your team from by any stretch. But again, he's hoping for some CT-sided aggression from the Danes to capitalize upon it. But in the meantime, most of the action is occurring here. Not quite into brown holes yet. So EnVyUs playing this a little bit slower. Might even be a quick drop play out of Pop Dog. You get some spam there with the scout. That shot wouldn't be too far away from EnVyUs if they had pushed further in now. Where XMS is standing is where he'd be hit by that scout. Just at the top of the stairs or a little bit to the right.
Now, last time he was pretty successful up here, NiP. I wonder if he's going to actually stay around this long, though. Already being flashed away. XMS spamming towards that smoke. You got RPK up close, too. Just getting a bit of control now.
You didn't see his weapon name, did you? No. No. Perhaps we'll leave that.
What was it?
Whose
was it? Snappy's?
I can't say it on air, yeah.
Good
okay,
stuff.
a bit of a shot at the, obviously, North Academy player, but that's RPK.
That was so sick with the little flash there to make him turn, and he just goes down ahead of it. That's so nice. Now Modi's going to show off what he's got too. A bit of a tap down towards RPK, but by this point, EnVyUs have 3 players towards the side. Valde's trying to hinder the bomb plant, but there's people covering. Oh, he's gone in for it. The bomb does go down regardless, so he can't really stop that, but does great damage towards XMS, tries to make it out alive, and barely gets away.
The spray was very wild. There was actually a player watching that particular spot there. I don't know who's really to blame there for Envy. Maybe it was XMS or Happy sitting back on the opposite cart. Regardless, damage already being done for EnVyUs here. They get the bomb plant. And Heroic seeming far less having their finger on the pulse of the game than as we saw against Virtus Pro. And you can make a multitude of conjecture about that. Virtus Pro looking a lot weaker lately, but EnVyUs with Happy at the helm. Looking indomitable so far after a very weird first 4 rounds.
I do want to see what happens with Heroic when they can finally afford the AWPs and maybe put up a bit more of a fight. We haven't actually seen EnVyUs run it yet. We know that Sixer certainly, well, truly enabled to do so. He's sitting on 7K, so maybe considering it, but maybe doesn't need it. He knows they're going to be up against pistols, which always makes it a little bit more tricky. But the guy, certainly capable. And right now, the CT side is going just about as well as that Call of Duty World War II reveal. So hopefully for Heroic, they can recover a little bit. 2 rounds. This is one of the, I guess, if you want to argue it, the 2 best maps for them, right? You put it that way. This and Nuke always sits very favorably with them. But it's still early days. They've been kind of at the hands and at the mercy of Happy, and Nico going to try and put that UMP to use. RPK is well aware that he might be up to something here, and maybe that's the plan. They're doing the boost off to the side, so he might not expect that, as Valdi will be there. Nico a little bit late on the trigger there, but it will be Valdi to avenge him. So nothing really lost. I guess Nico did have armor, so that's something.
Interesting positioning for Valdi to be in, though, as a CT, on the stairs down towards that T-spawn. So I wouldn't be expecting that either. I think many people would be. However, despite this early exchange, EnVyUs haven't really made huge leaps and bounds across the map. Or they haven't really taken any real estate. And XMS has to check these cubicles individually because he knows that Heroic are playing with pistols, and we just saw what Valda did to RPK. So it's very slow play. Sixer is behind XMS. You can see this here. So it's not just XMS going on his own with the bomb. Fear not. Scream is also not too far behind as well. There's utility here for EnVyUs to set something up. They've got the Molotov, they've got the smoke here. So that's a flash for Sixer. He's going to head straight on down, but again, he gets flashed himself, and Valda still doesn't manage to make it happen because XMS, as before, has been playing that wingman role for Sixer.
And Yugi, try as you might to finish that kill. Just didn't come through. XMS still stands. Bombs planted, 4 alive now. Modi clutching at straws at this point. Trying to get maybe an exit. Maybe find something, get a gun away. There are 3 rifles up. Hell, we know what a UMP can do, but I don't know if anyone's coming his way. Oh, he might have a chance here. Sixer. Let's see if he's going to check it. Lovely stuff from Modi.
No chance to salvage that weapon, though. He knows there's too many foes afoot. Regardless, some money made, and obviously a gun that will need to be repurchased for the side of EnVyUs, but quite around for Heroic there. Things didn't quite go the way they would have liked with that aggressive play towards brown holes and further. EnVyUs play it quite slow, quite methodically there as well, and obviously having Sixer and XMS working essentially back-to-back as they made their way down towards the A site made it very, very hard for Heroic to get favourable trades.
It does feel like finally Hero can go on a decent buy. It felt like a long time in the making, but they do have that AWP on Yugi. If there's any time to stop what EnVyUs are really building, this is the big round. And EnVyUs are probably going to be aware of this. First time they'll be able to go coming up against a decent buy here, maybe a switch up of pace, maybe a different look, maybe something new. Six, I've got to be careful. It takes a little bit of damage to begin with. And oh, look at this presence through Pop. That's 3 players right there. Valley turning it and just, oh, he does get away. Makes it up on towards that little bit of a top piece over here. Going to swing out on it as well. Good chance towards XMS, and he takes it. Snappy burning alive. Got to be careful, but this is a lockdown. Envy pick up the pace, and Heroic hold it down for now. They're still 6er and they're still happy, but the lurk god himself would have to really go to a new level there. Yugi's going to shut that before it even began to really unfold, but you could see EnVyUs trying something new. That was them going, all right, we know they're on a big buy. Let's see if we can maybe catch them out, throw something in there, you know, bit of a spanner in the works. And, well, it didn't work out that round. No,
the deeper A-side hold, actually, was Heroic's bread and butter up against Virtus Pro, for example. And, you know, that, to a large degree, is off the back of Yugi connecting shots with the AWP very early on in the push. He finds 2 in that round. His first opportunity to wield the rifle in this particular game, and it's worked well for him. Now, Six is going to be slowed up a little bit. No push out of T-Con. Snappy gets aggressive, though. The UMP doesn't really serve him well in that case. The spray was wild, and none of it connects. But there's Yugi again, playing back on that A side. Very hard to penetrate if you're EnVyUs and you don't have a lot of utility.
Yeah, this is a nice spot for Nico. We know he can do 2 big kills. That's very important. It allows Valley then, ideally, to shut it down, but Scream, 2 kills. You're left in the 1v2 now. What's the plan, Scream? You do have the bomb, and we know what sort of aim this guy has.
Sharp as attacks so far today.
All right, smokes out through Pop. He's trying to throw him off track here. And again, heading right back round towards B. Now, Heroic playing both sides. 1 to B, 1 to A.
I feel like this is maybe the door you don't want to pick.
Well, let's see where Yugi's playing it. He's not holding an active angle towards where Scream came from, so the bomb will be planted. They do have a molly, so that's going to maybe flush Scream possibly out here. Yugi's got to be ready for what then comes his way if he does try and make Scream move.
He's very reluctant to pull the molly at all, actually. Yugi doesn't really have information about where Scream's set up. Here, the 1-tap, it works. Modi falls. It's 1 bullet embedded in the brain, and that's enough to deal with him. Yugi now has a little bit more information, but it's not conclusive. He needs to make his way, I guess, piecemeal up towards Scream, and it's not going to be enough. The clutch comes out. The one and only Scream. 4 kills in the round, and EnVyUs break back after Heroic get a successful gun round. Yeah, playing it so nicely then, Scream. He had control of that situation, it felt, from start to finish. Didn't let that drop at all, so good stuff from him. And you know that he's always capable of that sort of stuff. You give him just a rifle, and you never know what you're going to get, but it does feel as though Heroic just not as on point, not as crisp as I expected on this map. Feeling they've kind of been on the receiving end of a pretty hard economy throughout this one. They've been pushed around and barely able to build up much money, but EnVyUs are showing that they really do have quite a bit of firepower here and a lovely approach. Now Modi waiting just behind the a bit of a stack there to the left, but Happy not aware of it yet. Yuki's baiting it in. Doesn't actually see anything, so that might not bode too well. And Modi might have heard that step, but at the moment he's just trying to do what he can. Yeah, an early molly from this position. We saw Happy actually throw it a few rounds back, which is somewhat standard. Will require Nico to step forward and help Modi out here. Modi pushes just as it's thrown. That was very, very nice. Here's the pin pull, goes for it. And Happy's caught with his pants down. That's nice play there for Heroic, who were very little in this round, but they've salvaged an AK off of Happy, and they have control of that part of the map for now, allows Modi to focus on A for a bit longer. EnVyUs look a little bit, you know, humbled here. Taking their time, yeah. It's like, okay, let's be a little cautious. Oh, that's a nice volley. That's not ideal. No, that's just next level stuff. Bit of a mistake, of course, but they are out now towards that outer bomb site. Now, Modi, he's your danger man. Gives away his position at this point, but just spraying away, spamming down towards the exit pop. Now, the bomb's not gone down just yet, but it is there now. XMS is going to be putting it down in a safe angle. He can't be spotted just yet. The bomb can't be hindered. It's still good for EnVyUs here. They have the weapons and they have the bomb down now. XMS shows himself, but he knew where Yugi was, and it's a very comfortable finish. XMS is able to about-face. That shot was towards Nico and Connector. I believe he was boosted on Snappy, and then the aforementioned tries to peek himself and also gets taken down. So Modi probably wants to save this AK in this round. He doesn't really have armor to supplement any sort of engagement. So given Heroic's position and where their money's at, which is going to be enough for a buy in the next round, but it's not going to be anything stellar. It might be enough for Yugi to go in for an AWP and even get some armor, which is something, but it's not an even spread across the rest of the Danes. Valda goes down, but Modi stays alive. And he actually gets a kill there, so that's pretty worthwhile. A bit of a risk, though, given that you can see that, you know, for people like Snappy, there's not a lot to be bought. But Yuki does go armor and AWP, gets that. UMP's going to be bought in. So it's actually a relatively robust buy on the side of Heroic. Not too shabby, and even EnVyUs. Need to dig into their pockets a little bit deeper. And again, XMS doing this one more time. We actually see players like Rain, I think, just go with a USP in some rounds like this if he's going to hand over an AK or something, which often Scream is the benefactor of XMS's wealth in some of these rounds. Just Tech 9.
Well, let's see what EnVy have in store this time. Last time we saw the full buy with the possibility of, let's say, an AWP coming out. They went for that quick hit and it didn't go too well. This time it seems different. A new approach, but Modi holds the angle and takes it as it is, and that's perfect from Modi. 2 big kills.
Six can't do anything about that. He can't even trade. He can't get involved in that fight at all. Snappy, though, that's a bit of a blooper moment for him. Playing up close. Not the first time he's messed that up.
No, Snappy is completely under RPK's control. He is, you know, hook, line, and sinker are all his. Nice work from Yugi to hold the line, though. Oh, and the follow-up's perfect. RPK finally gets put down, but it felt like a long time in the making, and Six is still standing and holding the angle. But Modi is pretty on point today, it seems.
Yeah, interesting to see what EnVyUs were doing over at Ivy in general. I think if that smoke was thrown by Modi to try and cut Sixer out of the ensuing gunfight, then fair enough, because he gets a 2-man spray down and Sixer couldn't get involved because he was completely blanked out by smoke. Nice play from Yugi, pretty smooth. I think he's... I mean, even before here, I think he made his way into this team. Remember the whole saga with getting him from Tricked, and there was a whole contract thing, but Heroic really wanted him, and they shelled out for him, and everyone was saying this guy's got potential to be the best AWPer in Denmark, if not Europe, so we'll see.
Well, here comes that fast pace from EnVy, going to just flick that switch and make the hit happen, but Yugi's found an angle to work with, and the bomb's been dropped down by Pop, and that is a problem down the line, but for now, the line of sight is all Yugi's happy. Is eliminated, and it's just Sixer. This quick pace just doesn't seem to sit well with EnVyUs, and Heroic love a bit of it. And well, the recovery begins, but let's remember, normally the impressive part about EnVyUs on this map is the CT side. They have so many quirky ways of playing it. I think RPK's controlling play, very overwhelming play that he can bring is something to be noted. So again, don't think this is, you know, the comeback's an easy one. Now for Heroic, they've got a bit of money beside them. No, it's the next half that's going to be the real big test.
Saw how Happy met his fate in that prior round. It's the second time in 2 rounds that he dies in that same way. Trying to, play that little corridor off on the far left side of that site. But Train is a map that really lends itself to linearity, which is why teams with such good AWPers are so successful on it. And Yugi's starting to distinguish himself as one of the aforementioned. You can see what he can do with that. And Happy 2 times in a row meets his fate in the same way by challenging on that long corridor. It's a big risk to take.
Tactical timeout comes in. And I'm wondering whose it is.
EnVyUs, because they have stuff or money here.
But again, it's weird they're calling a tactical timeout at this point. I don't know.
It's often that it actually comes before the save round and not before the round they're actually buying for. So it's almost like they discuss to a degree what the buy round's going to encompass before they even get to it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe just how they feel they need to approach it now that Heroic have a bit more money, because up to this point they've been, you know, so in control of the economy, keeping that so well in check. Maybe there's just a, okay, well, how do we approach it now? Do we want to stick that quick and pace that seems to be not falling too well into our hands? Do we want to slow it down? We'll see what they come up with. It's going to be a bit of a different picture, though, because there's no utility beside Heroic, and EnVyUs can't afford much. You highlighted it already. Going to buy down to about 2k, and that's about your lot. So upgraded pistols, no armor. Excuse me, RPK's at least got a bit of armor, and then nothing else as well. So this could be just a, you know, let's see what we can do. Let's get in there, have a crack at it, maybe try and get a gun away. Certainly more than able to do so. EnVy going for the quick hit down towards Ivy. Modi seems to be a little bit off point there, and now they're going to slip through. There's a couple of players going down by the old bomb train, actually, and right towards spawn. That's a bit of a problem, as Valdi's already gone. And now, right amongst them, EnVy are right in their midst, and that, you know, could have spiraled out of control. It's been kept in check.
Modi had to back away and get a safer position, which is what has allowed EnVyUs to wrap here through CT spawn, but now 6 are against 3. This is a more costly round than Heroic would otherwise have wanted. There's only 2 more rounds left in the half, and they should be able to buy, so that's by the buy. That being said, 6 are another spray down. It's Snappy to fall to the Tech 9, and Yuki finally chimes in to end it there. But you get a lot more bang for your baguette there for EnVyUs in that round.
Bang for your baguette. That's a thing. I like it. I like it a lot. Double AWP coming out from the CT side. Snappy sitting on one. No surprise, Yu-Gi-Oh! On the other. But let's look at EnVyUs. Have we seen Sixer with the AWP at all on the T side?
No.
No. So.
Oh yes, we have seen him play Ivy with it a couple rounds. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, there was that one round where he got shut down
he
by
also
Modi
he played standard T-Con, pushed to A with it as well, but...
All right, so it's not been a regular occurrence. It's not been an instant go-to. Considering they've had money for it on a couple of occasions, we haven't seen it throughout, but this time let's see what Heroic are up to. Valdi, how aggressive do you want to be here, buddy? Just going straight in. Smoked off one side, pushed to the other. I like it from Heroic. This is a different look, but Envy seem like they're aware. They're not caught off by this in any way, shape, or means.
It tells you a whole lot, though, if you're Valder. It also means that you know exactly where to be setting your crosshair inside that connector, so he knows no one's lying in wait. Run boost there, essentially redundant because of the smoke that was present, and Snappy's holding a very tight angle here. He now is going to be smoked to Molly top down, so this is going to force him right away. Also force Modi to concern himself a little bit more with what's going to be happening in T-Con.
Yeah, Snappy a little isolated from the rest now. XMS first in, he does have the Galil, maybe just willing to be traded off.
Oh, Modi
flashed again, forced off the angle, and now forced to back away. XMS does fall, but he's going to serve his purpose. He gets traded out. Scream going to close it down, and the follow-up is big. Valdi is right there. It's Snappy, though, to finally bring things back to an even keel.
They bloody let Scream in. Of all the things you could do, again, Modi eats another flash, and there's not much he can really do about it. 10 health for Scream. That's all he's got to work with. It's a 3v3. The bomb is down here. And EnVyUs now looking to back away and take some more safer positioning. There's still an AWP in the game. Yugi has that one. Snappy actually traded his out. Wanted an AK for this next fight, for the retake attempt. And here comes out some of the utility to force Scream back. One more tick would have done the job. He still challenges with 7 HP. Wins out against Snappy. He wasn't ready for it. This is looking pretty grim now for Heroic. And all they had left was Yugi. He could do nothing with an AWP about it. It's going to be 6 to 9.5. And EnVyUs find a round there that kind of textbook when you think about it. Push through Ivy. Molly, smoke it out. Pressure Modi. And they're onto the side already. Well, not too bad, but now we're looking forward to see their patented CT side on this particular map. It's going to be a tight affair between these two teams. Let's hit the half, and we will return with the rest of Train. Well, Lauren, 15 rounds into this first match of the evening sees EnVyUs up by 3 rounds at the half. It's 6 to 9. And the final round with EnVyUs, after some theatrics from Happy earlier in the half, was quite impressive the way that there's, you know, textbook control. They made their way over on towards that A site and got that plant down. It should be a very interesting half.
Individually, 2 of the players looking very sharp. There's no putting it past Happy's beginning, but Scream had a bit of an ending as well. He was down to, what was it, 10 HP, and he came alive and actually managed to, you know, really just pull the round back into their control. Heroic's money was pretty much broken throughout the vast majority of the, you know, early to mid game of that first half. But when they finally got the AWP in hand, you saw a little bit more from them. But it was a long time in the making. Now, I feel Heroic, you've got to be starting with that pistol. Get that under your belt and it's game on. Otherwise, you've got that uphill struggle of, you know, just being able to try and grind out those gun rounds. It's going to be tough. We know that Envy bring a lot on this CT side. Every single player has a couple of pieces to watch, and I want to see if they have anything unique to be seen here. And the same can be said for Heroic. But again, no utility for Heroic here, just that pure Glock trade. That might be just coming straight towards B, and I think Happy might Not sure if he's heard it or someone else heard it or what's happened here, but he's backed away from this already.
Yeah, this, in my opinion, is the no-frills kind of play. EnVyUs, actually, I think they had XMS or RPK carrying a lot of utility. They had flash, Molotov, smoke, all the rest. Not in this occasion for Heroic. So, again, hoping for a player to be, you know, playing fairly far forward for information from EnVyUs, hoping to pick him off early and then overwhelm. And they can still overwhelm this B side anyway. Happy and RPK will be put under pressure. That's the purpose of this kind of round. Overwhelm, get a man advantage, and a quick plant. Heroic are waiting on some sort of timing, whether it's 1 minute or 40 seconds. It seems to be about 1 minute. Yeah, they're going to push on now. RPK takes a little bit of damage, realizes there's going to be a lot of play, so he needs to play this one fairly conservatively. Sit back behind the train, then try and peek when Snappy's not looking, but he's already lost Happy. Now he's going to be on his own. Needs to reload. Not much clip capacity there, but Scream and XMS have arrived, and they're here to help.
Thank God RPK needed the help there, and he was not landing anything. It's one of those horrible moments you're just hoping something lands, but right now, everyone else is making up for it, and then some. It's Sixer coming into his own with 2 kills, playing this back in, and there's no happy moments here for Heroic. It's going to be the play coming out from Scream to close it out, and a defuse to follow. So nicely done from Envy after a bit of a shaky start. Happy and RPK got overwhelmed, didn't land the shots, but it was the 3 playing back in who got the job done. Happy
was in a position where he couldn't fall back as comfortably as RPK could. He was sitting right on that bomb train, so reasonable to see him go. RPK, while not getting the kill, you also saw Snappy. I'm pretty sure he pulled a knife and started jumping towards him. So both of them not connecting. RPK bought valuable moments, valuable time. Heroic got the plant, so that is something. That means they buy into this round with Tech9s, Desert Eagle, and a UMP for Nico. That's their silver lining. Now they need to make it into gold.
Is it going to be another B hit coming through here? The second testing of RPK and Happy. This time a little switched up on the rolls, but looks somewhat familiar if you're looking at Heroic. And you can't really blame them. They do have Tech9s, Deagles, things like this that work very well towards B. Smoke's lined up, probably down towards that connector. We'll see what their go point is again. Last time it was around a minute. Maybe it's somewhat of a similar thing. But the problem is the longer you leave it, of course, the more likely it is that maybe the CT side starts pushing up. You start to doubt yourself. You start to wonder, have they gone for info? Well, we're going to see right about now. Still only 2 players here towards B. Oh, that molly not quite ideal, and RPK still holding the angle. Happy finally takes down the opponent, but it took some time. It took a lot of damage, and they're going to get the bomb plant for this. No one's close enough to deny it. XMS is trying to get as close as he can, but Yugi puts down a smoke and now kind of isolates XMS off from the rest of his team. But if they can't pounce on it, it doesn't really matter. Well, down to the 2v2. Bomb is planted, but both positions noted. And Sixer could have made something happen then, but it's Nico to hold on.
1v1 here. Nico's already had 3 kills in this round. Monty with some nice shoulder peeks to secure at least the trade. He doesn't have a Molotov here.
No kit on Scream.
That's huge. Not that Nico knows this, though. He has to challenge him out anyway. Okay, Heroic, this time again, go for a little bit of an aggressive play over on towards that A side, but it works out. And now winning the Force round puts EnVyUs now in the backseat. RPK's got 1,500. Can't really buy anything at all. Maybe, yeah, I guess he's just going to buy right on down here. The rest of his team doesn't, though, so we'll see if it staggers out economy too much. But yeah, flashes for Scream, Deagle. Make an investment in this round.
If you're that low, you're in double eco territory, so you might as well. You know what I mean?
Just try and win it out.
Yeah, do what you can with it. Again, it's a little bit of a shame for them. You felt they could maybe make something happen. And oh, what a read from Heroic. So aware that Happy and RPK love to do that push-up. It was something that was actually discussed on the desk is awkward. Yeah. How much they love to do it. They push up towards the brown horse. They make the play off the back of it. RPK can be a bit of a turret
the
off
molly
it.
Play is so nice.
And it's just a nice bit of awareness. Put it down, deny the early push, keep tabs on it. Perfect. But now Heroic don't have any control elsewhere, so they're having to play back into this very cautiously.
However, trade map control early for 3 kills. Don't lose anyone, although Valder almost fell to one of his teammates. Happens. Now they can make their way back in. So they've left Modi upstairs, just in case any more CTs are looking for a brawl. And now there's a lot of utility that still remains for Heroic to use here. So it's a pretty comfortable position. They can put a lot of pressure on these pistol players, just like that. Scream, though. Smoke dropped at his feet, but he still finds the shot. No mirrors required for that magic trick. Backing away, though, for the moment, leaves Sixer up on this bomb cart. So Scream's going to be screamed out by the smoke, and he can't help Sixer there at all.
It's an attempt to do damage now for Scream. He does still have armor, but it doesn't... Well, he can take it to the next round with the Deagle. No one else is going to have much more than him. So if he takes down anyone on his way, if he gets a gun away, good stuff. That's what you're aiming for. But it's so unlikely playing back in from connector. Maybe look for another angle. Hope that someone's hanging around a little bit later than they should be. Doesn't have a kit, so, you know, the Ninja's not looking all that promising either. So NiP and Snappy. Snappy's still keeping eyes on this from Pop, so there's no real problem about the bomb. That's not the threat. It's just keeping Scream contained at this point.
It's kind of the most you can do, isn't it? It's like a fusion reactor. No metal that we know of can contain such great heat, just magnetic fields and whatnot. That's what Scream is.
Scientific term, whatnot.
Whatnot. Scream's like the fusion reactor. Although I don't think he'd opt to do the fusion dance with anyone else. I don't think he wanted to, like, mix his, you know. Seen Dragon Ball Z where they do the fusion dance? Put your fingers out like this.
That's what Riot casters do. Don't you do that?
Do they do that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Just saying, it's a great TV show. I really enjoyed it.
Never got into it.
You like Akira though. You like the old school stuff.
Oh no, I'm a massive weeb, but you know, I don't.
I can't believe you threw the Riot casters do that at me. That hurts.
They do. They do. Okay. I expect better from you, you know what I mean?
All right, not crying. Anyway, Valda's going to make his way into Ivy. So already a little bit of a smoke Molotov, and we saw this from EnVyUs as well. This is obviously going to force players on either side away. It prevents a pick from either corner, which is, they're both equally possible in a situation where you have a player playing back of the train close to Ivy, and then a player like Sixer who is sitting amongst the corridors. Despite that ejection of utility on that part of the map, though, Valda hasn't opted to push into Ivy, not convinced. So Heroic have to go elsewhere. They're respecting a lot the fact that Envy, well, double eco.
I guess you know that there is always damage available, and for Heroic, they know this is going to be a long game. They know what Envy can bring on the CT side, so you've got to be playing this out clean. They've got limited utility, so they've got to be careful with when they actually put it down. They put it to the right place so they don't walk into a stack or aggressive positioning. Now, Yuki spotted out Happy there. Nice little work from him. Jumps down into it, makes it a very hard shot for Happy to reciprocate, and of course it works out. No real problem there. It's retake time for EnVyUs. They know that this is now going to be a B play. Molly's very far ahead, so he's got to be a little cautious. He does have the UMP, so he kind of wants to go farming anyway, but look at the position from Sixer. This is a little bit sweaty. Molly shouldn't expect that. No, he doesn't. He does get the kill, but kind of caught off. Yeah, followed up on towards RPK, and the third to follow for Molly. Kind of surrounded, outgunned, and outnumbered, but he did hold on in the end. But now Scream again left all alone.
It's a nice tag on Yugi there, but it's not going to amount to much more than style points at this stage. A lot of resources committed to trying to deal with Moddy, and Scream doesn't even want his weapon. He just wants the Deagle right now. Given that it's a UMP, it's probably less effective at the range he's trying to play with at the moment. Another round. Another Scream save of the Deagle. And that was EnVyUs just being forced to sit a couple rounds out, given they didn't really have the money. So now things change. They can buy back in a little bit. Six has enough of the AWPs and saving for it. Yugi has his own AWP as well. And quite an even spread over the score lines Heroic-wise here. They're all looking in pretty good shape.
Yeah, no, this is a good turnaround from Heroic. It's the big challenge now, though. It's you know, the kind of flip side of what we saw in that first half, where it was the first challenge we saw the big buy-up coming out from Heroic, and actually Envy did pretty well on it. Now it's Envy's turn again. They've got the AWPs here. You've got Sixer finally sat on it. Not much utility, though, and no kits either. So it's a little bit of a problem down the line for EnVyUs. We know that playing retake on this map can be pretty arduous, and there's only one man holding towards B. Now that's RPK, 4 players, not really dedicated towards A, but pretty much on it. Now Valdi just feeds himself through, but it's going to encourage this B hit to come in, and RPK, he can't stop them all, only finds one and the rest flood through. Now Snappy and Yugi going to try and play basically babysitter for NiP here, try and keep him alive for the bomb plant, job done.
Let's
now,
send him straight down.
Can they hold it together?
That doesn't work out at all. NiP goes very deep, and Happy's almost expecting that. I think teams like SK Gaming are very good at actually pushing deep on this train, on the T side, should I say? Especially when they hit A, but it hasn't worked out. Heroic sit very much back here, and they leave themselves incredibly vulnerable to Sixer, especially, who has that AWP in hand. NiP wasn't able to get under the skin of EnVyUs at all. It's going to be a comfortable defuse here for Envy and keep themselves 2 rounds ahead. So they buy back in, they be patient, and they stay in the lead for now.
That retake was to the point, to say the least. Heroic seemed to lose so much just by going for that hit, so...
Well, they traded out, I think, 1 for 2, so not ideally before they get the bomb plant down, and then they didn't really take advanced positioning and try and get aggressive, so... Super easy when you play back in with an AWP. I mean, that's your concern. If you're retaking with an AWP, it's that they're going to play close angles, that they're going to surprise you, but that's not what Heroic did. 2
AWPs on EnVyUs. Sixer with 1, Happy on the other. We know that he still loves a bit of this. Heroic can still fashion a buy together. They had that first good start. They built up a good amount of money. that's not the problem. This 4-1 might be an issue. RPK is a problem. He only found one then, actually, when he hindered the approach, but it still did enough. And we're going to see this outer hit coming from Heroic, it seems. Bit of a 3-2 split, 2 down towards Pop, 3 through towards Connector. But at the moment, there's a lot of utility being put down here. Yeah, there's a lot of smokes up here. Hopefully their PCs can keep up with this one. The FPS is going to be dwindling, but XMS can see above it all, and Scream's got an angle too. And Heroic are being cut down at the knees. 1 kill found is not enough. And doesn't matter how many smokes they put down, Envy just met them at the door, met them at the gate, and said goodbye.
That was bizarre. Both teams there, yeah. A huge amount of utility being used in the early stages of the round. Good display from Scream. As the smoke eventually cleared, EnVyUs still had 4 players up, and that was Heroic pushing in there with still a little bit of money expended on weapons and the like. Clean as you like. We've got a tactical pause here. It's likely for Heroic because their economy is in a little bit of a weird spot. Players like Valda are buying in, so it looks like they're going to go for another buy. Moddy's only got 3,500, so he needs to decide how he's going to spend that. You'll likely see a smattering of UMPs and maybe even a Tech 9 for Heroic players here. Probably going to prioritize that utility as much as they can. The truth be told, we've seen rounds in which they've used a lot. Even the B-side hit prior, where they obviously traded out inefficiently and lost the round ultimately. They used a lot of utility there, so maybe not making the most use of it. We see a lot of smokes and Molotovs even used at Ivy early in the round, and it's purely just to check corners. And then we see players like Valdo who don't push into Ivy, don't really want to fight for that part of the map, and they essentially waste, a smoke and a Molotov early on. At least it seems that way. It's 12-9 now. Heroic do force in.
Yeah, this could be the, I wouldn't say last, but this is one of the big goes they now need to pull off. And again, RPK very much alone at B, but he's such a threat to this, so good at keeping it under wraps. A little bit of a jump across, trying to make sure that Sixer couldn't see them, but Sixer is holding an incredibly passive angle right around the back of Ivy, so no real trouble for him there, not even challenging out. But look at this aggressive play. 2 players pushing up towards Pop. And if you're Heroic, you're left scratching your head on that one. Not what you normally see, but it might actually work well if Heroic go for the same hit that we saw not too long ago. Far slower approach, it seems, this time.
We haven't really seen a lot of explosive play from Heroic out of Pop Dog. Maybe the one player in that prior round when there was 8 smokes over on the A site.
Now, this offset of timing or change-up of timing has made Envy think. You can see the Happy's all the way back in CT spawn. He actually went right round towards B, but he can actually help out now. The threat is that double stack towards Pop. It's so unique. It's so weird. They wouldn't expect the follow-up. It's the Scream was there somehow still. Six is doing a good bit of work here. He's now in a bit of an awkward predicament, though. He's going to have to push towards the smoke, try and find safety somewhere because he's surrounded on all fronts. He's going to play an RPK, though, because he knows what's safe and what isn't, and he plays a fit so well. Now, Valley in the 1v3, he's got an angle. He's going to find Happy. But finding the last 2 with 25 seconds, going to use the bomb as a flash, and that does not go well. RPK, not to be fooled, denies the round going over towards Heroic.
Yeah, and that was Heroic playing very, very slowly through it. But again, the big investment of plays in towards Pop Dog for EnVyUs allowed them to control a main entry point on towards the A side from Heroic. And once Heroic did get in, they were forced to play at the very fringes of the A side itself. They were picked off, playing around the E-box and around that T connector. Not many opportunities to get involved. And the double AWP play for EnVyUs is persisting, so Happy's going to have that yet again. And Heroic now probably going to fancy a fast play. See 2 flashes there as well, so nothing to set up here. Don't really need to reinvent the wheel. Nice little peek from RPK, spots that out though.
Yeah, that's great for him. And also playing Happy, he can kind of bolster himself, be like, all right, yeah, they are probably coming B, this is fine. Gets 1, tags Nico as well. It's a 2-for-1 discount almost. Happy going to back away. Now RPK's turn. Snappy somehow snuck through, and really, if you're Heroic, you're only hoping for a bomb plant, and there's a lot of resistance to this. They're a little bit frustrated, I can imagine. Happy's having a whale of a time with the AWP as well. RPK, but awkward angle to play from there. But he'll make it work in the end. It was just Happy to close out with the USPS. That's 4 kills for him, but nicely worked between each other. And Envy completely stabilized. You're at 14-9 now, you're in a good spot. Heroic can get a decent buy. That whole round was basically just to allow them to get this money together.
Yeah, and the one Molotov thrown in there as well, I think it was by Happy or RPK. On that B side, made it hard for Heroic to push. The element of speed is the only way they're really going to get anywhere in that round, and then it was just lateral play from Happy back and forth with the ult to stop them. So nothing overly complicated there. Now we're going to see a lot of what we saw previously. Now we're going to see at least 3 smokes now over on towards his A side. We'll see where they end up pluming. Sixer trying to play aggressive out of Ivy. Now he's going to follow it up there. Beautiful stuff, but he runs into more players than he otherwise would have expected. And this round, there's a greater investment for Heroic towards this part of the map. But look at that Molotov. Completely denies Nico not only the refrag opportunity, but a chance to get deep access in towards Ivy early on. And now he and Nico have to play it quite slow. Or NiP and Yugi, should I say. Oh, that takes the momentum away so much.
It really does. It's just hit the brakes on the train. It's suddenly come to this screeching halt now. Snappy could be caught out. Scream just walks into it so late and so randomly. There are no offset, no timing to set it up. And Yugi, though, finds an angle towards RPK peeking into this. Maybe Envy getting a little ahead of themselves here, but XMS's angle again, catching off someone coming through pop and causing so many issues. We're back down to a 3v3. Snappy turns the odds, but it's Happy who's on point here. This AWP doesn't seem to miss. Now Yugi got the 1v2. He's got the whole weight of this round left on his shoulders. Bomb's in such a terrible predicament. He's got these two heavyweights to get past. First challenge will be Scream, but he might be able to forego this one. Oh,
he's
no,
done.
he's made
He's
noise.
absolutely
That's
done.
so awkward. You got to feel for him in that, but he messed it up in the end, and he just gave Scream the perfect timing. Happy didn't even need to worry about it. He knew the Scream would have his back, and it's 15-9. I feel that Heroic have just run out of steam here.
Yeah, and they really did at the start of that round, hoping to really be able to pinch through Ivy and through T-Con at the same time, but utterly denied. And we haven't seen a lot of T-side play from Heroic that's actually based around understanding the protocols and tendencies of EnVyUs on the CT side to play around Ivy. You know, are they actually going to double peak this one? Can we, you know, will there be a player pushed halfway down the corridor? Can we flush him out? So I don't really know a lot of what to expect from EnVyUs there, and they go for it late round. It's a gambit late in the game. Now it's match point. They definitely can't rely on the Ivy play. They're not even bothering it. No one down that side of the map. Might just be a pop dog, a T-Con explosion. They've got 3 smokes still that they can use, but they need to hit the ground running. Oh, God.
Just like, cool. All right, another 15 seconds. We'll just chill. It's fine. Oh, look at my gun. Nice.
Nice gun.
Yep. No, not 15 yet. Still got to wait. No.
And Valda has to wait on this as well.
Everyone's had a time. Cool. Hopefully there's another smoke. That'll make me really happy. All right, smoke has finally gone.
Valda's got the bomb here.
And it's back again, ladies and gents. There's several smokes here. But no, if anything, this just plays in text messages. What is that timing? The weapon switch. It's not good. Molly goes in, flash comes out, it sets him up well. Yugi gets taken down. And now, again, Heroic are just being held back. They can't make a hit happen.
And you can see with the orbs in play, with 6 now finding the kill on Valda, we see Heroic just draw a line from north to south on the map. They actually can't get access to the backside of this A site. They're sat just trying to peek in amongst these trains. And when you're up against 2 AWPs, it's not going to be a good situation for you. Happy's playing from Connector. And on the other side, we've got Sixer sitting back. Snappy managed to finally get deep. The only player to get that far. He ran the gauntlet of EnVyUs players. And now he needs to kill the remaining 3, and he can't do it. No chance. Sixer comes in with a peek, and the double AWP there from Lauren. Last few rounds from EnVyUs, paying dividends for them. No doubt about it. Very, very commanding CT side, like you hinted at.
Yeah, no, we've always said and always hinted at the fact that EnVyUs do have that very robust CT side, but it was the individual prowess that kind of surprised me from Happy on the T side. They looked like the Envy that you kind of want to start seeing coming through, and maybe a new version of Happy that we hadn't seen in a while. So all in all, really good signs. Again, this is one of the best maps, I guess, overall for EnVyUs, especially with this new roster. It sat well for them. The next one is going to be the big challenge.
Solid performance from EnVyUs. No frills, no baubles, no dangly bits, Lauren. But for a few of those, let's head over the desk and get some analysis from the gents.
Yes, the gents with all their dangly bits. We are here now. I mean, that's a solid win from Envy, and I mean, despite the CT side being solid, they got off to a good start with some very good clutches in that first half.
Oh, absolutely. If you want to kick off a nice clutch and the pistol round from Happy, 1v4, that's not too bad. Bit of a blunder, I have to say, from Heroic overall. The way they played that was horrendous. They kind of panicked, seeing they're going for the full defuse, not watching both angles, and Happy gets a double Glock spray down, if you like, and kind of run away with it. But the thing is, like classic CSGO right now, back and forth all the way through. 4 spies for the first 6 rounds. No one could really get established, but then EnVyUs start to run away with it. And then as soon as Heroic win a round, they get reset. That happened like 3 times to them. And they got 3 rounds towards the end of their half, and they managed to get 6 on the board. But I think if they got the 3-0, maybe won that 1v4, maybe they had a real chance in this one. But they just couldn't get rolling in the second half either. Double AWP set up for EnVyUs, actually looking very promising, I have to say, on the CT half.
Yeah, and I couldn't be more wrong. Both teams were relatively aggressive on the CT side, taking that pop dog control. So I don't know what I'm doing.
What can you actually say about that one?
Yeah, no, that aggressive style, you know, that's the way that I like to play it. Not necessarily pushed up all the way into team mid like Voldy was doing, where they were smoking it off, but they were comboing it correctly. You know, they'd use the smoke, they'd use a Molotov to flush out the box on the left, and then use a flash, right? And you can hold that for as long as the smoke's there, but eventually you have to fall back. When you look at the way that you can play that map so many different ways, but I think like not letting them get out of the choke point means when they do execute, when execute comes over, you've already messed everything up for them. Even if you only get 1 kill, and you're giving your teammates all the information and a chance to rotate. So good to see.
Yeah, I mean, is this now? I mean, Train is a Envy played that very, very well. Is this a map that we can consider them to be like one of their better maps in this new lineup?
I think so. I think it looks solid for them right now. Heroic, for me, weren't as promising as they usually are on train. Their T-side's usually very good. They've got like little novel ideas they do with set smokes and boost over them and stuff like that. Never really got rolling on their T-side.
Yeah.
After losing the pistol, they got, I think, 3 in a row in the force buy again in the second half. They got 3 in a row there. But as soon as the double orbs came out, like I said, for EnVyUs, they looked very solid indeed. I called it, not happy, I called Stixer out in the pre-game. He actually had a bit of a blinder there in the second half. He was looking very strong indeed.
We haven't really gone into this too much, but they did beat, Envy did beat Fnatic 16-14 on train in ECS not too long ago. And I think looking at, just bring up the stats just quickly, appears to be a better map for these guys. So.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I mean, Nuke is going to be, like Lauren said, Nuke is going to be the tough test with Heroic. We know what they can do on that map. Either way, first map does go towards Envy. A good showing from them. We'll see what they've got on Nuke when we return from the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Back again. Nuke is up next. We'll see if Heroic can bounce back on a map they've historically been very, very good on. They did suffer a 9-16 loss there on Train. And over on the B stream, do you want to give the update? Is this your thing?
No, you can do it.
I can do it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Over on the B stream, it was G2 taking out Virtus.pro 16-13 on Nuke. So VP continues the slide.
What's the second
They're getting better. They're getting closer to wins, though. That's the closest they've got in a long time.
Really grasping for straws here.
Hold on, Henry. I'm trying to throw Jason under a bus here. What's the second map they're playing, Jason?
Of what? G2 versus Pro?
Yeah. Oh, buy yourself some time.
Okay, so I feel like this is a trick question. I feel like it's going to be Nuke again.
No, it's Inferno. You can't double up maps in Pro League.
Did they change that? You could last season.
Last season.
Yep, you could last season. That's correct.
Yeah,
they have fixed it here.
All right.
How's that bus feel?
It feels pretty good, actually.
Yeah, but
big fan of buses.
Yeah, just for those playing at home, Jason just bought a house, and you also have a house. So esports has got two houses on the table.
Personal information on the stream there.
Well, Henry's is in London on the corner of.
What's the street name?
It's in North Acton. If you want to come check it out.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Any reason that got brought up?
Well, Jason literally
my
just
brother
signed
is since I'm over here in Germany for 3 months, my brother is my power of attorney, so he's sending me Snapchat updates of the signing away of all my money.
Nice.
My brother and my mother have been spending all my money on things since I've been gone, so that's the esports dream for all of you out there.
There we go. You've got a nice little bit coming up, haven't you? Maybe moving on.
Well, here's the thing. We can get off the let's get off the home ownership. Thanks for that, Chad. You've got a video, so I mean, you take it away.
Yeah, so we've actually used this one before. It's the way Heroic control...
Slacking off, huh? Recycling old material.
No, it's just a very good point.
Okay.
They take the lower control very fast, and then the way that they deal with Megaton, where they're about to throw the nades, that's what I like to call it, there's a Molotov and a smoke, and then they basically swarm on the decon door and the vents to make sure that the CTs can't rotate it at all. It's very effective the way they do it. So I think the battle here for EnVyUs is going to be making sure that Heroic are unable to get this lower section easily. They need to be able to stop them from getting full control. And I think the best way to do that is by sending your rotator more aggressively. The battle for me in this game is first of all going to be stopping that for EnVyUs, but it is going to be between Scream and Nico, because those are the two guys on the CT side who do like to rotate under and take control of that area. Both teams like to do the wall of smokes outside, so that's where I think most of the action is going to be happening.
Well, I mean, we have to say, if we're going to call Train a map that EnVy likes to play and is pretty good on, this has got to be the same thing for Heroic.
Absolutely. This is how they really did so well at Katowice in the group stage. I think they played 3 times there and took down the likes of North, I believe, and Virtus Pro, I want to say as well.
Virtus Pro 16-14.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So this was like one of their great maps, and they obviously last week as well played Virtus Pro and beat them 16-1 on it as well. So they are very good on this map. It's certainly going to be more comfortable, I think. And EnVyUs are known to be an amazing nuke team, so I think we can split the series quite nicely here. Yugi, this is one of the maps he goes absolutely ham on as well. Obviously, it's AWP-centric map on the CT side, especially kind of holding outside a very prolific area of the map, going towards heaven, ramp, and all that sort of stuff. So watch out for him. And I really do think they can actually convincingly win this one as well.
Heroic.
Yeah.
Oh, convincingly.
Yep.
It's not bad.
That's a prediction for you.
I'm breaking the rules. Breaking the mold. He's a rebel.
Don't care.
It's not updating very quickly. I was going to bring up the nuke stats here, but the website that I like to use is
Are you whispering?
a bit slow.
Is that what's happening right now?
I don't know what's going on here. I can't really hear myself very well.
Well, good God. The people I have to work with
It's
in this
falling
job.
apart. Wait, hold up.
No, I can't hold up. We are going to send it over to
twice.
Uber and Pansy for the match.
I'm sad I missed that gem from Sponge just before we wrapped up there. There's a lot to say, Lauren, no, in the lead up to this game.
Mitch, if Chad wants to make that point, he can come over to the desk here. I'll give him a headset. Chad? Got anything, Dad? No, very quiet. Clearly not that important.
He's good. We even dropped the music for that one here. So, I mean, your mate, Duppers, we'll call him.
Oh, yeah.
Tends to believe the Heroic are the best Danish team on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, he backs him.
I don't want to give away too much about his real identity. We'll call him Duppers for now.
Yeah, Duppers.
But he's a man in the know. He's a man in the scene. He's a man about town in CS.
Yeah, no, he definitely rates these guys on this map specifically, and then take what you want from an internal perspective, right? They might play each other a lot. They might have a good idea of how they approach it. But this is a great map for Heroic. It's one where you saw the kind of the impact of the in-game leading that works really well with them. They have a very predetermined approach to it. They have a lot of set pieces that work very well. They have a very solid game on this. But it looks like, EnVyUs are very switched on individually. So we could actually see a very close game. This is probably the second most played map for EnVyUs. There's certainly not a bad map for them. It's still around in the map pool. It's still there for them. They still do play it a little bit.
It's the most played in the Pro League, isn't it, this season?
Yes, and obviously the first most played and most successful, really, I guess, for EnVyUs was Train. So we've seen probably the best of both maps from both teams. It's what I like to see here. Yugi, did you buy armor? Yugi?
This is like Scream all over again.
He's bought nothing. So Yugi's actually bought nothing. He still has 800, so I'm kind of curious as to why. Now, all right, we'll look into that later if there's maybe a reason or if it's just an error. But XMS can be forced off ramp, backs away. Not too surprising about that. The Glock train is coming to station. He's going to smoke it out. Force Heroic to play through one approach if they want this, but so far they've just got ramp control. Now it's about how do they put themselves forward after this. Valde is doing other things. Snappy's split off from the pack. So Heroic's starting to look for options, and they found a few, and it's looking towards the upper bomb side. Maybe EnVyUs has given them way too much room to work with, and they're left scratching their heads. No idea what's happened here and how this situation has come afoot, but it has. 5 alive, bomb about to be planted, and 6 are left to play retake.
Well, this is a pretty crappy situation to be in for 6M. Interesting note that EnVyUs kind of realised Heroic like to go lower. They smoke us enough to keep them back for the time being. But then they amuse themselves with control on the upper side and getting a plant down pretty comfortably. Heroic, there's a very good start for them. And yeah, we'll talk about this. You know, Yugi didn't get a kill in that round. He didn't die either, though, so he has a little bit of extra cash.
Please fight this round. Yugi? There we go.
I mean,
I don't know the theory behind it. I have no idea.
So if you win the pistol but don't get any kills and don't die, you can get an AK.
Yeah, I guess.
There you go.
You know what? Sure, why not?
Theory craft.
But now let's see how they approach, knowing that EnVy are going to force up onto pistols. It looks like probably that line of smoke towards outside, but it may not mean the commitment's going to be there. This could all be but a clever ruse, a little bit of a way to keep them guessing. And it looks like it is right now. Snappy's going to be lining up the smoke towards upper. In it goes, drops down, goes towards the front of Squeaky, allows them to do a vent dive if they fancy it. So many options now open.
It means they don't have to open the door and risk getting, you know, beaten up as they try and make the way towards upper. So it is a bit messy. This CT-sided aggression for EnVyUs. No surprises here. Maybe the only team that surprised is Heroic, though. They weren't ready for it. And Snappy now on his own in a 1v3.
It's all good and well to theory craft all these pieces. You know, you can sit there and run it these dry runs, and you can get it down in your head, but you just don't expect EnVyUs to come walking in towards Hut, and they did. And it works. It kind of completely threw out Heroic. You could see them all caught out here just trying to get ready for the piece that they had in mind. And now EnVy have a big advantage. You've got 2 players with rifles, or, you know, the UMP, call it what you want. It basically performs like a rifle. You've got some armor to supplement as well.
I believe Valda has named his UMP better than an M4.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We might see that later on. I mean, that's all well and good, but he's very, very low on HP. And it's a good chance that EnVyUs have got the bomb site well staked out. They can probably surmise by this point as well that the bomb is in Snappy's hands, as they would have seen if it had been in someone else's. Now, yeah, 6 is up to his left. He has a feeling for it. Happy as well is going to be very, very hard to pick out of the mix here.
Oh, nice connection towards 6, though. No armor. Oh, but can he make it away? Happy's going to try and encroach quickly as he can to avenge the fallen teammate. He does. Takes his time perfectly on that one. Doesn't get the gun off him, though. Bit of a shame there. But this is the piece that came through, the very aggressive push from XMS. And he got the follow-up. That was big. Yugi going down just kind of offset everything. They almost pulled it back, but then you saw the push coming out from, you know, Hut as well as Ramp. So good little crunch from EnVyUs, and it turns it around. We know this map is very tough to get rounds on the T side, especially once the CT side gets that money behind them. Once they get those mollies that go down towards Squeaky, towards Hut, it just hinders you massively to get those early advantages and work back that real estate. Now, Heroic, they got a couple of pistols, still got a UMP on Snappy. It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. You could have maybe taken that further, got those first 3 in the bag, felt a little bit more comfortable about it, but they're back to basics.
Again, Vents being knocked out, or Skylights being knocked down above upper sight. May not amount to much here. And Valda managed to sneak all the way around towards Annex, but Happy was there and waiting, knowing that since there was a minimal EnVyUs presence outside, it was his job to watch that. And he also saw no smoke early on in the round, which is probably a safe bet given the Heroic don't have the money. But they do it better than VP nowadays, you know, sort of systematically, you know, throwing 4 smokes to outer to simulate or to imply a lower take, even if it doesn't come.
And Flash could set it off. Scream's in a safe spot, though. By the old vent you could jump down, that's now been taken out. Moddy. Maybe waiting on support to come towards Ramp. He's not giving away too much here, and XMS is holding a bit more of a passive angle, further down towards Ramp. Depends how he wants to play this. Once he gets contact, he seems to like to fall back.
It's very passive. Yeah.
Just gives up Ramp control. It's kind of hard for them to split beyond this, even though they did very well in the first pistol, of course. Now it's a bit different. You've got guns up again. Stupid Molly still powers through. Now you've got one in vent, one in control room. Happy not shown his hand yet. Gonna wait for the bomb to get towards the side, and he makes the most of it, and he gets the frag towards Nico. Now Scream kicks in. It's all coming together at the right time here. Snappy does have the UMP, bit of armor, but he's playing against 4 here, who are already in great positions, and RPK will shut this one down. Envy with 4 alive as well, importantly, keeping the money quite stable.
And again, Heroic are now forced to be a little bit humble here, just play around with what they have in this round. It's just not a lot, 1950, so it's not too dangerous money-wise. Means they just need to be patient for this round, maybe go for some sort of upper rush, perhaps. Could try and work outside into Annex and wrap around if there's no AWP yet for EnVyUs. It looks like they're going all together here, so this probably shouldn't surprise anyone too much. The grenades could be pretty nasty. Happy also be quite nasty. The Molotov there tries to prevent the vent dive, but still 2 Heroic players drop down. Quick plant. There's a good plant.
How did Moddy get a knife towards Happy there? It doesn't really matter. It seems XMS has had his way with the entirety of Heroic at this point, but I think Happy getting knives is an interesting
one. Moddy was waiting in vent. So Happy drops down, Moddy sits there. You can get it actually pretty easy backstab actually with the way the ladder works. I think depending on where you sit. I think if you sit under them actually, as they come down, you can hit them in the back. Because we actually see a few players do that, sit in the vent after they dive and hope that someone chases them in.
Yeah. Well, we get the buy from Heroic. This is what they're building up to. This is now going to be the big test coming through. Six has got the AWP on the other side. Now, I'm wondering if he actually takes this properly outside. He's been mostly playing from kind of up by Crows. No one's really been playing this garage area until this point. Now, Sixer shows presence, but going to back away from it. Now, actually, Heroic are quite quick on this, or at least Nico is. The smoke's down there to help him out. He can actually make the cross if he feels like it. 2 smokes put into play to allow him to get here. But again, it's only Nico making it so far. Now, the rest of Heroic is still over by the lobby area, so they've not really followed suit. Maybe this is a bit of a play coming through. We'll have to see how this one unfolds. XMS is working his way through. He wants the info, and he's so aggressive, and he's going to get it. It works out so well again. Snappy finds one, but it's merely not enough, and Nico's positioning is now almost irrelevant. Have to give it away going up the ladder. You've still got one up him towards the rafters. Scream does get outdone here. Now Nico worked out where Sixer is, but the support's come in from Happy, and the threat's been maintained. And again, Envy's aggression throughout this map is completely offsetting Heroic, who seem to like to take their times on these setups. They like to kind of, you know, mull over what they want to do, set everything up in the right place, and Envy just don't like it.
Yeah, it's not systemic aggression, though. It's not map-wide. It's very much a push out of ramp room in towards, you know, radio and lobby, while Heroic is still setting up. And if they do have an outside player or a player that's going to make his way in towards Squeaky, or multiple players, then we probably see them play quite passively inside lobby and wait for them to be in position for the lower side hit, so maybe they can actually head down to ramp room themselves. Heroic getting caught on the back foot yet again. So here it is. This is what they do. Smokes to outer, but no one there. hoping maybe to receive some aggression from ramp room, expecting someone to come in. Still, another push like that from XMS could derail this heroic train yet again. Well, they're all set up. So, upper hit. Going to be a fast play here. Tech9's in. Flashes to come out, and Upperk's caught unawares. That's nice. Yuki gets 2 there very, very quickly with the CZ. And now it's Happy. Not the best angle for this at all. And Valda's actually able to use a salvaged M4 to pick up 2 kills. Very quick response. Decisive stuff here from Heroic. Scream has to bail them out, but unfortunately, again, he's got too many angles to watch and not enough bullets.
That was really nice from Heroic. Again, you can see that they put the work into these pieces, but that was very simple. Just a nice flash through that worked out so well. RPK, by the time he came out of the flash, there were 2 players trying to crunch towards the site, and it worked so nicely. Happy wasn't particularly safe, couldn't back away. They'd already recovered guns by that point. Very good. But again, you've got to see, can they contain this threat that's basically XMS? The aggression is working so nicely for him. I want to see if he maybe finds that. But a switch up for Sixer. Maybe looking towards ramp this time. Again, Nico doing his own sort of solo mission here. Molly's got to be careful. There was that molly into play. Took a little bit of a lick of damage, but let's see how this one folds. So you've seen it before. They put down these 2 smokes that allow them to cross like this. Last time it was merely Nico here. This time there's a lot more. You got 4 here. Scream already in a good position, but actually misses the first shot there. Not often you get to say that, but he does make up for it. Still going to catch out Nico. It's going to be the 5v4, but Heroic do have a lot of numbers down towards the lower bomb site, and Happy being found is big. But Scream already in a nice little angle here, going to make them commit towards the site if they want it. But Valley finding RPK keeps chances alive.
Yeah, you can see those 2 working quite nicely in tandem, actually. Snappy was with Yugi earlier on. Heads into control room and gets picked up there. It's not the end of the world, because XMS now is also given a bit of information. Scream was found as he hit in the corner, which just doesn't seem to be a very robust position to take for a lot of players. And XMS could get rope-a-doped here. He's found Valda. Now it's a 2v2. No bomb plant yet.
He heard the vent drop. That's more important. Brilliant awareness from XMS to take the time on it, because he knew he had it. Now Molly's going to pick up the bomb, but he's not really aware where Sixer is, so it's kind of hard for him to work this out. But he's going to just kind of, I guess, take the best bet he can. Head up towards upper. Try and get a safe plant somewhere.
This is the safe play. There's no one from EnVyUs that's close by.
He's going to have time as well. He's going to have time to readjust from this. Sixer's not making much noise either. He's not too sure where Modi may be at this point. Maybe just wants to take his time on playing off the retake. It's actually very hard for them to play back into this. They're not going to have much time on it. So Modi, let's see how you do. Sixer's going to be playing up towards heaven.
Both of them, actually.
Both of them up there now. And Modi watches the fair. Spots out, Sixer gets the tag, but already XMS has slipped through. That's the problem. But Modi aware of where he planted. The smoke is in, though, so he's not going to see it. And XMS, he's holding it down, and oh, Modi, brilliant play from him. Sick. Now he just needs to stay calm, play the time, play it smart. Sixer's on 2 HP, but he's going to hold it.
Oh, Modi!
No! Oh, he finally gets him. That was down to a couple of seconds there. Smartly done. You know, it was a risk from Sixer. You had to try something out. He had 2 HP. What else are you going to do? But finally it works for Heroic, but you can see the very small margins in this.
And that was last-second stuff, I'm pretty sure. The Sixer almost had it, went for the stick. The smoke being there for so long, definitely benefiting him in a big way here. And you can see on the scoreboard, XMS 11 and 6. Now, a lot of those kills are actually coming from his aggressive plays out of ramp room. So that's, you know, one way we talk about Heroic being very, very good at setting up these ironclad lower hits. But if you hit them on other parts of the map when they're not ready for it, it seems to have been working out. Or maybe that's at least the thinking for Envy.
Now, I'm looking for the aggression this round if it actually comes through. Last time EnVyUs did that bit of a crunch. I don't know if they're going to try and do it again. You know, they are just down to the pistols. So, you know, if you're going to see something a little bit different, this is a perfectly good round to do it in. But at the moment, Heroic taking that out of control.
You can see Mollying Mini very mindful of players, playing it very close.
And Happy, look at this angle as well.
This is filth.
Yeah, this is very hard to handle if you're on the other side of things. Snappy completely unawares, but Happy actually missed him on this. So Happy can be called out. He is unfortunate. Timing just not on his side. The moment he looks away, Snappy moves up. Now Snappy has heaven control. That's going to reshuffle the EnVyUs boys. They've got to be aware of it now. You can see them not sure of what ground's safe and what's not, but RPK is going to find one, and that is awkward as hell.
Oh, Snappy has to back away. Fire in the hole, literally, but not the way he would have liked it. Modi, though, finds Scream. Now we've got 2. XMS actually has an AK to work with, and again, makes his way in towards Annex. Gets himself on the board in this round. And now Snappy knows he's going to get pressure a little bit here. Modi's off towards the side. That's a filthy angle as well. Nicely done from XMS. Through the grading.
Is such a little god at this map. He's such a quiet player normally in comparison to the others. But he's really coming alive here. Now, Modi again left in one of these situations. One player low playing back in this kind of 2v1 situation. And again, he's taken quite an open position now. First drops, gonna get the frag. He might spoil the other, shuts the door, really smartly done, but Sprays in. Smoke is there. He's a bit worried. He doesn't know that XMS has got off it. XMS has been playing well, but only so many opportunities can go your way. And Modi, again, will lock this one out. Good stuff from him.
Yeah, I mean, his second consecutive clutch situation here, I believe, and I think his second consecutive 3-kill round. So very nice from Modi here, but we're not really seeing Heroic actually ease into the style that they kind of like to play.
No.
Very different to what we saw against Virtus Pro. And it's interesting because, again, you know, I have to call it Virtus Pro maybe just wasn't nearly as much of an opposition as EnVyUs has been thus far, but they're down to pistols.
Yeah, and they were last round, bearing in mind, you know, EnVyUs' money has been shaky at best, but 3 players towards ramp looks like it might be that aggressive play eventually. But let's see what RPK and XMS do, actually. That's the interesting one here. So they went towards ramp, they've gone lower, they're going up towards secret together. Now, NiKo and Valley could be the targets. Oh, early Molly going to keep that one in check.
I did that last round as well.
Yeah,
Molly towards Mini.
Is
this is standard protocol, I guess, for Heroic if they're feeling like they're up against an anti-eco.
And I like it. I like teams who take this, you know, quite seriously, even though it's been very, very close. Why not remind yourself of it? And it is that pinch towards the outer side. Six has called them off, but they're aware that there's another player down there. And they're keeping this one in check for once. They're not letting it spiral too far just yet, but they're still happy. They're still Sixer. Make it just happy. Now, does have the Deagle. He's got a keen little angle. Modi's got to be careful. Heads could be taken off, but it won't be. He's going to claim Happies instead. So Heroic this time far more stable, a little bit more in control. You could see, as you highlighted, those protocols being just kind of run through as they work their way down.
And now we'll be heading into another buy for EnVyUs finally. They've had to wait it out pretty patiently. This gives Sixer at least that AWP back in hand, who's had a really quiet game, actually, so far. We've seen some AWPers have a lot of success on this particular map. They can, you know, play from the rafters or up in heaven, but no one from Heroic's been pushing in across.
Pace. Look at this pace, Mitch. This is a quick hit. Look at it, Snappy straight through, but this could be a problem. Scream's already in position. Finding 2 big kills, denies the hit, and RPK is still there. The player towards the upper bomb site who normally hints everything, but apparently as easy as more. Oh, Yugi! That was so close! And XMS still finds him. That's such a shame. That was, oh, that looked on him almost, but still, the quickening of the pace just falls by the wayside, but that could have been something.
Almost blind gender reassignment there. That was nasty stuff. The AWP just not finding the family jewels, so to speak, and Heroic give that one away. So that's another mix-up. Again, throwing something of a little bit of a different flavour and pace into the mix. Now, it doesn't work out for Heroic too well, but they're also getting a feel for EnVyUs in this map, who seem to be entirely competent at that. Scream was in position early, though. He definitely had his spot set up and ready to go, so Heroic weren't able to take anyone by surprise. I think now we see the smoked outer again here from Heroic. Yeah. So 4 of them laid out. So North Sixer or Happy can do a lot about this. Except just spam at irregular intervals through the smoke and hope to catch someone here. But Heroic, no movement in the squeaky this time. Now you can see they're ready for that ramp room aggression, so Yugi's not going to let XMS get in. 3
players eyeing it up now. This has been such a consistent issue for them. Now XMS has only done it a couple of times, but that's more than enough to keep your eyes now on it. Hit's still going to come through. RPK sitting anti-flash. 3 players now right in front of him. First gets sprayed down, the second might be vulnerable, but he doesn't manage to find him in time. Sixer still up in heaven, unpressured at this point. Comes alive. NiKo goes down, and it's a 4v3. EnVy keep control, and they retake the side. Well, Bomb's not even down, and they're still going for the fights on this one. Maybe a little ahead of it. And Snappy's going to find 2 and keep this one alive, but the bomb
that nade wrecked him.
Isn't going to go down, and indeed. The nade just completely come out of that round.
Nicely done by EnVyUs there. A little bit dicey from Sixer up on high. But this is what Heroic can do. You don't know where they're going to go. They're going to hit you with a fast upper rush. I do like the positioning from RPK there. Didn't quite work out for him, but it's an early warning system. He got a kill, got also a fair bit of damage done, and allowed the rest of EnVyUs to play back into that site. You notice there was a Molotov on top of Hut there, so it was quite the set play from Heroic, even though they did wait and spend their utility just to simulate the outside hit.
Now, if you're looking at what this should be, which is 2 very good teams on this map overall, I'd say, obviously, Heroic has some favor in results. They've had some good ones on this one. This is what you... It's still a good T side. Having 5 rounds is manageable. Now, EnVy, showing that they know how to keep the CT side in check. Happy being tested there. Got to be careful. Doesn't want to show too much, because obviously you can see it from those upper rafters. He plays in Scream well now. They've got this one under wraps. Oh, beautifully done from Happy. 4 kills, and they look so clean, so clinical. Just completely denying any sort of step there. So well done to EnVy for not letting a single thing slip at that point. It was just the end of it. Very, very crisp.
Yeah, and you can see quiet round.
Lovely.
Heroic don't really, you know, if they wanted to play like a lower hit, they didn't actually have the smokes to allow them to get there. So they knew they'd have to face on some part of the map. They didn't fancy, you know, running into the meat grinder and playing you know, a pistol rush on towards upper or try to challenge ramp room or anything like that. Although they might even have had a better chance of success this time around. Happy just playing more of a passive angle. This round, though, is interesting. Happy's actually got himself in towards Secret early on, just in case. Sixer is actually not sitting passively over in heaven, but he's drifted across to warehouse early. So XMS again will be the gatekeeper.
He's so slippery as well, isn't he? Just normally backs away super early, but this time actually fought for a little bit of ground. And it didn't go too well for him, but it did play in Sixer quite nicely off the back of it. Valdi's going to be suffering.
Here it
and now
is.
Nico aware that they could be doing a push, but didn't expect the second. Again, gets found. Yugi and Snappy to try and pull this one back through, but a 2v3 going to be tricky when Happy's already down here in control room. Going to be able to keep tabs on if they actually commit to this, if they back away, kind of keep the others aware, try and keep some sort of idea as to where this T side is trying to head toward.
That was a smoke for control room there, so Happy will have to spring through the window if he actually wants to get involved, or just have to wait. Although that gives a lot of information. Now EnVyUs know what's going on here, despite not being able to see anything. Frustrating for Happy. Interesting if Heroic check this now the smoke's gone. I think they get himself up into decon, actually. Yeah, Yugi will be sitting there. So, well played out by Heroic to get this bomb plant and actually be able to take defensive position. To see decon's been smoked out. Quick peek. Nice by Snappy, actually manages to win out against Sixer. Gives up his life for it, but with Yuki now, he's going to be forced to spring onto the bomb site. This is messy. Not the greatest contribution I've seen. And he still finds the kill, but he still had 2 players to mess with.
Yeah, I don't think I think he was a little bit worried that they're already on the bomb.
Could have come a little later almost in the round.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of that nervous push, the quick flash, and just get in there and hope that he catches him off guard. But it doesn't work out. Now again.
Look at the vintage pin on Scream here. DreamHack 2013. I was still back in Australia there. That's a long time ago now.
Were you?
Yeah, I got here 2015. It's been 4 years, Lauren. 4 years.
Jesus.
Yeah. Indeed. Nice throwback there from the man. Yeah, I know, I feel it too. Regardless, again, smokes to outer, much the order of the day for Heroic. Again, Happy's got himself in towards that secret connector area early in the round, and Heroic don't really want to test it anyway, so Happy's not going to be getting involved much in the early round. The hit's going to come pretty fast, I think, Lauren. Yep, they're springing straight towards the upper side now. The challenge on towards RPK, both of them lost out. Valda and Modi unable to find entry frags, and their round is completely derailed.
Really nice crossfire on the upper side between Scream and RPK. Just holding it down, not even a step here. And look at this, Scream, just large and in charge, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Modi had a clean one-on-one in that case up against RPK. Scream wasn't looking at him at the time, but I mean, this is why we talk about that upper side being really hard to hit without a lot of utility. We say it's very expensive for terrorists to actually do it safely, like, you know, can you really access rafters with Molotovs? I think only really the top of Heart. It's very difficult.
Certainly is. Now, the thing is, Heroic have been pretty successful in taking over ramp. Being able to kind of funnel off the back of that, maybe not so much.
There's been rounds they don't go there, actually, that they lose out even harder, because XMS eventually just gets tired of waiting and pushes into it.
Yeah, this time tried to molly out Sixer so he doesn't get the damage that he had before, but XMS will still find one on the way, but they're much quicker on this hit. Maybe trying to hinder those rotates that have been really, really catching him off, but this time no smoke towards control room, which plays in Happy so much better. Now they're going to try and get control down towards Decon, and they've lost out on that. Now it's just Nico, 1v3, UMP to hand, shots on the way out, caught in the heels, and, well, duly noted position. Good luck, have fun, not going to get it. Scream is right there. And that is a good CT half from EnVyUs.
If I was Nico right there, I'd just pull the cloth out of the Molotov and take a drink. Not much to be done there. And Heroic, it's a quiet half. A team that we know to be a little bit more creative on their T-sided rounds. They run up against the wall that is EnVyUs. It's 10-5. We'll return. We're going to be back with the second half of this match. Heroic are going to move to the CT side. It's time for Envy to show us some of what they've got. Don't miss it. We'll see you soon. We're back to the Cedar Creek nuclear plant here for our second half of Heroic versus EnVyUs. Two teams actually sort of in middling positions on the ladder, and EnVyUs actually in dangerous territory. However, this performance has uplifted them and may well impact their position on the ladder as well. Positively, of course, Lauren. 5 rounds ahead of the half.
It really, really could. This is what's quite interesting to me, though, is seeing how two, in theory, even teams play this one out with, you know, the side bias of this map. If Heroic get going, if they get the money beside their side, or if EnVy just kick right back into gear. They're already on 10 rounds, of course. So this could be a very tough game for Heroic if they don't get this pistol pretty much under their belt. Now, Moddy's going walkouts early. That's a bit sloppy. You just encouraged EnVy to go into the flood. Valdi's trying to stay... Oh, God, the knives are out, boys. Valdi, run! He can't make it away in time. Sixer a little bit too quick to catch up with him, and now 5v3. Heroic might have just thrown this one away already.
Huge opening from EnVyUs, no doubt about it. Snappy finds a loose player over towards Annex here, and EnVyUs have done the full round-the-world trip. They made the way into heaven, all of them now. Able to drop down onto water site at their leisure. In fact, the bomb is just lobbed down. XMS knows he can't go and pick it up yet, though. Nico was waiting for him. He saw the peak. And Yugi lurking. Now, the problem is here, we can't just wait for a player to challenge him out. RPK, he's on a ladder right now as well. You don't really want to be shooting while you're doing that. It's very inconsistent. Yeah, so you're just trying to play with him. But not much to be done here. He realizes that if he comes off, no chance. So backing away, has armor, so he might want to just try and preserve that going to the next round. His time for this one is, that'll be done.
Good luck, Yugi.
Jeez, he wants
beautiful.
To go for it.
There it is. Scream first. Ooh, RPK. Now he's going to know where Sixer is as well, because he had a little scuffle with him earlier.
Oh,
still goes for it. Yeah, just got a little caught in. Bit of a shame, but yeah, I didn't... Lovely ragdoll effect. Didn't like the aggression towards ramp then.
From EnVy?
No, I think it was Moddy walking in. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Obviously, it didn't work out well for him, but it was just kind of, it felt like it didn't have a point to it. He just kind of walked into 3 players, no flash to set him up, nothing to kind of lead the way. It was just purely like, oh, we're just going to walk into it. Maybe hope to do what XMS did, but yeah, it didn't work out too well.
I think XMS performed that particular play under very different circumstances as well. I think the timing was different. He also had an upgraded pistol in some cases when he went for it, even more than that with a UMP. Regardless. A poor attempt at emulating CT-sided aggression. Moddy again loses out, forced to back away. This time, though, with his life. Does he have time to smoke up any of these orifices? No, he doesn't even have a smoke. No point. EnVyUs very quickly on towards lower side here. Doing what Heroic do, only better. Naturally in a round where they have the better arsenal to work with. But Nico looking for an opportunity to get involved with the 5-7, and he does. He trades out happy, gets a UMP. 2 very low health players here. But he's gotten himself a smoky UMP. RPK's hoping to take that away from him here, but Nico around the corner, too fast.
Yeah, slowly just gathering items through the map, picking up a nice little flash then.
It's like a loot run. It's like a dungeon.
Don't talk about loot, Mitch. You know, I'll get excited and think about Battlegrounds.
You're very chirpy when you play that game. It's great.
Honestly, it brings me so much joy. It's just because I know that I make other people miserable. That's literally why I enjoy that game so much, is just knowing that someone on the other side is fuming.
That's consistent.
Yeah.
Consistent, if nothing else. Well, Scream's had a great game, though. 21 and 8. I mean, we kind of passed us by a little bit. Usually we sort of identify as high flyers amongst the rounds that they're winning out, but he's just had consistent involvements. Often playing from the rafter on that CT side. Yep,
he played very nicely with RPK, kind of complementing each other very well. And the crossfires that were set up that we saw not too long ago. He put an AK in his hands. We know what he can do.
RPK did the classic COD 4 move of reconnecting at halftime, so we can't see the score. Respect that. Cheeky reconnect, one of my favorites. I did it many times. I had a bound.
I unbound tab, so I didn't see my own stats.
That's not
I used to get very annoyed about it. It did not help you in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, into the game we go. This round, it's a very light investment from Heroic. Upgraded pistols, and they still have that UMP, of course, on Nico after he went on the Loot Goblin mission. And right now, that's a bit awkward, because someone's just gone up towards rafters, and EnVy have the whole map, basically, at this point. No one's really slowing them down. Snappy's going to find one, but is swiftly removed. And Moddy, just going to run in with the USPS.
It's almost like EnVy played really nicely off ramp room aggression here, because the player who's holding it from Heroic backs down, goes, all right, guys, they're coming lower, they're going to hit us here. And EnVy did the same thing in the pistol round. Instead of going straight into ramp room, which would be too predictable, they go up towards heaven. and they have players that come in through via Annex or Hut, and then they have all this upper side control where Heroic have already dropped down vets going, well, we're going to get ready to hold lower.
Well, let's remember as well, Heroic did that to them on the first pistol round. So it's just like, well, guys, hey, we're doing it right back at you. So have fun. We had to deal with that. Now it's your turn. And obviously, you're looking at the scoreline. EnVyUs winning it out.
VP do it in a different way by going around outside and on rafters with usually Bialy and Snacks that play together there. So 2 different ways of trying to achieve the same thing. We can discuss their merits at a later date, but now EnVyUs, no smokes yet to out of them. Everyone's got a smoke, so no one's smoked anything. Now they're making the call, so about 40 seconds into the round. Okay, now this is a little bit different to what we see from Heroic. This is actually diagonal across, so even players, you know, playing in from, Valda's position can't really see too much of what's going on. This allows RPK to maybe go in towards Annex if he wanted to and challenge out Snappy.
The big thing is that Snappy will get information that they're not here yet, so they haven't fully committed towards lower, down secret. So it's going to allow easier rotations. They've kept some map control. Sixer could be a problem because of that smoke. It's kind of let them up here, but Yugi playing off the back of it still finds 2. Nico helped him out. Oh! Love it. Love a bit of that with USPS. Just dances around XMS. Now, RPK all alone, going to be spotted out pretty easy, but he does at least take one down with him. But that time, it was just the information that Snappy was able to gather. Those smokes down on the outside just were pretty much foregone because he was able to see that no one actually went there. So no one had to over-rotate. They kept it in check. Because up to that point, we've seen that EnVyUs have been running rings around them.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the smokes are for. I mean, why we see that kind of variation. I mean, this was an interesting smoke in itself, but you can see the players come up. I mean, ooh, geez, barely. Yugi must have had some sort of prescience about that to find it, but yeah, I mean, and those smokes allow EnVyUs to sort of pinch between Heaven and Annex and actually play on that upper side if they want to. Or they can go lower. They can just mix it up here. Someone got a tattoo of Doja on their foot, by the way.
Yeah, just a quick note. If any of you go on Twitter, check out Thorin's Twitter. Please tell me that that is not real. If someone can prove that that is photoshopped, I would probably regain some faith in humanity.
Yeah, reinstated.
We're going to focus on this round because I don't want to just start hating everyone.
Breaking news, of course, guys.
Of course. Well, look, if Dozia's picture has been tattooed on someone, it gets brought up. Anyway, Snappy again is still down here, so he's where this, in theory, should stop, but there's only 3 players from Heroic. So this could be a problem. RPK's just taking fights where he can find him, and he's going to win that out. Happy as well, going to crunch down towards lower. This is just brutality. Modi, sucks to be you right now. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You got Happy selling a bit of a kipper down here.
Trigger discipline. Modi boy.
Bugger. Oh, that's not gone as smoothly as he's want either. Now he's going to have to go right up into the bomb site. Position duly noted. And 3 players are watching him.
And there's only 1 vent to climb up these days. One of the many changes we saw to Nuke. So it just makes it that much more predictable for Modi if he wants to challenge. Now, Scream has dropped into the vents. Modi surely at this stage wants to hold on to his weapon. It's bizarre, isn't it? How strong we saw Heroic play against VP and now how EnVyUs are actually beating them at their own game pretty convincingly. 1 tap from Modi. Not too bad, ironically enough, to the progenitor of the 1 tap. Life, that was screen to fall. And Heroic walks away with just Modi, 2 kills to his name. Kept a lot of that utility on him because Valda, oh dear, yeah, he's got to bite down nothing here. It's 1,400. So he goes for some utility, goes for USP and says, do your worst.
Yeah, so far this has been very much the EnVy show, hasn't it? It's been from start to finish all theirs. XMS currently enjoying the Tech 9. No worries on that, especially when you're 14-6 up. You're sitting rather pretty. So, flash out for Yugi, going to play in the 2 players, or at least 1 here. Valde tries to make it to T-Red, but gets found in the process. Happy makes light work of him. The flash merely just not doing its job. And Yugi's scout just doesn't seem all that intimidating now.
Yeah, it'll be pretty quiet for him. The smoke's starting to dissipate towards the outer part of the map, so opportunities here. Or the re-smokes come back in. So now EnVyUs make a later round play. Again, the timing's about 40 seconds into the round that they go towards outer. If they overwhelm Yuki here, he's got a snowball's chance in hell of getting himself out of this situation. But instead, EnVyUs all go towards lower. They lost a player in the process. Nico picked off Happy. And Snappy's now hoping to inflict some damage of his own. Flash in. He turns it nicely. He gets himself 2. Can there be more? No, but the damage already done, surely enough. 3v2. And there is Modi in position. Plants his legs. Takes the shot. That was an errant flash there from Sixer. It works. It allows him to get up close. He sees Muddy drop one out, and this is quite clever.
Where's Yugi right now? Is he on ramp? Sixer. He's got one bullet. Doesn't land it. Goes back in. P250 could do the work. Yugi's a little better off. He's all right. Yugi always had ramp, so even if that side's spiral, he should be fine. So, okay, Heroic gets some breathing room, but there is a timeout now.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably on behalf of EnVyUs here, whose money is questionable. Yeah. Not completely depleted, but I mean, Sixer has 5K, and then the rest of his team have, you know, between 3.6 and 2.7. So it's a little bit difficult to sort of know what the play is going to be in a round like this, and the tactical pause is going to be taken regardless. A fast play ramp room, transition heaven, as per usual. That'll be interesting. Especially with Tech 9s in the lot.
We'll see how this goes. It does feel like so far EnVyUs have been pretty much setting every piece of the pace that's been coming out during this game. They've been kind of all-encompassing. It does feel as though that Heroic have read and has a way to kind of hinder that outer approach. And it's mostly not necessarily just Snappy, but it's good positioning from him down towards lower. But we're back underway, so maybe not for this round, as this is, you know, 1 smoke, 2 flashes, maybe a quick hit from Envy, but I wouldn't put it past him to make it count. Maybe a bit of a quick play through towards vent diving, or we'll see how it goes for them. Snappy going to be forced to go on the reload and plays in off of NiKo now. Nade going to come out, but a little bit too late. But at the moment, only RPK's been able to find a frag here, and that's on towards Yugi. Bomb's left in a bit of a precarious position. RPK again. Snappy goes down. He's making it costly.
It's probably about all he's going to be able to get done. This spot is being watched from rafters here. Yeah, NiKo just had that bomb lined up the whole round. He knew it to be there. So it was a fast play of some sort. Doesn't really work out for EnVyUs. They can probably accept that now in this round. Again, there's no plan in that round, so you still see the slight investment they made in the previous round actually still holds them back a little bit in this one. It might have to be a double save of some description.
Can't blame them. You're 8 to 14. There's no need to rush things. There's no need to hurry. As Phil Collins once said, you can't hurry, love. So, on to the Deagles we go. A little bit of armor on RPK, XMS, and Happy. So at least they've got a little bit of sustain here. If they get some guns away, could be quite nice. Oddie! Be a little careful.
Yeah, he really is trying to emulate XMS, you know.
Yeah, he is. He's trying to get a little aggressive here, and they're doing it again. Look at Valdi straight away, and Happy is just up to the right. This could be problematic. Valdi is completely unaware as to where Happy is, and he's completely at his mercy. And now XMS finds NiKo. There's trouble afoot here. We're in a 2v3. Sure, it should be kept under wraps, but there is still danger, and there's still money to be made here for EnVyUs.
Yugi. Timing pretty good for him there. A split second, and XMS would have seen him and at least had a chance to inflict some damage. Happy now as well, surveying the battlefield. We haven't seen an aggressive outer play like that all match, actually. It was quite a nice little variation from Valda to get himself 2 kills. But again, it's done in an anti-eco round, so a little bit hard to assess on its merits. And Happy's got a decent amount of time to work with, 45 seconds in the round, and he has the bomb to hand. So Yugi will be playing rafters. Snappy will be outside watching the inside of Annex. So that puts a lot of pressure on Happy now. Also gives the information to Yugi. He'll be watching the spot. Happy would like to get into HUD, I think, even at this stage, and try and mix it up, but he doesn't know where Snappy is. You can see he's dropped down into secret. Might even go vent here as well to pinch. Receive Happy if he tries to drop down. So this is Heroic really covering all the bases.
And Happy leaving it as late as possible, it feels.
He's not seen Yugi, I feel.
No, so that could be an angle he's going to be surprised from, or maybe not consider. Fakes out the bomb, draws out Yugi, but now time, 7 seconds, and it's the closer. Whether it be Modi, whether it not be, it doesn't seem to matter. Another pause comes in. Technical this time, apparently.
Well, looking in game, no one's having lag issues that I can see, so I'm not really sure what that kind of pause will be.
Did FaZe just beat NiP 16-1 on Inferno?
Yeah, it's funny. The first map was actually a fair bit closer. It was 16-13.
Oh, 16-1.
Okay.
NiKo dropping 26 kills.
Well, it's probably not a surprising result overall, but the scoreline's a little bit concerning for NiP.
Well, this would be fun.
FaZe have had a couple good days. No doubt about it.
FaZe are feeling it. Let's remember as well, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to have the NiP game in just a moment's time coming up after this against North.
Yeah, and like I said, I think if North win both of those games, they automatically qualify. no matter what. So seeding is obviously what's more concerning. And the reason why we're so cagey about our predictions still is because we've still got one more week of Pro League to be played. And I think amongst that, there are some extra matches that will need to be made up. So we might even see extra matches played off stream. For teams like EnVyUs, for example, I think, who haven't got the whole cadre of matches played yet. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Right now, we've got a few more rounds in this one still. That technical pause was called, and Sixum actually goes early squeaky with the AWP, but it's forced back by the molly.
Yeah, he took a little bit of damage, just hoping that someone would walk across in time. XMS is going to take some damage too. Modi.
Easy, Modi.
He's a scary player to play, to watch, you know what I mean? There's something about it. He always seems to be on a knife's edge on this, but this time around a bit of a difference as well. Valdi has made it towards T-Red, so last time he got caught by Happy, this gives him a bit of control. That means that it can kind of alleviate everyone else.
I really enjoy watching more aggressive outside players on the CT side. Not everyone does this. I think Snacks does it, or one of the VP guys. Shox does it. Shox plays really nice. T-Red play on this map really gets in people's faces instead of the center just sitting, secret stairs and peek up when they're coming. Yeah, exactly. It's a nice variation. Now Modi gets a little bit of early damage done, actually a reasonable amount. He backs away. EnVyUs have to decide. They're definitely not going heaven because they smoked out the other side. Very direct hit for them here. Happy finds Valdo early on, so Modi really needs to make a big involvement in this round, but he's smoked out of observatory or control room and then mollied out from the door. So limited options for him.
Well, Envy have complete side control. They put so much in and then leave Decon unwatched while being planted. That's a little surprising. Snappy was able to find Scream, but RPK answers back, so it's back down to a decent situation here. But Envy are so low, so the nades come in. Any sort of damage comes through, and it's on to Sixer now. He does have the AWP, so there's a possibility that he can make something work here, but NiKo kept unawares of it. That's 3 alive. That's a defuse coming in. EnVyUs, they did well to get the bomb down, to get that full side control, but they put so much towards it, took so much damage en route, it was always going to be tough for them to hold on to.
Yeah, messy stuff, and I mean, you can see that they give away their intent quite quickly to Heroic. Heroic, to a point, can't just assume that if EnVyUs have ramp room control, they're going to go lower because of how much they've been working over towards heaven. They've been pushing outside in ladder, but then the smoke thrown by EnVyUs over towards it connected to that ladder room to heaven goes, okay, well they're going to push through this, obviously. So we know it is set up on the site, and that was good from Muddy there as well to play that patiently. It was also a nice little Kobe nade chucked in on the bomb site to secure a kill.
Now, Envy do have armor to support these upgraded pistols, so gotta be careful. This map does occasionally lend to people being able to do some crazy things, so Ramp might just get a little bit of tension here. And Modi, let's see if he's gonna back away as readily this time. Oh, he's holding a bit of an out there angle. This could be dangerous. 4 players facing it. It's overdone. Scream gonna just push on through. The Deagle will eventually land, and now there are threats everywhere. Valdi getting tagged up to about 50 as well. This is problematic. You've got a rifle in XMS's hands and the bomb to be planted soon.
That kept Valdi in position for quite a while, actually. He's still playing outside the plant itself. Can't really help too much at the moment. Door shut in the face of Snappy. He's got to press forward, though. Does get aggressive and finds Scream, but he's down to 2 players on the side of Heroic. What a great opening round for an EnVyUs, and really punctuated by the very unfortunate spray we saw from him. He was forced into a spray. He was caught a little bit too close and just had to try and drag down into the left and hope for the best. Didn't work out. No. Valdo. And what I love about this is from Happy pumping a couple Tech-9 shots into him on the outer side, just sort of keeps him, on his toes inside that warehouse going, can I rotate? Can I help my team? I can't go secret now because I'm half health and he's watching me. He had to go the long way and he couldn't even get there in the end.
Yeah, and XMS getting that rifle, you just seen what he's done. He kept that round from falling back into Heroic's hands. He was so impactful during this. So yeah, okay, Scream's been a highlight. But XMS, a man who you don't often say in a lineup like this, he's been having the game that I want to keep my eyes on. If you see more of that coming through from him, if you see consistency, being able to find ways to be incredibly relevant to the way the rounds pan out, this is a player to keep your eyes towards. So nicely played out so far towards him, especially on this map. Don't often get to see it. Player. Yeah, he really has been. He suits what he's doing at the moment. Now, Scream with the AWP. It's not something you often see, but he had the spawn. He gave it a go. Switching it over. Sixer, take that one back. I like my one taps better.
And there's a whole range of options for them here. They can pull out, they can go long. Valdo would be there though to catch them on the outside. They go ramp room, they go hut. Even squeakier, though, it's quite risky at this stage. There's a huge amount of options available to them here. It's a matter of trying to get a little bit of information. But whichever path you take against Heroic with the way they're set up here, you're going to face fairly stiff resistance. So Yugi and Modi are both watching ramp room in this round. So Modi doesn't have to do it on his own. It means he might stand his ground. You see he's playing from a different spot here, so Yugi's going to be there for the off-angle peak as well. He's not playing on upper at the moment. This could be really dangerous for EnVyUs if they're going for this. Oh, XMS takes a lot of damage early. Yugi goes for the peak there. It's traded though. Yugi goes down. He hangs around too long for RPK, and now Modi now has to stand his ground. Only one kill though. 1-for-1 trades across the board for EnVyUs. They get some map control. That's worthwhile in their eyes.
But they've hit the brakes. Envy haven't pushed any further.
Is it a change of tact or direction, perhaps? Because you can do a lot with this. You could go straight to the lower side. You could go up around.
Yeah, it becomes incredibly hard for Heroic to try and play this safely in any way, shape, or form.
They're trying to screw with Heroic.
Yeah, you switch up the pace, you keep them guessing, you get them into awkward positions. A couple of smokes still left over. That's a bit of a mistake, though. That gives so much opportunity for Nico. Bomb goes down. Now Envy has to play back into this. Happy, gonna give away a little bit here. Runs in towards the vents, and Snappy's waiting 10 seconds. You got no time here, Sixer. Keep hold of the AWP and look at the next round.
Oh, that smoke was sloppy. Really sloppy.
Yeah.
In towards Annex. You could have achieved a lot more of that if you were in. Because there's no one else watching up a side. I'm pretty sure the last player, yeah, Nico was out playing ramp room at the time. So if you smoke Annex properly, you walk in and plant the bomb. No dramas. Then you maybe check, you know, heaven. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward one there, but the money's still pretty low for Heroic. So it's going to be a tough buy, but they can scrape it together. You can see they've been able to get full rifles and everyone's got the utility, but they're down to those last couple of dollars. But obviously a little bit worse for EnVyUs. Sixer still has the AWP, so there's still a possibility, but you're going to have to depend on the others to come through as well. They're not getting those opening picks that are like you saw Scream going for it last time, just because he probably had the better spawn. But at the moment, no aggression towards the outer side this time as well from Heroic. Valde playing a little bit different this time. Snappy as well, keeping eyes on.
This is a very well-behaved save, actually, from EnVyUs. Around where, after buying, XMS and Sixer still have about 4.5k. So they're, again, another round where they're taking a back seat and just playing for the long game. Oh, God, that's frightening. Nico crouched down around the outside with Sixer trying to get a couple shots, and that could have gone either way. This is a new face for Modi playing ramp room. He actually gets a clean kill there. So he has mixed up his approach quite a lot between ramp and radio.
Oh, 6. There it is. Modi gives them the opportunity. Now it's game on. We're in a 4v4. They again have that ramp control. Scream's going to try and slow him down, but he had the bomb. No, that's terrible. Valde now in a bit of a predicament because of that. Happy coming right around. That was he just didn't expect someone to be coming from a radio at that point. That's a little bit baffling. Now RPK's gone up towards heaven, and they have spread out the player. Nico's position's noted, so he's going to back away, give it up a little bit. But it's Sixer and Happy left alive in a 2v2. Now Nico still alive doing damage. It's all on Sixer in the 1v2 now. Smoke to the right, flash to the left, tries to get a different position, but he's got Nico to handle. He doesn't expect him to still be there. And Nico just waited it out well, and the defuse will come through. Game's still on.
EnVyUs save money in that round, keep 4k on 2 of their players. They plant a bomb as well. So all is not lost. It's looking close on the scoreboard, but that was a round that EnVyUs were more than happy to sit out of and just, you know, save a little bit of money, try and make some of their own, and then come back with a full buy with everything. However, the margin of rounds that they can give away in that fashion is rapidly declining. Heroic are very, very close to taking this to overtime. It's match point. It's been match point. Heroic have to force every single round. They have done so up until this point quite well. It was a 3v2 for EnVyUs, and Nico completely dismantled it. I kind of like that he faked Squeaky there. He opened it up. Could quite easily have gone away. Comes back for the peek towards Rafters. He read that small passage of play very astutely. And now the French and Belgian mix. Need to come up with a way to put this one to bed. Otherwise, the Danes are going to drag it out.
Oh, yeah. You give Heroic a chance, they'll definitely run for it. But it does feel that EnVy have been teetering on an edge here. And even in the lesser bought-up rounds, they've been definitely making it competitive. It's just been closing it down. You saw then it coming down to a 1v2, considering Sixer was really the only one to have a quote-unquote proper weapon. He was the only one with an AWP, of course. And any other sort of rifle sitting on the EnVy side that wasn't recovered. So at the moment, EnVy, decent buy coming into this, but there won't be many of those left over if they don't start putting their foot down here. Got to feel that the close is on the horizon, but Heroic have built back well. XMS.
Just in case, Modi.
No, Modi, don't do what I do. Get away.
It's kind of interesting to see 2 players that actually play that similar position try and respond to each other preemptively.
That's a nice.
That's nerdy. I like it. We actually saw that a previous round when Yugi was actually playing up in heaven, but it didn't cover the orifice properly. Scream drops in just like Batman. Nicely done. He's got the tech to match, and now they're going to press in towards his upper sight. NiP never stood a chance. We just switched to him as he died, and look at this. Control aplenty for EnVyUs now, this upper side. Valda's got to come back in. He's got NiP obviously already dead to right, so might have to do this one on his own. Yugi trying to play from upper, but the bomb's planted. The retake's going to be so difficult here. That's an interesting challenge from Sixer. I have to question that. And Yugi was ready to receive. And Valda, why are EnVyUs running out here?
What is going on? It's still a 3v3. Thankfully, XMS is on point, and it will be shut down in the end by Scream. That simple, clean hit towards the upper side. Started to get a little bit messy then, with players being called out left and right, but it was shut out in the end by EnVyUs. This was a very good showing for them. I want to highlight again, XMS to me was incredibly impressive. Scream certainly had a good game, but you expect Scream to have good games. For me, XMS stood out from the rest.
Stepping into that role, I mean, we remember the old Envy where Devil actually came into the team and had to play a similar role, play that role player and, you know, give that later round support, but XMS definitely improved in a big way and playing his own. You know, he's been given enough rope to sort of play around ramp room and lobby and get aggressive, especially on that CT side. It worked wonders for multiple rounds, even with a 5-7. But that's done. EnVyUs take it 2-0 there, a sign of big improvements and adaptations from this team. Let's head over the desk now and get their take on a series that was.
Yeah, huge wins for Envy, and not only, I mean, 2-0, pretty good score margin, 16-12 on Nuke, but also, I mean, we mentioned they're one of the teams that's fighting to avoid relegation, so that's going to go a big way. Really, really hurts Heroic's outside chance, admittedly, of getting top 6 and making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, they needed like the 4-0 there, didn't they, to actually stand a chance. But yes, going forward, that was actually pretty promising from EnVyUs, I have to say. They find himself at 8th place now as well. It was a bit of a rough ride to close it out there, but they look like the more dominant team throughout that.
They haven't played that many games, right? If they just played 2 added on there, they've still got 6 games to go. So there's still a chance there.
Sleeper team?
Yeah, I think Heroic might be kicking themselves, right? Because they look like they made a lot of adjustments in their first half for things that they knew that EnVyUs did, right? You saw Voldy where they did the wall smoke outside Molly, that spot that we know that Happy likes to sit in at secret, just behind that wall. There's a lot of adjustments they made early where they were playing top execute strats, right? They were throwing their wall smokes outside and then going to top to try and fake out Envy. And I think that came back to bite them because when they went to their bread and butter, which was taking that lower bomb site, they had a lot more success. Envy tried to rotate Happy down there to help Scream, and they were still winning those rounds. So I think they're going to be a bit upset with that loss.
You mean maybe they adjusted away from what was working?
Yeah. They tried to maybe be too smart about it. They should have been brute force.
I'm going to say, I thought 10-5 was flattering towards Heroic. The fact they even got 5 rounds. They won the pistol, lost the second round force fight as usual against EnVyUs. Seems to be the case so far. But then the 5 rounds are gone total. 2 of those were off back-to-back victories from Modi, 1 on 2 from him. Yeah, they still managed to pick up 5 rounds in total. They didn't look like they really had the usual tactical gameplay they usually bring to the table. I think they may be overthinking this situation.
That's what I was saying, right? They were going away from what has worked for them in the past.
I completely agree, Jason.
Yeah, they didn't look. I mean, some of the players we highlighted to start these 2 maps out, you know, Voldy, Yugi and everything like that. Snappy's top on the scoreboard here at Nuke. That just seems like that's not the formula that needs to happen if this team is going to be successful.
Seems like a bit of an off night for them. You know, well, this is the thing, right? It's a mixed bag with these teams in the middle or the lower end of the field because, sure, we've seen they can upset VP. They can upset the G2s of the world, that kind of stuff. But when it comes up against each other, it just seems to be, it's weird, right? You never know which one's going to come out on top.
Just to note XMS as well, player we don't really discuss into too much depth on the desk. He was actually very good, especially on the T side as well. He's almost carrying them at some points. His entry fragging and like snapshots he was getting as well was influential to them getting so many rounds in that first half. It was actually very impressive to watch him. So yeah.
Yeah, the new guns from the French scene is the one
actually cool to watch.
Scene. Pretty good stuff, and obviously, like we said, Envy is going to be extremely happy with that one. That being said, when we return, we're going to have our second match of the evening, so stay tuned.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
it's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As always, you may be aware of this, but I'm going to tell you yet again anyway. The Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League. And if you'd like to find out a little bit more about that, maybe you have a vision of getting yourself to the top echelons of online CS, and head over to esea.net/MDL for more information. Now, our next match coming up is North versus NiP. It's going to be a Scandinavian clash, and North currently sits in first place of the ESL Pro League for Europe, and MSL seems to be confident in their win potential going forward. Now, should North win both their matches tonight, they will guarantee themselves a spot in the finals. A single win could do it, though, but only if Fnatic loses their particular match. In short, North's odds are looking pretty good. But before we get into it, let's have a look back, fondly, of course, at last week's submissions for our community plays.
Yes, the community plays are back. This is our favorite time of the week, I think.
I don't think people realize how much we thoroughly enjoy this. Is Lollygag gonna get a nice little spam frag there onto the B side. Follows it up with a HE.
Oh,
lovely. Two kills, didn't see anybody.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to do things. That makes things the game a lot easier, doesn't it?
Well, that's how I prefer to get my kills, Jason.
Without seeing anything?
Yeah.
Well, here's the story from Indonesia, and he's a sensation. Yeah, that's a phenomenal spray down.
Lauren, are you here with us?
I'm just amazed.
Lauren,
you know,
that's a win.
I'm just amazed. See, this is what I live for.
Did he just shoot at his teammate? Or
yeah,
is
he
that...
did. No, it's all right. All right, Reaps, you can't control him. He's just sitting a loose cannon.
He's a wild card.
He is. He
just got a 3-piece
anyone to target. There he is. Den never stood a chance.
This is an ace, Lauren.
That's all 5.
Bang!
I loved it. I loved every second of it.
I
like his question mark in his name.
It's like he doesn't actually know his own alias. Yeah,
he's not sure.
He's a little lack of confidence in it.
You got to be confident.
He's
you know,
having
Chad?
an identity crisis.
Some of us are also doing that as well, Chad. it's tough out here.
Maximal crazy.
From Macedonia.
Is that like meant to be the maximum amount of crazy?
It's like minimal and maximal.
Yeah.
That's not a...
Oh, holy shots. Speaking of which...
Here we go. It's an American. Jason's excited.
This is my boy.
One,
He's the next. He's the up-and-coming. Look at these headshots.
I was about to say, it sounds a lot like you and Kusta.
So phenomenal, yeah. He's gonna be, he's gonna save the entire region.
Spicy,
That's
I'm not
4
gonna
headshots. Is he gonna get the 5th?
Ooh! The
Get
reactions.
Zeus.
There's a lot of
Another
these
American. Yeah. This one's not Brazilian.
Or what, Russian or Ukrainian?
This is just spelled more similar, right?
Yeah. That's not bad.
Okay. You know what?
He's a god.
Chad, I want you to be casting this.
Thank you for submitting your clips, people at home.
Thank you guys very much for submitting your clip every week, because we do thoroughly enjoy those.
Yeah.
We do quite like
it. It's the highlight of my week.
That one wasn't as long as what it normally is. Normally it's quite extended.
I think it's because we had so much fun doing the voiceover that it just went,
maybe
very quickly.
Maybe. Do I sound very quiet to everybody, or is it just me?
You just, again,
I'm trying to put this.
I think you hit a higher pitch just now than I've ever heard you hit before in my life.
In my beard, and it's not working.
Just do it. You can just scratch the microphone. It'll be good. North versus NiP is coming up right now.
That's exciting.
As we mentioned, or as Mitch mentioned, North is currently. I don't know if they're actually #1, but I know they were at some point yesterday during one of the 3 changes. And we mentioned at the beginning of the show, Mitch also mentioned it, but just to recap, if they win both their games tonight against NiP, they qualify for the playoffs. They're through 100% locked in. If they win one and Fnatic loses one, Fnatic playing Astralis, then they're in as well. So a pretty good chance right now that North can be the first team from Europe to lock in a position in the playoffs.
Lovely.
Yeah,
Must be nice.
It's been pretty good to see them kind of rise to this as well. It hadn't been the perfect season for them. We'd seen some stranger people at the top of this Pro League throughout the European side of things. But they've actually looked pretty consistent. It looks like they've kind of pulled themselves together. It doesn't seem like they've had any like off moments or any crazy results. It's just been, okay, they've actually turned up and played pretty good and consistently throughout from what we've seen.
Yeah, well, this is the thing with this lineup, right? They seem to get criticism from certain members of the community as I look towards Jason.
Whoa, jeez, a lot of buses being flung my way today.
For not performing to the level that they have in the past, especially with that Epicenter win that they had all that time ago now. But they're always on the precipice of getting up there into the finals. They always have that chance, that ability to get there, and if they can just slowly build towards that as they integrate AZ into this team, they're a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, I mean, there's always got to be one in every relationship that overbabies someone, right? It's like the whole mother-father thing. There's someone.
Where did this go?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to bring it somewhere.
What rabbit hole has he dived down?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's one of those days.
See, when Henry leaves the desk, Jason just thinks it's a time to get let off the leash. Henry keeps him.
You reckon
in check?
Henry is a daddy. He knows how to do that.
I knew it was going to happen.
You knew it was going to go to his daddy, didn't you?
Anyway, right now we're seeing the new NiP sensation Draken grabbing some frags, and there's Freiburg as well.
But we have to bring up something here, is the fact that if you didn't see it or you didn't check out HLTV, NiP just suffered a huge loss. Like a 16-1 loss to FaZe.
And I think the previous map they'd lost as well to FaZe, but that was a little bit close. That was 16-13.
It was a little bit better. It wasn't the complete beatdown, backhand sort of thing that's come through.
What?
This is rough. It's and we know that NiP are quite an emotional team. Even if it's online matches, losing 16-1 isn't fun for anyone. You said it's like, this is pretty shit. I'm not gonna lie. We've just got absolutely backhanded.
Wow, Lauren.
Chad.
The swear jar has to come back out.
Sorry, he's making daddy jokes, and that's the problem.
Look,
I did make it out.
Yeah, you did.
This is a good one, though.
You did. So, okay, right. Let's just talk about this. I know this is a little bit off topic, but what scoreline and below would we consider a fisting? I would say a 16-4.
God bless.
A 16-4.
It's like I can't let you guys talk. Lauren's swearing left and right. Chad's talking about fisting.
Perfectly acceptable in comparison to that.
That's a good point.
Sorry, what?
Thank you for outbalancing
I think it would be. I think it would
great.
be 16-6. I feel would be that particular act.
All right, great. That's ping.
Because I think above that.
Ping.
Ping.
Peng.
Ping.
Peng. Piff. Yeah.
Yeah, to get back on topic, I mean, I think the real issue, the real issue with NiP at the moment is this is now consistently losing, right? Like they didn't make it. I mean, this is where you kind of get in that mode where just like even practicing Counter-Strike, Chad, you'll know all about this.
Yeah, I do.
Just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel fun because you're not having success, you're not winning, and this is when it really starts to feel like a weight on your shoulder going into every match, every practice, everything you do in Counter-Strike. Yes?
Is that directed at me? Because
someone just pick up the slack.
No, sorry, Jason. I've got you. I just didn't know if Laura wanted to say that one. I've got this. It does become mature, right? And we know that like Gerard has been very vocal about the fact that he's going through issues and saying it's some of the toughest times that he's had in his life. And then to continue to be losing at Counter-Strike sucks. There's always that stuff hanging over the head of Freiburg and exists to some extent because they get a lot of criticism. And you know, when they get a new player, you expect the honeymoon period. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, that's a big thing, isn't it? Everyone's always said, even when Pitt joined, he was probably not a player that fit into the caliber of what you expected from Draken. When he came in, it was like, oh, this guy's an AWPer, he's dedicated to it, he seems to have a lot of talent coming up. And even with a lesser fitted player like Pith was, they still had that honeymoon period to a degree. And it was the same when they had Michael Ailey come in. It was the same when they've had Disco Doppler come in. Every single time they had that player, there was a little boost of performance. Now it feels like that's maybe run out, maybe it's not fitting in. And it's like you kind of expected it when we were, for example, we were listening to MBK discussing when they came together with the new lineup that they formed for the French team. They knew that they were going to have to start again from zero and build up this new format, new style, kind of change the whole approach to CS. Now, NiP, I don't know if that's ever been the case. If they've ever gone, we've got to completely kind of take apart what we do and then rebuild it and just kind of do, all right, long-term goals. Yeah. At the moment, it feels like the short-term fixes aren't working out right now. And normally they had for a while. They boosted somewhat of their results.
Well, I think that's kind of the thing over the course of these changes. It's all short-term fixes, right? It's not long-term. Yep. Even the addition of Threat doesn't seem to be having too much of a long-term effect at this point. But these are two teams on the other end of the spectrum. As Chad so eloquently mentioned about me being a little bit harsh on North. I mean, they're a team that's constantly trying to break into the top four, constantly trying to challenge for championship trophy. NiP at this point is just trying to get out of group stages. Going to events just to get Draken experience. This North squad, this first map is going to be Cash. Now, this is a map that North has been working on. It's one that hasn't been great in their pool, but they have been playing it more and more a little bit. And it's a map that NiP used to be very, very good on. I mean, does this actually mean anything?
Well, it's one that I know that MSL is not particularly a fan of as well, right? And if your in-game leader isn't really a fan of something, it makes it less than inspiring to play, but you need it in your map pool. You definitely need to have that in there, and they have been able to use it to their advantage because they're one of the teams that I think veto to the other team's weaknesses as opposed to just what they consider their best map. So for them on this one, I think they have really explosive players, which is definitely what you need on the CT side of this map, right? We want to see the aggressive players towards Squeaky, towards A main, aggressive B main, close up middle, boosting over and taking all these fights. That's the stuff you want. That's where you want Config to be. That's where you want Magicsploit to be. And then you let Cajun roam the backlines with the AWP, be able to mop up any mess that you can see. So we know that MSL is a very good in-game leader in the way that he paces the team, and they obviously have strategies. They know how to do mid-takes and stuff. It's just about, are people hitting their shots, and is the right call for the situation being made on this map? Because that's what I see with it. It's gambles on the CT side need to be taken to get you early round advantages, or to stop to be in the right place to stop the terrorists taking map control.
Yeah, and cajunB recently had an incredibly good game in their last Pro League series that they played not too long ago. It was against LDLC, so, you know, take from what you will, but, you know, LDLC also had a couple of good games themselves recently, so even out. But yeah, even the LDLC guy saying we didn't know how to get past cajunB. This guy was, you know, having one of those games that we know occasionally cajunB has, and it becomes a little bit scary. Config also was having a really good game. Yeah, exactly. You know, that guy that we'd all kind of looked at going, there he is, you know, mopping up everything. You know, the gifts came out from any of the Astralis guys when he used to play with them. So, I don't know. I just want to see if he can perform on this level. I think it'd be a nice fit for them on Cash. You know, they do start having those stars actually show up. I think one thing to put into perspective on like the CT and T sides of maps is sometimes you want to have consistent stars, right? Which means that people are doing their job. You set up Magic's Boy to get an entry frag and he gets the entry frag. That's fantastic. On the CT side, you want you know, your players to be a rock of a bomb site. But sometimes, like, if a team counters your position and they're there just to flush out one player, that their focus may now be on the stars who are getting hammered. So Config and Magics are constantly getting out of position. They're getting perfect pop flushes against them and Molotovs and stuff. And that's when, you know, someone like Cajun, who's a bit more in the back lines, he can come in with that AWP. They're too busy focused on the prep work they've done for the stars of North, when there's so many. And then other people can pick up frags and have really good performances. That's why, you know, you look at it and you go, oh, wow, you know, this team's very inconsistent. Cajun had a good game, Config had a good game, Magic had a good game. But it really depends on how the opponent approaches it. Or sometimes, especially if you're like an entry fragger on the T side, you're the one making space, and you might just be getting instantly fragged from, you know, they know what's coming, and it's always hard to deal with that. So it's so difficult in Counter-Strike to have one player consistently top fragging, and when you see someone like Device doing it, that's just a huge thing in itself.
Or Cold Zera.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the reason why these guys get so many props consistently over and over again. Now, we obviously have some time to fill. Just waiting for some players to join the server. I mean, NiP, let's get back on that thread. Let's hammer that a little bit. Do we want to see where they're
going? Do we want to have a look
at their upcoming schedule? Yeah. We can do that if you can bring that up quickly.
Let me get there. Just in the meantime, while I wait for the internet to load, has anyone noticed that Draken looks a little bit like the Salt Bay guy? A little bit similar?
I actually wouldn't have known who that guy, the Salt Bay guy, was if you didn't have the picture up on your screen.
NiP are playing after this match EnVyUs, who we just saw get 2 wins against Heroic, and Hellraisers. So they're not games that NiP, you know, we wouldn't write them out of those 2 matches coming up after tonight, right?
No, but I think if you look at Envy tonight and you look at Hellraisers at Star Ladder, you would certainly say those teams could very well be the favorites of that matchup.
Yeah, I think it's just like as of late, you're going to have to remove what you see on paper from results at the moment. It's like if you put NiP on paper, you're like, oh, NiP should be able to clean up those last 2 games if you go off what you'd expect. But as you said, the results aren't necessarily backing it recently.
So I have a hard time counting any team out, and I'm not just trying to sit on the fence here, because the perfect example of that is we've seen VP have some absolute shockers, but they just beat G2, a team who has just had a meteoric rise in the last 2-3 weeks. 16-10 on the B stream on Inferno.
We saw how bad the VP were on Inferno not too long ago.
Yeah,
as well.
it's crazy, right? So it's at this level of Counter-Strike, if a team's going through a slump for like a period of a month or maybe a little bit longer, or they're having a rough time, you can never really count them out, because I feel there's always going to be an upswing unless the team is just completely mentally broken and there's no chance of them having a resurgence. So there's no reason that NiP can't win these games towards the end of the season, but I would definitely favor North.
I mean, how long do you have to consider a team to be in a downswing to really be a little bit harsh on them? Because, I mean, you got to assume NiP's been there for quite a bit at this point.
This is the thing I always bring up, right? Would we still consider NiP in the top 10 teams in the world right now?
Off the top of my head,
sorry, Jason, we don't need the top of your head. We can have a look.
I don't think there's too many contenders.
Yeah, I guess not.
Where are they?
I think they're 12.
Am I blind?
They're 12 right there.
Okay, sorry.
So yeah, they're currently 12th on HLTV. I think that's a pretty fair shot. I think those teams ahead of them are, I mean, they can get back into it. I think like Hellraisers, for instance, doesn't seem like they're going to be a mainstay in the top 10 unless they, I mean, obviously have to show more. Immortals, I don't think I'd put as a top 10 team, if I'm honest. Fnatic's questionable at number 10. So, I mean, there's some teams that they can leapfrog pretty easily.
A lot of contention there, right, for those positions. So, like you said, there's no reason that they can't be up there.
I think it's more that we haven't seen anything promising.
To be completely honest, right, if I was NiP and I wanted to build for a team to win maybe at the start of next year or late this year, you would have to just basically have a fresh look at NiP. GetRight and Forest can stay in the team, you're going to have to put them in different roles, I would say. You don't want them to be star players anymore. You bring in fresh blood. Draken can already show that he can be a massive impact player. I'm sure there's more young Swedish talent. They were once the best Counter-Strike country in the whole world, right? So there's definitely the talent and the players there, and take a risk and build something new, right? And sure, that sucks. You don't want to get rid of people who have built your brand like Frybird exist over the years, but if you want NiP to be the winning team or a winning team, maybe you need a drastic change like that. But if you're happy to be in the position they are right now, stick with what you got.
And I hate to say it, but there's also, you know, it's just, does NiP happily stick as the brand of NiP, right?
Why not?
They're still the guys that everyone seems to love. You know, the Swedish fans go crazy for them. It's like, you know, what is their actual goal? Do they genuinely want to be champions again? Does everyone? It's all good and well, 1, 2, 3 players being, you know, completely down to grind everything out. You know, Drake and New Blood, cool, it might revitalize it a bit. But if people aren't willing to put in, you know, hour upon hour, and I have no idea if they do or not, but it's like individually, if they're not feeling as motivated as everyone else, you're going to see that disparity in the team. Sure, maybe GetRight's having an incredibly tough time, and maybe he's grinding out the hours, maybe he'll have a couple of those really big games coming in. But again, if it's not reciprocated throughout the team, there could always be an issue. And it's like what Shroud actually said pretty recently was, I guess you could apply it to these guys because GetRight's having it at the moment. Shroud said going into a couple of the events recently, he put in more hours than he's ever done in towards CS. He'd got better results recently as well, you know, through pracs, coming into his team, you know, pumping up, saying, you know, this is going to be a big moment for him. And then he goes to the event and completely bombs out. And he walks away going, what else am I meant to do? I literally did everything I could individually to get myself ready, and I had an awful performance. And it's just how it went for him. And you've got to feel that almost in a way, you see GetRight saying, I'm putting in time. You can see that he's been putting in hours, and he goes to an event, completely crashes out. It must be incredibly tough for these guys mentally to try and bounce back. It's like, well, what more do I do? Individually, I'm trying everything I can. As a collective, is that where it's going wrong? Is it just a bad event?
Yeah, I mean, and GetRight's also chimed in one of the players who said he'd be interested in a sports psychologist. Either way, we're going to get off this topic, fortunately, and we're going to send it over to Henry G. and Sedegist.
Yes, we are much delighted to jump into this game. Very delighted, I think, is better English, Henry. I also want to comment on the fact that if Wayne Gretzky once said, if you're not having fun, even a 10-foot pass is hard. You can grind out all you like, but if you're not enjoying your life and having fun playing CS, you're not going to be good. I think sometimes people put too much pressure on playing too often. And I know this kind of leads into another topic that Thorn touched on this week, etc. But I think that sometimes playing too much is counterproductive.
Yeah, it can be. If you find yourself in a rut, like sometimes taking a break and kind of refreshing yourself and getting away from the game, that can help. But that's not really possible in the landscape of CSGO right now. It's event, practice when you can, deathmatch in your free time. It's really difficult to find that stuff.
That's my point. Like, I think you could cut some deathmatch every now and then if you need to. If you're at a point where you could just say, you know what, I'm going to play something else, or hey, I'm going to go outside and kick a soccer ball.
We often say that the fact is that CSGO is its most competitive it's ever been, in the history of the game, right? So if you, in your mindset, you're thinking, to get better, I need to play more. It seems counterproductive to a lot of people to suggest, oh, if I play less, maybe I'll find myself in a better place. It's difficult.
It's not even so much about mechanics to me, it's about mind state. You just take that break and reset your mind as much as anything.
Yeah, it's definitely beneficial, but you can understand why players might find that a difficult thing to accept, a concept that doesn't really seem logical, I guess, in its approach. But still, North versus NiP.
Everything I ever did in my life that was logical led to failure, Henry.
Okay.
And then I just started throwing caution to the wind, and look at me now, Mom.
Talking about computer games.
Yeah, look at us go.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's going to be Cash to kick us off, and North, it's often a map we talk about them saying that they're not 100% confident in it, but they do get some surprising results here and there. NiP, it was the absolute best map for a while, but certainly not the case anymore. I couldn't really tell you what their best is. They just got banged out 16-1 in Inferno as well. So it's not looking too great for them overall. Like they said, 12th in the world, quite the fall from grace overall. You think about the pedigree of this team. Let's get into it, shall we? 3 sets of armor for NiP. They've got not a Superman, they've got a Tech Knife for GetRight who's got a smoke as well. Frybird also joining in the utility, and 3 players being boosted up towards middle. Suggests maybe a B split coming in here. I'll be waiting up for Draken and GetRight to get ready in B storage. Draken will make a little bit of presence towards the entrance here, and they will go for the mid control nice and quickly here. And actually, everyone committing towards middle, and AZ opening things up.
Ooh, good response from Exist, though. The smoke, we talked, you mentioned this last night with G2. You can bust through that at the top of highway, take away angles from the USPs, but they aren't going that direction. Instead, it's to Config, who goes early, manages to get the second shot, though, which gives him the repeat towards Draken. Gets all 4 as they push through. Incredible stuff and great accuracy.
Those rounds are so disheartening. You get the opening picks, you start making your way towards the bomb site, everyone's in checkers, and you overlook one of the most key positions on the entire map, hiding in that corner at the back of the room. Config steps out. He probably can't believe his luck at that point. He's got 4 players in front of him, not really looking at him. Nails 2 headshots, and then he gets the aggro and keeps firing and hitting absolutely everything. 2 bullets remaining in his magazine when he got that final kill as well. Looked very calm, and it's going to be 1-0 for North. We'll go into a force buy from NiP. There, no bomb planted, of course. That's a rough round, but after losing that huge defeat against FaZe, I think it was 16-1 on Inferno. It's been a rough ride the last few months for NiP. They've got Deagles, Tech-9s, PT-50s, a few flashbangs and 2 smokes. Draken has been boosted up towards middle here, and it will end up in some sort of A split. Draken's got a bit of mid control. Not a lot of it, but his teammates are towards Squeaky Door main entrance now. In terms of the CT setup, Major Boy towards MBK. AZ there. Ooh, thinking about finding the graded Squeaky Door. Can't quite do it, and Draken will fall first.
Shot through. No success on the UMP. Get Right will fall off events as a result. It's Magisk that's flashed at quad. He'll peek back out with the FAMAS and do decent damage. Doesn't quite land, though, when he goes for Forest. He's now taken down by AZ, who walks in rather clinically, and he finds 4 kills this time, so he can config, building up the bank.
That wasn't bad at all. Good work from AZ. I like that a lot. Well, Draken tried to get some presence towards middle. He got taken down. Get Right got 1 kill with the PT-50 there. They saw the A split coming in. They just couldn't get much done with the FAMAS, but AZ, my God, could he do something with that UMP? 4 kills for him. Like you said, quite clinical precision there as we get into round number 3. It's going to be NiP or Felica here. 1 PT-50, 1 flashbang, normally means grouping up, throwing the flash in, hoping for the best. Towards B they go. Here's the flashbang. Throw it in, but Config, he's so good in this B-bomb site. I don't think he'll be taken down here. Another flash available. He's going to get an easy spray down here. Get 3 in total. His teammate MSL coming for the scraps to the end. Damage has been inflicted, but Config for another 4K. Got 4 in the pistol, 4 in round number 3 as well. Good work by him. Money will be available for NiP here. They won't be able to get the AWP in the hands of Draken. He straight away invests in the AK-47. A couple of flashbangs there as well. Rough start for the Ninjas here, considering first gun round in the T side, you got to play out on a UMP. That's Get Right. Like we've discussed in depth recently, Matt, in terms of his recent form, and the guys kind of elaborated on the desk as well. He's having rough times at CSGO and outside the game as well. So we see him returning to his former glory sometime soon. But round number 4, all for occasion B. As we head towards the B side of the map, the bomb is there as well. We have got Forrest, who's in towards the Squeaky Door, and Draken watching A main as well. But look at MSL pushing through the smoke here. This is very cheeky indeed. Matt, this is a perfect example of cheeky. You were asking yesterday. He's found the bomb as well.
I do like bombs, Henry. They tend to do big things. God. So does this from MSL. 1, 2, no!
Just about. Just about.
Have faith. Just held down the trigger, didn't reposition. He's like, come on, 1 bullet's gonna do it. I swear it's gonna hit. And then he turns around to find Draken as well. 4 kills for MSL. We're getting 4s all around tonight.
Well, this is NiP looking a bit flat, I have to say. That's a huge blunder. That shouldn't be possible. If you're going to leave mid exposed, at least have someone in sunroom, just making sure that's not a possibility. The fact he can get that close to the T side, 2 on his screen, and has a chance to miss, what, 10, 15 bullets to even find a second kill as well? That's a horrible round from NiP, and this could be an absolute landslide victory for North if they keep this up. It's going to be Tech-9s and one Deagle and a couple of smokes to work with as well. Flashes towards B, and NiP yet to really arrive on cash so far. 4 kills in total after 4 rounds. Get into this one. And North, they're one of the teams you do not want them to get in their zone. Like you said, 3 players now had 4K rounds. And players like AZ, Config, even MSL stepping up there as well. You don't really want to allow them to start getting into that position where they can start landing amazing shots. But here we go. Exist finds an opening.
Considering AZ got blinded up, he did well to continue tracking exactly where the head had gone to his intended target. It wasn't a headshot. It was Freiberg nonetheless. Get Right gets him back, but inside of the site, they still have to take down Cajun, who's giving up the confidence on the AWP. Goes to the pistol, does enough damage that this team can close it out. It's 5-0 for North. Remember, if they win 1 and Fnatic lose 1, they are the first to clinch. If they win both, doesn't matter what Fnatic do.
Yeah, North currently at the top of the table. It's been an up and down season for all teams. We've had Mousesports at the top, G2 coming close as well from the very bottom. I think they're currently like 2nd or 3rd after being 0-6 at the start of the league. It's been crazy how up and down it's been across the board. But still, here we go. Round number 6. Draken does get an AWP. Glass cannon. Maybe a bit desperate at this point. Like wall bangs at the start of the round. None of that nonsense from what we saw from Body yesterday. AZ getting himself in towards the Neo position in mid. Default round here for NiP. Not going to be fully committing towards B. They've actually got someone watching middle this time. That's always going to be a benefit for them. Here we go. Get Right. He's known for this. He's done this quite a lot. Lurking towards the B story, trying to find a frag. I'd say he's up against the master of that position, though, Config. He does this on the T side, and he's patrolling this area on the CT side as well. Draken's there with the AWP. It looks like he's done some damage there. I don't think that was with the AWP. It must have been get right through the smoke at the start to take Config down to 75 HP. 1 minute remaining, and Marcel will be Molotov out of the vents, drops the smoke so he can stay up there.
Easy. Gotta find a kill on the way out. That is so good. That, yeah, I mean, it's really poor that he's able to do so, but yeah, that's incredible at the same time.
He like buys his time about 2 or 3 seconds to suggest he's not there. Peeks out the perfect time, nails the headshot, and if there wasn't player on boost as well, he survives. So that's kind of nuts. 4 on 3. And Config coming back in towards middle. In terms of the bomb, that's in B storage for now. Exist has mid control. And Draken will be backing him up from the entrance here. Config refaces, he's almost certainly going down, and a missed shot somehow from Draken. Looked like he nailed it. And Major's boy finding a kill from Highway as well. This is another nightmare round for NiP. Back towards B they go, making a lot of noise. 30 seconds remaining.
Forced into the site. MSL waiting for the angle. Small pit. Everyone goes there. I know they're trying to elongate the angle to the back of the site, but it's such a predictable crosshair placement. I almost would rather people just run up the ramp to find the shot at this point in time. That said, 6-0 North.
Let's take a pause soon, NiP. Threat is on the server. And, okay, is this the one?
Yeah, I was going to say $14,000 right now for MSL.
Let's take a pause. This has been absolutely horrific so far. Some huge blunders, and the pistol advantage, and then a round of MSL pushing the back of them as well. They're getting completely overwhelmed across the board, and kind of mismatched buys as well. Draken at the glass cannon orb, missing some key shots there as well. 6-0. It's been a very quick first half so far. Double orb setup coming in from North now. It'll be Config and Cajun. Config, not known to be an AWP player, he's actually very, very good at that weapon as well. So that's actually going to be interesting to see whether NiP can do anything about this. Config towards that B side, he'll be trolling that area, and Cajun, he can get a bit more dynamic, go towards middle, maybe Squeaky Door and A main as well. We'll see what he decides to do. In terms of the buy for NiP going forward, it's not looking great. Yes, they have maximum loss bonus, but the bomb has not been going down. I don't think it's gone down a single time yet after 6 rounds. So they get $3,400. So 3 players at that $3,400 mark, and then we've got existing get right just over 4K. So I think another partial buy has to come in here. It will indeed. Tech-9s, P250, some armor. Looking very likely to be 7-0 here, but let's see whether they can step up. CSGO certainly lends itself towards these pistols and finding rounds. Cash especially, you can do a full smoke execution towards the A side, push through, and get that snowball effect rolling. They buy a Galil for Get Right, who had a bit more money, like I said. So he takes himself down to about $1,600, so still $3,400 coming in next round. That's if they do lose a round, can still buy. So still a chance here, and there's 2 smokes. So let's see whether the execution does come in. That's what most teams will do in this sort of scenario. 5 players towards the A side of the map suggest it will do. An aggressive play once again from North. So they've got full control of A main right now. Get will be facing with the Galil, but have to run off as the incendiary lands at his feet there. Boost coming in from Major's boy. Very strong position, always good for 2 or 3. Major's boy seems to be particularly good at it.
Ooh, that's awkward because they're boosting, and because of it, Cajun couldn't actually sidestep to his right. Ooh. But it doesn't even matter. They continue to push forward. He nails a fast shot onto Get Right, speaking of.
Clean sweep.
And then it's Cajun to get Drake in as well. 3 kills for him. This is going from bad to worse. 7-0. NiP aren't even in this game.
Yeah, that was the partial buy of the Tech-9s, but this is the round that really counts now. They have 4 rifles, and Draken has the AWP and armor as well. Here's a little replay of Cajun B. That close range second shot was beautiful. 7-0. Still early days. Oh, a stab in the back. Config. Not too happy about that one, but I guess not a huge deal against the AKs. Who knows? And we'll get into this. Bit of mid presence coming in from Draken. Can't find the shot when MSL takes him down. He had an amazing bunny hop. So much speed to get there. Beat the smoke. And actually gets taken down, and Config finds a second one as well. And he said it's going bad to worse. It's certainly looking that way. It's looking out to be 8-0 here. North not giving anything away so far. 5 on 3. Forrest picks up the AWP. He was the main AWP before. Draken joined the team. Freiburg sneaks through middle, but at this point, the CTs don't have to challenge towards mid. 1 player in the vents, MSL. He does go down, so Freiburg finds a bit of an opening here. Might find a second as well. 3 on 3. Pulls it back.
Freiburg's a good position to work with on this. However, he doesn't have anyone inside of B main. So pushing out vents becomes a bit more, I guess, threatening. Tedious task. More of a risk. Oh, what a shot, Magist, to get Freiburg back as well on arrival. Forrest trades it, but it still limits the T's slightly. I know what you think that trades favor them. The problem is, and this is the right call, they have to go to highway because they can't get through the vents. It's a tight choke point without information. And an AWP as well at range, going against a double op setup, smoke top highway to push through. It may be to their detriment because it's toward truck. This flash should allow them by. But Cajun reads it, sits back, now knows they're there. And you should suspect him and expect him, I should say, to have the advantage. Good first kill on Forest. Backs off ever so slightly. They'll play this together and allow Exist to plant.
Good news for Exist. Some good news, I should say. He's actually up against 2 orbs here. If he gets the bomb down clean, he's got a smoke to over as well. Can segregate them slightly. Probably has to go a little bit aggressive here and maybe try and get the first kill, take it down to a 1v1. He can't really allow them to get to the bomb and have those 2 turrets set up. Gives his position away, and they know he's on the bomb side at this point. The smoke, like I said, will work out in his favor. And now the clutch already begins. Config and KGB make their ascendance to the site, and Config's upgraded to an AK.
Well, this has gotten in a good position. Finds one immediately. The upgrade indeed exists. Oh, he's got to hit the shots. Just barely does. And finally, NiP will pick up a round, but they do so with only 1 surviving. And did Exist... Yeah, he did get the op. Okay, I was going to say, did he get to the op in time? I was right next to him. Didn't see him grab it, but he did.
Well, it's not the cleanest way to find your first round, but they all count.
Go for the wall bang, Exist. I dare. Yep. There it is. Rush is already saying...
That's when you're like 10-2 up. That's when you're high rolling, you got plenty to work with, you give that a go.
It would have almost worked there because it's 149 is when he shot on both times, by the way.
Yeah.
Body knew the timing perfectly. So 1 to 49, I looked through the X-ray was crossing around. That's when you do it, Hank. You shoot at 149.
Yeah.
Every round, 149, Hank, in case you were wondering.
Cool.
Okay. Not 148.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
Well, you could go next level. Cajun's going to get Draken down immediately, though, so the ops on the deck, they'll have to re-grab. They've got a decent buy around it, I will say. The UMPs, we know they're decent if they can get up close. I don't love tapping with them, but it can be done.
This is so good from North. They've got the opening pick, Configs in B storage in Sunroom, like locking that side of the map down. What can NiP do here to even find a kill? Config looking towards T-spawn. He suspects something might be going on towards there, but get right in the use this room, we call that. Well, Config's looking right now. And they haven't really got much match control whatsoever. So Freiburg boosted up. He got some decent entries before. Can he replicate that form once again? And it's kind of obvious that they don't need anyone on B. So you can see that player, MSL, rotating off the site. Config's happy. He's got it locked down. It's too easy.
Yeah, that is too easy to get out that far. Changes his angle, tries to catch them off again. Not quite. Then Get Right will finally get himself in position. So the ops does pay dividends slightly to NiP. Problem is they're still down 1, and guess who's back in the corner? Actually, I take it back. It's not Config. It's MSL. Config is dead, Henry. I knew that. So too is Freiburg. KGB gets him as they try and push through.
So going back to A.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Magistic's in a
so
great
perfect.
position. Yeah.
It does round over.
Unless Get Right gets to top high. Oh, it's smoked off. He can't even. Magistic's already ready for it because he has the call. So it's not like Get Right can even surprise him. They both go in. Get Right calls it. Spray transfer doesn't land. 4 seconds. Got there in time. The plant's actually going to go down, so at least some salvation. But he's got to clutch another round, and this time, no chance.
Yeah, they get the bomb down, sure, but it's still a full reset. They won the previous round of 1 player surviving. The bomb goes down, so it's $1,400 plus 800. And the fact of the matter is, they should be equal here. They might consider forcing into it. They have a couple of players they could buy. Like that, and when I say buy, it's an AK and armor. That's about it. And North looking to run away with this first half. And once again, North can't believe their luck. The fact is they're pushing in towards B storage and getting in Sunroom undetected. NiP don't seem to be aware whatsoever. 2 quick frags coming in, and Get Right picks up the AWP and gets one back, but then they're so apprehensive as to where they're going. They try and head towards B, lose another frag there. It's 4-on-2. Mage's voice boosted up. Like I said, round was over at that point. With 20 seconds remaining, trying to get the A side. You can't check absolutely everything, and they will take an eco here indeed. Draken, Deagle, head armor. He's the AWPer. Why is he doing that? He's taken himself down to 2K, and he's been struggling with the buys. He hasn't been able to get head armor against these M4s. I don't know why he would get head armor. Maybe that's why, because he wants to get the 1 digs, and he manages to pull one off, takes out KGB, and it's going to be a 5-on-4. So I take back everything. Draken, he's God.
Yeah, he is, Hank. It's glad that you finally saw. MSL, though, inside of the site. Molotov down. Shot from Config. Very quick through the edge of the wall. Back quick enough. I thought he was still aimed down. He actually had his bullet hole up to the right. And MSL will smoke off main. 2 inside of Checker. Draken's got another with the small hand cannon, but AZ eventually does enough damage to put him down, and out goes Freiburg.
This could be a quick one, Matt. So Draken actually, yeah, I still stand by the point. He can't buy an AWP. He's brought into the team to be the main AWPer, right? This was to fix the problems in NiP. They had to switch over between Forest and Pits, and there was no consistency there. And Draken, he's buying up head armor and deagles in rounds on their full eco. He gets 1 kill, sure, but he can't buy an AWP into this round. So what's the adjustment threat? What are you going to do? We haven't seen any set pieces yet. Maybe that's what we need to start doing. Let's go for a full execution, try and get the bomb down. At least a clutch situation where we have something to work with here. Still up against the double AWP, so I think MSL is boosting up towards B Sunroom here. So that's a bit of a blast from the past. But most of the attention is towards middle for now. So good nades coming in. Exist down to 22 HP already.
Good shot, easy. Backing away. Does the 9 turn into a 10, Henry?
I would say almost certainly. They've got 2 smokes, 5 and a 4 up against these 2 AWPs. How do they even challenge those? Cajun B's in squeaky door. MSL's pushed B storage. That kid's looking horrible. They've got no map control. They've got Freiberg out middle. That's it. He's by himself. He goes down. That's all they've really got to work with. He does make his way towards connector though. That's a nice shot.
Decent opening. Catches off one of the rotation. Makes him have to consider elsewhere, but Cajun still has vision toward the highway and makes quite an easy shot toward Freiberg. Forrest will wait as well for this smoke to clear. He's got his crosshair ready to try and clear Fork, but Majestic's gone above it this time around. That gives Cajun the ability to continue looking down highway, and down goes Forrest.
Good night.
Easy. And Exist on low HP. Last alive, 1 versus 4. Yeah, 10 certainly on the round now.
Yeah, this is... It feels like this is over. NiP is not arriving in this game whatsoever. They've won 1 round so far, which was a 5-on-3, and then up into 2v1 clutch for Exist. Like, it's not promising foundations to build your first half upon. 10-1, this is third stage loss bonus, $2,400 coming in. I would say they have to take a full eco here, and that's going to be 11-1. They're looking to maybe get 3 rounds here in the first half, and that's not really enough in the current form for them. No one's really setting the scoreboard on fire. We have Exist, who should not be top fragging for this team. 6 kills. Draken 4, Get Right 3, and the woes continue for NiP as a whole. They just returned from Summit event, Matt. I'm not sure if you caught any of it. I watched a couple of their games. They lost back-to-back best-of-3s against the American sides, against Liquid and Cloud9 there. They got a map against Liquid and got 2-0 by Cloud9. Cloud9 looked very decent there, to be fair, but NiP, the prestige of this team, the 4 core members who are former major champions, you'd think they'd be turning up to an event like the Summit, at least be making like semi-finals. But still adjusting things, it seems, and trying to find their feet.
Well, just to keep an eye as well on the ticker, if you'd like. The Astralis Fnatic game is now underway. It's 4-3 early for Astralis. No tell on where that's going to go based on that alone. But remember, all Fnatic has to do is beat, or excuse me, lose once to Astralis, I should say, and North will be through.
Yeah, pretty good odds for North making it through tonight. Win this 2-0, which is looking quite likely from what I've seen from NiP so far. And that's a good fighter frag here, and there it is. Get Right takes down MSL. They take a lot of damage in the process, but they're in the B site, and Cajun B could drop here as well. He needs to be very careful. He's going to fall back Config here to save the day, and he's nailing every single shot as well. Goodness. Looking for 3. There's fire absolutely everywhere, and he mows 2 of them down with the 5-7. Great work from Config, looking for the ace.
What is that? Both with the 5-7 up close. He's hunting the ace, won't find it. But Cajun there will be close enough to get an 8 through. That's ridiculous that there's flames down at his feet. He goes aggressive, misses the 3rd. You think, okay, he's already got 2, that's fine. Pops back out, boom, boom, 5-7 in the face. 11-1. Yeah, I think the writing on the wall for this one.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. No all points again for Draken. He only had $4,600 going into this one. And I haven't really seen much from NiP in terms of tactics yet. Not really any fakes or even decent map control. They wait for the 30-second mark, then Freiberg sneaks out middle once they've already lost a frag, and they try and split a bomb site. They get picked apart 1 by 1. I think just grouping up right now, getting into bomb sites with just some basic smokes, B execution, something, just to get some trades going would be great. MSL on the vents right now, free kill for him, but looks at things, Get Right drops again. And another 5-on-4. Like, there's no refrag. What's the objective there? Where are they going with it?
Shot from Forrest takes down AZ. Continue to find his way inside of the site as well. Head.
Spots his bum.
Did he? I'm not sure. Okay, he did. Okay, because he backed off to check heaven again. I wasn't sure he did. Now he sees the head, but MSL's there. Fires back in. He goes through the other direction. B main from MSL, and he's relocated. They won't know where he is. They're going to push the smoke. He's expecting it. Starts to look wide side, but has to dodge the flash for his teammate.
Here we go.
Costs him, though, for Freiberg, rather. Gets inside of the site. Bomb thrown. Config now realizes that it's going to be planted. So, In goes the Molotov. Exist will put that down, just barely gets away. One tick. 7 HP, but it's enough to stay alive. Config knows he's somewhere still on the site, therefore, but has no further nade. There is this, though. An additional Molotov exists as well. Payback to Config. After all that damage, manages to get a shot in. Molotov will force him out. Cajun's able to collect, but it's onto Magisk. Gets the first immediately. Freiburg's on the side in the open, off angle. What a reaction from Magisk. It's going to go 12-1, and your head is in your hands.
It is. It's just difficult to watch at this point. Just when it looks like they can pull around back, they get a bit of luck. Exist gets the bomb down. He's on a 7 HP. Even finds a frag there. There's 2 orbs on the retake, but of course it's Mage's boy who drops down, and the T player remaining. He's in the open, and he only had 40 HP, I believe, as well. Great shot by Magisk, but just nothing working for NiP at this point. They lost the initial duel as well. Get right, one of their key players pushing to its checkers. Easy kill from MSL. 12-1. They get the bomb down. They're a maximum loss bonus once again, so they can get another buy here, but I'm not sure they're going to post another round. They got 16-1 by FaZe before this match, so doesn't look like a good night in the office for NiP so far.
Freiburg trying to get a shot in through to the cubby. No success as of yet. He's actually been able to evade such bullet tree and makes his way underneath the drop. Do you like that? That's my new favorite word, bullet tree.
Bullet tree?
Yeah, it's just like the antics of the bullets trying to get through the smoke.
Okay.
I'm not putting up with your bullet tree.
I won't be using it, but maybe I'll say...
That's fine. I don't care. I wasn't going to give you permission to anyway.
Okay. I'll just say it as you would say.
$5 every time, Henry. Cajun. Let's not start that again. Cajun B going to start off with his first shot, and look at this, MSL.
Not again.
Okay. I thought he might just get cheeky, go for a little knife,
you
but
see how
why not?
segregated the T's looks right now? Like, there's one player that's walking around middle by himself. Is he hoping to win the round like that? Like, why is there no strategy being deployed? The defaults aren't working. You're not fragging. No one's hitting any shots right now. Let's go to the set pieces, get the bomb down. Something to, like, at least challenge the CTs to make them sweat. They've got full control every situation. They've got so much money, they can go aggressive at the start. You haven't even got an orb to even try and challenge this aggressive orb play coming in. It's 13-1 at this point, 5-on-2. And 30 seconds remaining. They've got a smoke and Molotov out of vents. That option's now gone for 7 seconds or so. Freiburg thinking, okay, that's one of your smokes gone. And you're running through a grey screen. What on earth are you doing?
Wow.
Like, what is that mess? Throw the smoke down. And you know someone is on the other side. They've thrown in its anyway there. They're watching it, and you throw down the smoke and run through a grey screen.
Please continue. This is more entertaining, I think.
It's just bizarre.
I think what we need to do is get Sponge over here with you, so he can start analyzing on the same level.
Yeah.
And you can both just rip this apart. Oh, look at the push. Confidence is key. Config gets his op in position, but the Molotov bounces back. It's going to hit. He fires in. Still manages to get right. That'll bait in MSL. And good night, NiP. 14-1 looking to be the case. I won't write it off just yet, but that nade's going to put down Freiburg on 58. The Molotov as well. They knew he was in there. He has to back away. Cajun gets forced. It continues to be worse and worse. Oh, how's the top frag? 7 kills for Exist. He leads the way. 22, on the other hand, for Config. In fact, let me just do the math quickly. 13, 4, 17, 21, 24. So Config has 22 and all of NiP has 24.
Nice maths.
Thank you.
Good job. Well, Draken finds something here, but I have to say this first half, I'm not going to cast this last bit because this is absolutely woeful from NiP. This is not a world contending team right now. They're out of the top 10 for a good reason. They need to really work out how they're going to readjust and get back to being the side they once were. This recipe at the moment isn't doing it for me. We'll take a quick break, Matt. Maybe a chance to recalculate ourselves, and we'll see whether they can come back in the second half.
Cache was a dominant map for NiP forever, except when you consider very important games such as, let's say Flipside beating them, Vega beating them, and now North crushing them, all with similar scores. 14-1 in this particular half. Not quite the same essence as a major loss and then a qualification loss, but it's still a painful reminder of their issues on it.
We maybe didn't give enough praise towards North for their performance there, obviously focusing quite heavily on NiP, but how can you not when you're looking at this? Like, what are we watching right now? But the thing is that everyone in North had an amazing game there. Like, everyone's finding multiple racks, like 4K, Config especially. He's been amazing recently. They're finding absolutely every shot. The AWP, the M4, the pistol, he's got a 4K as well. That guy is just on another level right now. 14-1 is the first half score. And we'll see whether NiP can get anything rolling here. I would say that at this point, this map is over, and people are looking to get the second, but you never know. Get a pistol, maybe you can just get warmed up and get yourself ready for the next map. We'll discuss that being an idea, or at least a concept, and we'll see what happens here in the second half, first round. 4 sets of armor, no smokes here for North, but flashbangs towards mid. Nice little one there from AZ. Going to be sending Draken a little bit further back, and he's got to start hitting his shots right now.
Draken not hitting anything. Config takes down the man in question.
Here we go.
Right, though. Oh, get right.
Good lord.
Get right. Oh, get wrong.
What can he say? You try and give them something.
So Freiburg, left alive, is going to try and swing back out into middle. And, well, 15-1. Dead now. Of course, Majiska's the one to take him down. So let's look back over at the Astralis Fnatic game. It's 7-5 for Astralis.
Might be a bit more going on there than this one. That was rough. Nice approach though for North. Like, that's quite basic. Normally you talk about having smokes and having little set pieces on the T-side pistol rushing B. They did that nice flash to push the player back at the wide box. That's Draken. He has to take his vision away for 2 or 3 seconds there. As soon as he faces again, there's 3 players waiting for him. I said he had to start hitting shots. Didn't get anything going at all. Get right with the whiff of the week, I think, from the vents. Spamming the USP is not recommended.
If NiP failed to qualify for this next major, I'd just take 4 months off. Whole team, 4 months, go on vacation, forget about CS, come back. Let's do it all again later. But that's just me. Exist at this rate, I'm not sure they will qualify, by the way, the way that they're looking right now.
I don't think they deserve to. This kind of CS they're presenting to me today.
Early days yet. They've got to go through the minor system this time as well. True. Another step down the ladder that they've got to climb. And those teams are unpredictable. You never know what you can receive at those tournaments.
Should be out.
Freiburg does get a kill back in return. AZ's low enough, but this game should be done.
Well, Matt, they had 16-1 versus FaZe, and now they've been 16-1 by North as well. This is a day to forget for NiP. A dark day for NiP fans across the world.
And to rebound from this, knowing that you've had issues, knowing that you're under the knife right now, or under the microscope, I should say. You've already gone under the knife and brought in Draken. Simple fact is that I don't think they're going to recover for game 2. They have another one against North. I think, well, I don't really think anything. I don't think the desk is going to be able to say much on this, but we'll send it over to them nonetheless.
We can always say things, Jason.
Can you?
Yeah. We can.
What you got?
North just blossomed like a sunflower on a spring day just then, and Config couldn't go wrong. What's so funny?
You can always say something. I like it.
Yeah, Config with multi-kills all over the map.
Everyone with multi-frags from North. That could have just been a frag, like a 10-minute frag video, essentially, is what we just watched.
We've had a lot of those.
If we threw some Linkin Park over that game and replayed it, that would be some old-school frag movie fun.
I'm also pretty sure no one from NiP broke double digits.
You are correct, Lauren.
During that game.
I think Freiburg had the most with 9 frags.
Gave it a go.
On their T side, which is the main side we saw in that game just then, they only had 3 entry frags, and one of those was, I believe, on an eco, and it was Draken with a deagle. So like they just weren't finding entries anywhere. Like in the first 5 rounds of the game, so they got smashed on the first gun round. Then I think
this is you losing.
This is
what broke Chad.
Chad, talk us through this, mate.
Okay, so the Molotov has gone off in the vent. They've gone, all right, the bad guys aren't coming. Oh, they smoked it out. I wonder if they're going to run through it. Oh, they are. It's a great play.
It's a great play.
I think that's kind of the highlight, because obviously in something like this, normally, I mean, you do want to highlight, the winners of these games, but we saw so many questionable things coming out of the NiP camp from players of this caliber and players of this experience. Yeah, It's incredible. I mean, this is where it kind of does feel like the weight of all of this is just starting to crush down on them, and they just don't have. They're not focused.
Henry is lighting his NiP jersey on fire as we speak.
Yeah, fickle fan, that one.
He was with them for so long, but I think this one finally broke him.
It's broken a lot of us, I think, in different ways. Either way, we're gonna send this one to a break. Yeah, that's tough for NiP. We'll see if they can rebound. It's not looking likely. That was a very, very ugly effort out of NiP, so we'll be right back with map 2.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
First map on Cash was 16-1 for North. It was, as Chad put it, a sunflowering. And now, I mean, heading into map 2, North, if they win this second match, then they're going to be able to qualify for the playoffs. Obviously, pending the result of this Fnatic versus Astralis. It's currently, what is that?
10-6 to
10-6 to Astralis. So if Astralis win that, North is qualified. And if not, then North have to win both of them. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue necessarily.
No.
No, and apparently they were quite confident on Twitter in a production meeting. It was brought up that they were feeling like they were going to win this series anyway. Yeah. Jason, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How's the Lenovo Legion laptop going? It looks pretty good. Looks pretty quick.
Yeah, it's super nice. All I've done with it so far is browse the internet, check scores. But for that, it is Aces.
No, it's Lenovo.
No, it's Aces. Like tens.
Oh, I thought you said Acer.
Great work, Chad.
God bless.
Great work.
Anyway.
We just can't have any, we just can't have them around, can we?
Just can't have nice things.
Yep, there goes the show. It's over.
Goodbye, sponsors. Nice having you for a while.
Chad, I remember very vividly you getting 16-0 at a tournament. What do you say to your team after that?
There's not a lot you can say. No, what do you do in those kind of situations, right? I think it's actually, you don't feel as bad losing 16-0 as you do losing like in a triple overtime close game, right? Especially if you have to play another game afterwards. Because if you lose 16-0, it's just like, well, we got absolutely destroyed, right? If you lose a really close game, you sit back and you question every single decision that you made, and maybe you go, oh, we made a mistake here, we made a mistake, and then you overthink a situation, and then you go into another match and you suck, right? But in this situation, they just got blown out. It's like, well, we now have nothing to lose.
They've been blown out twice in a row, yeah.
61 two times.
That's
a unique scenario.
That's unprecedented even for me. So I don't know.
NiP pushing boundaries.
And I've lost lots of games of Counter-Strike. So I don't know how you can recover from this other than it's just like, hey, let's just try and have some fun with it at this point, because you're obviously going to be playing to the best of your ability. You always want to win, but nothing seems to be clicking for them this evening.
Yeah. Yeah, even mentally, it seems like some of their decisions are just
checked
not
out. Yeah.
I mean, North though, Cobble with North, these guys. I mean, this is another map, much like Cash, where you could say NiP. I mean, granted, this was last year, but like they were so good on Cobble for a stretch.
Do we like for both of these maps though? Do you see the way they address it is they will come up with some really cool strategies that are fundamentally sound and just abuse them until they get adapted to, right? Yeah. And it's like they're not just putting that in their game as maybe a one-off gimmicky strat just to use, but their whole focus is based around it, right? Remember that? They did the jump smokes for B and then the attack B, and then next round or next gun round they do the jump smokes and then saying get right out by himself as a fake and then go away. And then they'd even have another adaptation where they'd do the jump smokes, get right, go out on his own, and then everyone else would just walk into B as the smokes were fading. And they would base their whole game plan around just those set strats, and that's not really the way to play Counter-Strike at this level. You need to be throwing in the set strats, the default plays, the contact plays, the rushes. You need to have a really good mixture, and NiP seemed to have a difficult time finding that balance.
Is there any weakness that we saw in North in that first game? I mean, was this just individual fragging, like just triple kills, quad kills? I mean,
I don't think we ever got to the point where you'd have seen the weaknesses because there were so many individuals just kind of balancing it out, right? You never got to see any sort of test beyond that because it was Config getting 4 kills, Cage and B pushing somewhere, getting 3 kills. It was just...
Even MSL was getting
MSL was there. Just my boy Magic Boy not doing much for my fantasy. He was alright.
He was still +9 and they won 16-1, so that's a lot of points.
I know. Don't worry, I'm not too upset. Just I wish I had Config. I had him last week. He didn't deliver, and I switched him out.
Flipped a coin, didn't you, on that one?
Yeah, it's not going well.
Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you lose him.
Yeah, that's how it feels
Great
right
insight.
now.
It's so deep, isn't it?
Sometimes you lose. Brilliant. Thanks, Jason.
You're welcome. See, it's easy being a Dust Coast. I can just say silly things like that.
You know, let's look at the fact that North are going to go into this next game extremely confident, right?
Yeah.
And if NiP come out and they're also playing a little bit looser and they start hitting shots, that could quickly bite North in the backside. But I just can't see that happening, right? Because they're playing at such a different. It's like seeing two completely different teams, one who's on fire and one who just can't seem to get anything going. And I don't see how you can turn that around.
And I mean, we have to remember as well, I mean, going back to the major, this was the map where all of North looked completely dominant on that CTC. I mean, it was Config, I believe, in those A-halls where he was just like had that half of his life.
Yeah.
And I mean, that kind of prowess on Cobble is like...
Oh, did you say Config?
Was it Magic?
I think it was Magic.
Yeah,
it was
Magic.
Yeah.
Those two are like, I don't know why. I think they're like almost interchangeable for me. I don't know why.
And that's kind of how they are in the server as well, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it? Yeah.
Okay.
Not in positions, but like in terms of like the fragging potential.
Yeah,
right?
the amount of power, the amount of skill they have. I mean, what do you do if you're NiP? Do you speed things up? Do you kind of like start taking? Right. But I mean, this is. Do you like take the decision making out of their hands and just say we're going to be fast and aggressive, or do you say let's just spread out in defaults and chill, and just stay calm and work the map? Excuse me.
No, you're okay.
I ran out of breath there for a moment.
You're like, no.
I don't know, because we were talking about a lot of multi-kills, right, Lauren? Yep. You have to look at like the way that happened is because the NiP players were running in to trade a frag, but it would just happen in such a way that they're able to pull off miraculous frags, right? And like even when Config on the CT pistol round was isolated at drip, which is that box with the drip coming from the aircon.
Back boxes of checkers?
Yeah, we call that drip because there's a drip.
All
right. He was isolated there, and they were doing the right thing. Initially, like he got 1 kill, but then they were setting up to stop him from being able to get more and be able to peek. He still peeked out, and then he managed to get 4 frags, even though sure, they could have tried to swarm him together, but he was just able to peek out and make it happen for himself. He was the one, like you said, dictating the decision making. They were trying to do the right thing, but he was still just hitting the amazing shots. So I think rushing is probably a good call. Go fast.
But it's also, what does NiP want to get out of this, right? You just lost 2 games, 16-1. You're not exactly in the best mental space. So do you want to just try and write this night off? Do you go, sod it, look, we're in a bad space. Let's try and, run some stuff we haven't tried out yet. Let's try and improve. Let's just try something different. Try and get some sort of benefit out of today, because clearly they're not on point. Clearly North are, right? So it's like you got to cut your losses at some point. Ideally, NiP need to find something to pull out of this, whether it be, okay, this is the game that we're going to review down the line. This is us in our worst. Let's try and do everything we can to get around this. Let's have the best approach we can, give everything we've got in this year, every approach we can, and then just go, all right, let's watch that demo back later. Sit down and go, well, we did everything, what then goes wrong? Because it feels like this is NiP's consistent, right? It's like, really high moments. They'll have a couple of games, you're like, oh, this is NiP, back to form, maybe, and then suddenly it all falls apart. So maybe have a goal set for themselves of, well, let's approach this with the right mentality of what we can get out of it.
And now we're obviously filling some time again. We're just waiting on one player to join the server. Some last-minute tactical adjustments, I believe.
I can build on Lauren's point if you'd like.
Yeah. I would like that. I would very much like that.
I think that the best approach for NiP now, because the best they can possibly do, even if they have some miraculous turnaround and win this game and then the next 2 matches or matchups that they have, the best they can do is 26 games?
I can't remember that.
I think they played 26 games, right? So they can have 5 more wins.
Astralis just won their match.
Yeah.
So that means North is definitely qualified.
So they're the first EU team
First
qualified.
EU team. Yep. Well, Matt says it's 16. Yeah. Well, Matt was saying there's 1 round left. I'm hearing the live updates from behind the scenes.
He'll be watching the stream.
So spoilers.
Yeah, on the GoTV it would be finished by now.
Yep.
Sorry.
These are the standings. Now, North up there, we got to come up with some fancy graphic to say they're qualified.
They're to fly out of relegation.
Yeah.
NiP, it's possible,
if they keep
That's
sliding,
terrifying,
for sure.
isn't it?
The nice thing for at least NiP and VP at the moment is the fact that Team Kinguin has 6. So they're far down. They seem locked, like they're going to be pretty standard until we get auto-relegated. The interesting thing is we focus always on the top of these standings. There it is.
How many teams are on 9 right now?
That's the thing. We focus on the top usually, but look at all the teams on 9. So to be one of to avoid having to play the relegation matches, there could be a tiebreaker scenario just to avoid that.
Can you imagine losing out on Virtus.pro and NiP? The Pro League.
That would be devastating, really, wouldn't it? Because these teams have massive fan bases, right?
Fan bases, yeah.
And it's huge for the league. They obviously bring in really big numbers, and they are class acts when they have, I guess, they act together.
Yeah. Do we know the remaining games for NiP and Virtus.pro?
Yeah, I have. I just had the NiP one up. We went over it before.
Yeah, it's Hellraisers
and EnVyUs, right?
Okay, we did highlights in the start of the day.
But the VP one, I think VP has a really rough time.
Yeah, I think they do have some pretty dangerous games to end the season.
Yeah, they only have they only have North to
left.
play who are looking like they're absolutely on fire. So the best that VP can do is 11 wins. They're currently on 9.
That sucks.
So if they get 11 wins, I think they can probably avoid relegation. But to go against North, yeah, it's going to be a tough task.
Pasha had a cool tweet last night, though.
Was it
he had
the Instagram one?
Yeah, no, he had one. He said, you know, this is what we deserve for playing like this, and it was a donkey with a Mercedes logo on his forehead, which is pretty solid. That's not bad, is it? May not be doing well on the server, but always doing good on Twitter is Virtus.pro. Either way, second map coming up. We'll see if NiP hopefully can do better. Take it away, Matt and Henry.
I will take it away indeed. I would love to. I think it should have been taken away long ago. That said, 16-6 was the final score for Astralis over top of Fnatic. Therefore, North, as they just mentioned and just showed on the graphic, have qualified indeed. What a league.
Indeed. So, Matthew, we move on to Cobble here. And if you'd have told me before going to this game we're going to be playing Cash and Cobble, the map I would say NiP stood a chance on would have been Cash. They just got 16-1 on that one, and I would say going into Cobble, it's going to go from bad to worse. But
how's
can't
your
really get
sleep
much
schedule
worse.
lately?
Why do you ask?
Well, because you might get some sleep tonight. You might get to bed on time.
Oh, right. Okay. That's what you mean. Not great. I normally stay up to 4 in the morning.
That's not healthy, Henry.
You do the same thing.
That is a lie. I was in bed by 1:30 last night.
Okay.
Didn't fall asleep till 3, but it's fine. Point is, we might have an early night.
Yes, that's true. Well, NiP, they can be a decent Cobble team, but up against North, I'd say that's their absolute best map. In terms of their tactical game and the way they approach it, their executions, no one really knows how to stop that BXQ from the North side. EnVyUs got a great understanding on the T side, actually have to mix the calls up and change the pace, just as the opposition are adapting to what he's doing. So, from what I've seen from NiP, they didn't even break, not a single player map got his double digits there after the 16-1. That's
shocking.
Absolutely shocking. Freiburg was 9 kills. That was the top of the scoreboard.
And remember, you could interchange that. They've been 16-1 twice tonight.
By FaZe
and in both occasions, no one made it into double digits. Oh, hang on. I'm looking at the same game. Let me double check that and get back to you. Just keep talking.
I will. And it's going to be North side and the CT side from what I can see so far.
Forest got 10
There we
against
go.
FaZe.
So they did get some double digits, but no one's really arriving for them. It hasn't been like one player trying his absolute best, finding frags and getting some openings and making things possible for them. Everyone's looked poor. No one's really impressed me at all here. Freiburg had a couple of moments there. Got a couple of frags to actually find in the round, I think. The one that exists on a 2v1 clutch. But that's so dreadful to think of. The only round they actually got was a 2v1 clutch, and it exists to deliver the goods as well. That should not be happening here. So, like the guys are discussing, how do you get back and pick yourself up after a 61 defeat? You kind of have to laugh and think, okay, well, no one turned up to that game. 2 in a row is a bit rough, to be fair.
That's ridiculous for a pro-level team.
You might not be able to laugh about that one. You think, this is really bad, guys. Do we need to look at things on a bigger scale here? Is it the tactics? Is it the fragging? Or does something dramatically have to change? I'm not so sure. But still, we're getting into this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's NiP versus North on Cobble. And like we said, North have already qualified for the playoffs here at Pro League in Dallas. And NiP looking to avoid relegation at this point. They're actually second to the last, I think. Well, maybe third with Virtus.pro just beneath them. But still, here we go. Four sets of armor for North. And they have a smoke and a flashbang as well. MSL with the P250 gets a bit more range of those one-tap potentials. And we'll see what happens here. Looking at the CT formation. We've got Draken and Get Right towards the A side of the map. But we have got Exist there as well. So we've got to focus towards the A side. And 4 players towards long A for North. Draken, we need some headshots now. There's one. And he gets 1 total.
Not bad though. Get Right's going to fall off. So 4-4 and a pistol is better than it's been in most cases throughout the course of the evening. Exist will try and spot back out, gets taken down. Cajun's got the kill. Freiburg pinched back toward middle, jumping up. Cajun's got him, but just follows through. NiP, NI gone.
Yeah, Config, he was the flank player there, right? So they had 4 players towards long A, traded frag, that's fine. Smoke connector. Oh my god, Cajun be another amazing headshot there. 3 kills from him in total. Config, he thought, oh my god, I've gotten the perfect lurk position here. I'm in connector, I'm going to stop with these rotating frags. Before he could even do anything, everyone's dead. So this is looking like it's going to be another rough start to the first half here for NiP. They do force buy in the second round here. They've got 3 HE grenades. We talk about his airstrike approach, 4 now in total. And Draken, once again, he's force buy. He needs to start rolling with the AWP. He can't force buy in the second round. That shouldn't be happening, especially when you had that kind of performance in cash. I think he had the once, maybe twice in the entirety of the first half. He needs to start thinking, okay, I brought in this team as an AWPer. Why am I limiting myself getting the most expensive buy possible, which is a Desert Eagle and head armor? Like, you only get that if you get 1 kill. That's...
Yeah, I mean, this is just Draken sitting and dying.
That's the head armor gone?
Yep. Yeah, I would save it, especially for the op. I completely agree with you. But the lack of awareness is still shocking to me in the fact that they're able to walk out like that. Get Right will, with a lot of help, 3 players toward drop, get a first kill.
Get the bomb to A, boys.
Yeah, exactly. MSL's already cleared it.
So another round that should be going in favor of North here. I don't think a retake's possible at this point. They'll start smoking connector. Conflict's watching the flanks as well. They've got full A control, no kits, and 1 HE for NiP to speak of. They have picked up the UMP from the fallen Majors boy, but round suddenly over. Bit of creativity here, boosting over the smoke with the UMP. It's not going to be ideal, giving the position away. He's got to spray into that, and he's got the APC to cover him as well. They have to save the armor here and the upgraded pistols. 2-0 after 1 kill. Quite rare to see that happen in CSGO, but it's the correct decision from NiP. They have absolutely no chance of winning this round or even really causing any damage. They run for those tight choke points. They'll be mowed down 1 by 1. AZ, he's willing to sacrifice himself. A little bit of a poor flashbang there, but it doesn't even matter. No one on the other side. Holding drop down and Get Right. He's in T-spawn. Finding Freiburg as well, and you can see NiP hoping they can maybe get an AK out of this. They're going to be maybe experimenting the idea of holding angles and hoping that Config walks into their crosshairs. Not going to be the case though. He's actually being very disciplined here. 2-0 comes in, and they do the idea. Exist, that is not worth it. Fall back, there it is. Good idea. And there's a 2-0. I think they lost the UMP as well. So, not really much to speak of going to round number 3 here. Draken 2K. He'll get 2,400 on top of this. So, like we said, no AWP into that first gun round for NiP. Unless he gets 2 or 3 kills here with the silent USP, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But 5 players to B from NiP. They've got 2 HE grenades. Maybe looking to shut down a B rush here. We'll see if it works out for them. I doubt it.
Do you? That seems like a fair point. You're just a skeptic in general.
After what I saw on Cash, I feel a little bit disillusioned.
You used to be the biggest NiP fanboy, Henry.
I still am. I know they're playing poor right now, but that's part of being a fan. It's the experience, being part of the journey, you know? Being angry when they perform badly.
Well, I imagine you're angry quite frequently.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
MSL walking in to just mop the floor with NiP.
So, first, Freiburg auto shotgun. What is going on? Is that the buy?
Is this what it's come to?
Is that really the solution to this problem? First gun round, the auto shotgun comes out. It's certainly got its place. The shotguns in Cobble in general, a lot of angles to use, but maybe not right now. Let's get the rifles out. Let's win a clean round properly. They have been, a lot of teams have been playing with this weapon on this map particularly, and maybe getting a little bit over the mark there, but still, it's a very strange investment into the first gun round when you're 3-0 down. We'll see what they can do here. It's a bonus round for sure for North. You can see SMGs across the board really, and AZ going to town with the first shot. Takes down Draken. GetRight's been spotted as well, and he'll be finding an early grave as well. 5 on 3, as quick as that. Freiburg, good luck on this retake, my friend. What was that? Just running through connected doors with an auto shotgun. Oh, good lord. What can you say, Matt? Take over. It's desperate at best.
They're having a good time.
Do you think in his head when he's like throwing the flashbang for this would be legendary? I'm going to find 2 players.
I don't know what else to do but sing.
Like, going to mow 2 of them down? Is that what he thought was going to happen? Oh, this is rough. This is a bonus round as well. That's 2 UMPs and a Mac 10.
I just want to play Pub Battlegrounds. Give me something to do.
Well, maybe NiP feel the same. It's another 5 on 2 for them. Exist and Forest desperately trying to hold onto their weapons. Exist finally gets a frag here, something to work with. And Major Boy finds Forest, and I think Exist will be found as well. Yeah, Mac 10 doing all of the work. So much money farmed. Matt, we talked about on cash. They had like, what, 16K at round 5? Not far from it now. MSL at 11,000. Everyone's got amazing money. Another eco required here for NiP. First gun round is an absolute blunder once again. CZs, get ready to smoke. If you're just joining us and wondering why we're maybe exaggerating slightly, it's because they just got 16-1. Very similar performances in the early stages of Cash. And they got 16-1 by FaZe as well on Inferno. This has been a horrible night of Counter-Strike so far for NiP. Can still bounce back for sure on this map. It's still very early days, don't get me wrong. So, PT50s, CZs, Deagles, 1HE, no armor. Exist looking to dribble a nade over that wall and see if we can do some damage, but it's get right to face first from middle. I had an idea to experiment, but the smoke was down, so couldn't really get much vision from it. And Forrest might get a headshot here, but Config not missing a beat tonight. It's another headshot.
Draken gets the Deagle in position. There's something to write home about.
It would be quite a short letter.
Well, it'd be a short letter, and it would probably be one of those sad ones that a mom received during the war when her son no longer existed, because NiP is just continuing to die in most cases.
Well, this is an eco, and we should get the AWP out next round, as long as Draken hasn't got head armor. He hasn't this time. So he'll get $3,400 on top of his 3K right now, so certainly will get the AWP out. It's needed at this point, but is it going to be enough? A wall bang from AZ finds Get Right. That's not bad at all. And it's a 4-on-2. Bomb will be planted at the A site. It's going to be a little while before it makes it over. It's in the middle right now. And Freiburg, need to hit those ones, my friend, as he's in connector. Position given away, and he should be the final frag here. Picked up by MSL. He gets 2 into that round. Right at the end there. 5-0 for North. They are very good in this map. I can't stress that enough. This was to be expected, but NiP need to get rolling here. Double AWP setup. It's often been criticized by mainly Chad and I throughout the ages. But it does have its place if you are struggling. But against a team like North, that's when I struggle to see it working. They are the absolute masters of the execution in this one, and that's the biggest vulnerability to the double AWP setup. Draken, though, towards middle, gets flashed off, can't do much about it. And the default to North, they are historically very good on this map. They're great at finding map control, not giving frags away, and Draken's just fortunately giving his position away there with the shot through the smoke. So they'll be aware and maybe use a few more flashbangs to get that map control I mentioned before. 2 players towards B. It's normally Config that walks towards the platform, and this time it is indeed. And Forrest should get an easy frag here if all goes to plan, but Config smoked out, will decide to retreat. So that's good discipline from him. He normally tries to farm a frag, and then his teammates waiting a long A. Molotovs towards the Haybell's position, not letting anything go to waste here. Draken, here we go. Finds the first shot. And a second. That's lovely from Draken. It's a 5-on-3. NiP have something to work with here.
Well, now what could he write to his mom, Henry?
Something a little bit more positive.
Perhaps. Cajun, getting back out with his AWP, though, gets a free kill onto Draken. Back in return as he tries to slide it himself. Bomb still down in that position. He's got to go forward to grab it. And Freiburg will be the next to find results for NiP. Decent one as well. However, Cajun's got one on Get Right to get the bomb back in their possession. They may only be down a man, but they're going to head off into the distance and back over toward, well, actually through mid. I was going to say toward B. Exist is going to walk in immediately behind them, and that's both down. Finally, NiP getting some position, getting some early kills. Draken doing all of the work to give them the space and confidence in that round.
Yeah, good work from Draken from that danger position. I thought he was going to get 1 frag and then be done for, but he actually hit an amazing shot there. A little flick to the head of the second terrorist that went down. Exist with the spray down. And friberg back on that auto shotgun. I'm not going to criticize it too much until I see what he brings to the table with it. Maybe he's got something up his sleeve. I know I've been seeing it a lot in terms of GoTVs and buying it. I haven't necessarily watched him from his POV to see what he does. He'll be holding drop down with that weapon. Obviously, the shotguns and itself for that position. This will be the BXQ though, Matt. This is the real problem now for NiP. Can they hold this off, which is known to be so strong for North in the past? And friberg, or I should say Forest, going to be the AWP at the back of the site there. Manages to find the first shot. As we said, he just holds that high angle, seems to know the little nuances of config and how he likes to play that position. Missed one or two, actually. He's gone a little bit too far. Forest finding the second frag.
Not bad. Looking for another Forest in behind the box. Shots fired. Cajun's been tagged up. He's on 15, so there's a real chance here they could capitalize yet again and NiP get themselves into this game if they win this the second round in a row. Otherwise, money is in the bin.
There it is.
friberg gets the auto shotgun to work. Tag from Cajun. That may not be enough in this case because he's last alive. They know exactly where he is. And down he will go.
Another decent round there from NiP. They haven't quite broke the accounts of North just yet. They're going to have enough money to buy into this round and maybe a little bit of residual cash as well. But 5-2, NiP finding some decent rounds with Draken stepped in the round previous and Forest finding 3 kills in the back of Chicken Coop with the AWP. So this is looking promising. The double AWP setup for now is working. So North will have that information though. They know Draken's got the AWP and Forest. I was going to say, I thought that would be the full B execute. That was more of a B-side commitment with config trying to find the first frag and then doing the smokes afterwards. But after they lost the first frag, it seemed to fall apart a little bit there. We'll get into round number 8 now. Still, like I said, a full buy for North. About 2k on each player remaining. Forest getting a bit more aggressive this time, not at the Chicken Coop, and he has got contact on the other side if he decides to face. He's been legged there, and he managed to do some damage towards MSL. So even playing field for now, Draken towards long 8. Has to be very careful here. Most players do hold his position, and once they get flashed, they will fire a shot. This time, if he dodges it very nicely and gets the kill.
Yeah, gets back in time to get the kill. I thought for sure he would hit that second. Crosshair placement was there, but AZ gets a better shot on the AK-47. Enough, though, to turn Get Right's attention and therefore respond with immediate effect. And therefore, as well, give NiP a situation which is controllable to some extent. Beyond that, we'll have to wait and see. As they start to walk over toward B. Config, quick kill. Going to go back in through the tunnels. They're going to pinch off. They're going to try and flank them out, keep them in one position long enough so that they get information and can attack all at once. However, Magisk opens things back up by getting friberg down. Bomb will go inside of the smoke, and things become a little bit more problematic. Flank for 2 against that of the same, and Cajun's going to spot one early. Nails that shot incredibly quick from Cajun. Now they know exactly where Exist are. In comes Magisk to get closer. Doesn't even need to. Cajun does it all.
He does indeed, and that was another round where Draken found the opening frag, and Get Right got the second as well. They had the advantage in that respect, a 4-on-3, but Major's boy and Config opening up that B side, Cajun B to send it out the park as well. It's going to be a rough round for NiP going forward. 6-2, don't really have the money to buy into this one. Draken, a bit more cash, gets the Deagle armor once again, takes himself down to $4,200. No one really investing into this apart from him. So, round number 9 coming in. They'll get $1,900 on top of what they have right now into the next round. Maybe more auto shotguns coming into the fray, we'll see. Up to Draken for now. Round number 9. So North are going to be aware that it's going to be quite a harsh reset, but they know the Eagles have some potential here. Get Right doing some good work with the silence USP, a good flashbang. Manages to find 2 kills and a headshot as well, but made his boy in Config coming alive now as we get into the 1 minute 20 mark. Cajun needs to be careful. He has got that AWP out and looking to find the next frag. Forest being baited in by friberg for now, but it doesn't look like the T's want to commit just yet.
It's a curious thing, to be fair, to try and get a kill against armor sometimes with the USP. So Get Right does do well indeed. Config trying to get back in position. We'll take down Exist though, and that opens up the platform on B yet again. 6-2. We could find a 7th for North. I remain to tell you, have indeed qualified now for Pro League qualification.
It's important because SK have done it over in NA. I think they've just about done it. I think it was like maybe
they're one game short. I think that was misinformation ever so slightly that they are already through.
The first team from Europe is North, and it's been a real up and down season. We had Mouseboards at the top for a while, and then We had teams like G2 who are coming second place, I think now, where they were at the very bottom for a long time. So it's good to know who's making it, and we continue the narrative as to who the final 6 will be. But there we go. Freiburg does manage to pick up an AK-47. That's going to help tremendously if we can save that weapon into the next round. Like I said, $1,900 coming into accounts next round. They've got about 2K at the moment, so anything they can salvage from this one will be very beneficial going forward. So Freiburg looking to hold this weapon. He's in towards long A right now. It almost certainly will save at this point. Bomb going off. It will be 7-2. And Draken can afford it to $6,000. And Freiburg, just saving that one weapon actually gives him a pretty decent buy. He can drop a weapon if required, maybe a UMP. Maybe he gives the AK away and goes back to the auto shotgun. Who knows? Says Draken AWP, gives the AK away. Does he bring it out? Freiburg. There it is. Exist buys it this time. Gives it to his old mate, Freiburg.
Freiburg's back on the auto.
Yeah.
The alligator, as our man who comes up with all the clever names calls it.
Clever.
Chad.
Well, he's been boosted up. He's going to boost the AWP up, so to find the first frag hit. So
yeah, it won't be over. It'll just be to sit and watch.
Yeah, just to find that first pick. There's something to work with. It's another rough round for them. You can see a UMP, an auto shotgun, and exists with no nades whatsoever. So it's hardly ideal, but maybe something to work with here. The boost doesn't amount to too much. He'll be dropping off now, leaving Freiburg there with the shotgun. Right, patrolling towards mid as well. Flashes through, try using a smoke to his advantage. Goes for the full spray, something he's known for. Can't land. Well, he gets one bullet in there, but KGB with the AWP takes him down. It's a 5-4, and this is North's bread and butter. They've got a man advantage, all their nades still, and long A control. I'm not sure how NiP get back into this. I think Draken needs to do something dramatic as we get into the 1 minute mark.
Wow. Hard part. Go down yet one more. Forest found. MSL gets the kill. He's
so flat, isn't it?
Flat.
Yeah.
No
like
razzle dazzle.
Nothing. It's always just
no fizz left in your cola.
Missed the shot. No one there to pick it up.
But you know what solves all the world's problems, speaking of flat, is just give them a Pepsi.
Yeah, they've had a good PR campaign recently.
Them and United Airlines.
Yeah.
I'm going to start a United Pepsi brand.
Yeah, you as the front man.
Yeah.
With your recent performances as well, it's a great cocktail.
What are my performances lately, Henry?
Just the things you say and you tweet.
Please elaborate.
No.
By all means, please do. I'm curious. I'm sure our viewers at home would love to know exactly what you mean by that. Leave nothing to interpretation, Henry.
It was something that was quite prevalent in CSGO Reddit recently.
How recently are we talking?
Maybe in the last 2 weeks. I can't remember.
2 weeks.
10 days.
Was it when I told MBK to stop crying?
Did you do that as well?
Well, I did that once, yeah, but is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, that said, it's another round for North. They're going to try to save the weapons, and they get the shotgun for doing so. Why not? That works.
Well, that's $900 in the bag at least. It's another round for North after they went towards middle, found the first frag, and then the 5-4, another easy one towards Forest as well. But they do save the AWP, and they can get another buy in their hands here. So an AK for Exist, still a UMP for Forest, and still the auto shotgun for Freiburg. Have a look at the frag charts for them. Draken, 6 kills for him. Freiburg on 5, he can run on 4. And it's KGB doing a great job. Oh, that looked very close from Draken. Just about clips the wall there, doesn't find the shot. He did go aggressive towards long A. They're desperate times call for desperate messages, I guess. And they're trying to get that opening pick. They tried to boost and drop down previous round, this time towards long A. They have lost the half at this point. It's 8-2 in favour of North. Another dicey buy. Some damage inflicted towards MSL. He's down to 28 HP, and Draken hits another shot. Good work by him. He finds KGB, the opposition in terms of the AWP.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And he's had a great game as well. Drake seems to be stepping up in this one. Another 2 kills for him. He's been holding out toward long reasonably well. I'd like to see more dynamic play from the AWP and the NiP side. Nonetheless, it could be their round. I won't write it off just yet because you still have a shotgun and a UMP in their hands, and that could cost them just as easily as it could benefit them. Shots come in. It just does get right back, as I was saying. Now the UMP and shotgun become problematic. MSL's got Forest down. It's a 2 versus 2. And they're going to continue their advance toward the A site. MSL's got to hold off the rotation of Exist as the bomb approaches, coming back around toward T-spawn. But a good find from Exist. You'd expect MSL to post and be ready for that.
Yeah, well, still, Mage's boy learned to be very good in the clutch situations there. We'll take a nade to the face of that. Limits his chances now. 2 versus 1. Freiburg fires an AK-47 as well. And Exist takes this opportunity to get off connector and close to the bomb site as well. This should be a round going in their favor.
Should have, could have, would have. Just go down, gets one, but goes down to Freiburg, and that's the round, or is it?
Yeah.
He's going a long way away to get the AWP before he goes back to defuse it. So he's got all kinds of time, Henry.
It's all fine. I was just kind of a bit quiet. There's, oh God, has he overcooked this a bit?
Well, that's because I noticed how far he was going to have to go, and I was like, but I noticed he had the kit, so I was like, okay, he's fine. No kit, no op, but has the kit, so has the op.
No, it's all good. But only one player surviving that, but he has got 5 grand, so they can certainly buy into this one. Draken will get the orb once again. Maybe a double orb setup here, considering he can still buy one. Forrest chucks over another auto shotgun. That's yet to really set the world on fire. But we'll see whether it can actually step up here. This would be a nightmare round for NiP to lose at this point. This would be a harsh reset. They've gone down to $0 across the board, and north of a full buy. This could be the B execution round. We haven't really seen it as of yet. 5 players all this side of the map. We often say on the analyst desk, if they actually get the chance to fully execute it, not many teams can hold it off.
Well, right now, Config is going to try and sit him behind the smoke. More nades going through it. He doesn't care. He's going to continue to watch.
Here it comes.
All the Molotovs go in. Config, he'll throw his toward KFC. That chicken nice and crispy before he walks into the site, though, but it's exist with 2 on counter entry. UMP doing its job. But just go find a kill, though. Going to be a planted side of the smoke. They will not deny that. There's not much they can do to do so. However, it still is a 3 versus 3. And Vision just now restored. Freiburg found immediately. Config in front. Spray transfer. Finds 2, and Majisk will follow it up.
Yeah, well, there's the full execution exists. Anyone to post any frags there with the UMP by the broken wall position. Gets 2 in return, and it's so stifling that execution. You see what it does. They're actually executing, they're actually coming out as the smokes bloom as well. They've got so much time to work with there, and the CTs have to have an amazing performance in terms of aim display to find some frags. They existed a decent job there, but it was still an equal situation. Freiburg pushing for the smoke with the auto shotgun. There's a lot less to be desired. So another force buy from NiP here. They might as well. It's going to be double eco territory. They could buy an M4. That's in the hands of Draken. And it's going to be 3 ZZs, a UMP, and 1 smoke and an AG grenade. That's it. No kits. They have to work with these frags now. 3 players towards the A side of the map, which is the usual position in the default for North. So trying to lock that down. Lose this, though. It's 10-3, and you won't really have much money left in the last 2 rounds as well. So NiP have a little bit better than the 61 in the first game, but it's not better by much.
Not by much. MSL wants to get into the ward, the bottom of middle. Taps Force wants to get baited in. That's the anticipation. 9-3. Yeah. It's a T-sided map. Draken backing off to the corner. Forrest has to force away, though, with the flames down. And unfortunately for him, the flames being down does mean he will be 2. Now, pressure really applied to the pistols on the 1 UMP for Freiburg. They've done well here. Right, getting another kill. There's a chance Exist could buzz by and get a headshot, but hasn't found it yet. Goes back for more. Config's going to take him down. That should spell the end of the round. However, rotation for Freiburg. Low HP onto AZ, who has the bomb. 33 seconds is ample opportunity to re-grab said bomb, and yeah, now they're going to get it. That's it.
Yeah, this is probably the 12-3 half now. All things considered, they get $99 into this round. Has to be an eco. 11-3. And they'll still be limited going to that final round. This is just a nightmare of an evening for the Swedish side. Number 14. We'll see if they buy anything. Draken gets a Zeus. Bit desperate. We'll see whether he can get anything rolling with that. Mac 10 for MSL.
Time for the Rushly cam.
Maybe not. I'm not in the mood for it.
Are you not in the mood for it?
No, not tonight.
You're not in a good mood?
No.
Why not?
Just after what I've seen so far.
Well, you know, that's why you don't get emotionally attached, Henry. The same goes for women, in case you're wondering.
That's true. Good bit of advice. There it is.
I'm
back. I'm back.
He's back in the room. Get right gets another follow-up kill. Things are looking good, I have to say.
Well, that was quickly subsided, and it will be 11-3. So the final buy comes in for NiP, and like we said, the money wouldn't be amazing. Draken just about squeezes out an AWP there. I think, I'm not sure on the kill reward on the Zeus. I have to look into that. I think it's probably about, I think it was nerfed. I think it got taken down to like $150.
It is, brothers. Do you remember when it only used to cost like $100 and you got 300 or 400 back or something like that? 600 back maybe? I can't remember. It was ridiculous. That was around Stockholm last year.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 used it on Cobblestone to get
it's
2
just
kills
a
in a big eco round.
Like, instead of when something's actually like interesting and viable, they just nerf it to hell and then it's not really used again.
Well, I'd rather something be, well, I don't know, actually. I take that back. I'd rather something not be overpowered I guess I'd like it to just be balanced.
Exactly, that would be perfect.
Well, yeah, what a fancy concept.
Yeah, no, you don't have to remove him from the game entirely, and get right, he's been removed, unfortunately for him. 5-on-3, auto shotgun for Freiburg once again. I think that's found 1 kill so far. I'm not sure why they keep buying it, but I haven't been impressed with it so far. UMP surely going to be more beneficial in a lot of situations, and it's up to Freiburg. Oh, I take it all back. He gets 1 kill. 4-on-1 now. Forest looking to find the 4th round here for the Ninjas, but 12-3 ever looming, and he gets 1 kill. That's it. Another woeful half there for NiP. 12-3. We said this map would be rough for them after the cash, getting 16-1.
16-1 on Inferno before that as well, the phase.
Well, they're going to need a break here just to pick themselves up and work out whether they have a chance to get back into the second half. We'll take a quick break as well. Do not go anywhere. We're back with Cobble.
Well, 12-3 is, I guess, unsurprising. It sounds like a shocking score. It's not when they just lost 2 games 16-1. Morale in the bin, as you would say, Henry.
Camaraderie down.
Yeah, camaraderie gone and almost dead now, of course.
Yeah.
As at least they had a few plays this game, which we can hype up. Last game, there was absolutely nothing we can say.
This is the night NiP want to put behind themselves, forget about forever, lock it away, never think about it again. Draken had a couple of good moments there. I still have to question that auto shotgun. It's obviously one of those things that's worked in practice for them, but then against a team like North, like, surely get the UMP out. It's just a bit more versatility than an auto shotgun. I just couldn't get my mind around that one. Maybe Chad can explain it to me in the post-game as to why they keep forcing it. Are any other teams doing this right now? What is the reasoning behind that every single opportunity they get?
I think I don't think there is thought behind it. I think you just kind of, at this point, are so down on it, you just say...
I think
there's a 4-letter word, but you say screw it. You just kind of go with it, you know?
Like, it's probably one of those things. You remember Majors was going for that spell of using the Krieg, like, in big games? Like, obviously, it's one of those things that worked in practice. He was doing really well with it. Then he actually couldn't do anything in the big games. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. Anyway, we'll get into this. A fast round from NiP. Maybe want to end this one as quickly as they can as they do rush towards the A side. AZ actually gets headshot at the start of the round. Goes down to 1 HP. Lucky to be alive. MSL backing him up there with a 5-7. Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah. Here we go. Well, they have got some long air control. So, problem is, NiP with no smokes. So, they are going to leave 2 players towards the A side. That's going to be Freiburg and Exist. Config, though, he hasn't been messing around tonight and managed to get a 4K on the CD pistol on Cash. Can't find the same form as of yet. Cajun B locking down the B platform.
Cajun looking down the hall as well. Gets tagged up. Get right, getting the receiving end of that bullet, I should say. The HP, though, is low for North, so they have to be extremely careful. Exist walks back through, gets MSL. Magist has to do more than this, though. Bomb goes down in front of him. That's the round. Basically thrown. I know they're down a man, but look at the HP.
Yeah. Okay, then. Well, that's bomb down and drop down. You've got no smokes, no flashes to really retrieve that. And now the CTs just need to go for those one-and-done positions. AZ Extends a little bit too much there, but it's not a big deal. At least gets information. Occasion B about to execute. Fry by the looks of things, and he's missing. Oh, it's close considering his low HP as well. That could have been disastrous. But the bomb's still down. 30 seconds remaining. They know Exist is on this side of the map. He has got HP on his side, but still a lot to do here in config. Little Zevat manages to find the final headshot there. 13-3, and it has to be a force by here. No bomb planted for NiP. A fast approach to the A side of the map, and crazy play from Mage's. I don't know how he managed to get 2 frags out now.
What's in a best-of-3 scenario even? What's the least amount of rounds we've ever casted, Hank?
Have we had? I don't think we've done a 16-0 game before, have we?
We've done a 16-0, but not a follow-up that's like 16-0, 16-1. I don't think.
When have we done 16-0s like big games? I can't remember.
We've done. Well, we casted Chad getting wrecked in a 16-0 once. Oh no, that was Moses and I.
Yeah.
We've definitely done a 16-0. We've done like 8,000 maps in the last 2 years.
True.
So surely we have. Magist goes back into the archway. Smoke down, they actually don't push by it, so that could have been problematic for them in the fact that they get into the site when he's watching that angle, but in the end, it's Snip without much weaponry. And as such, the kills come in, but Draken, okay, look, I have to say, he's the only one stepping up this game. He's actually made 12. He's the second man all night in 3 maps to get double digits for NiP.
Well, now it has to be a full eco, Matt, and considering the scoreline, that's not really possible. So they might have to force buy into this one. It's 14-3, 1 away from match point. Pick your poison time. Do you go all in and try and win this round and then still potentially give them match point? Looks like they'll go for the more conservative approach, allow them to get to match point. It's going to be 4 clocks, Draken with a Deagle. 15-3, almost certain at this point. And that's going to be match point, and they won't have a ton of cash for that first gun on either. It's the T side, it's a bit more forgiving than CT, but still the force buy with no bomb going down, that's a little bit rough for them. So here we go, 3 UMPs for North and 2 M4s as well. They have got kits, plethora of grenades as well. Mage's boy at the upper platform here, looking to throw his HE just as that smoke goes down. Cajun B could be with him as well. There's the nade, double nade as well. Does considerable damage towards Draken. He's the only player with a weapon, well, an upgraded pistol, I should say, going into this one. He's now isolated behind the boost box. I think he's just been spotted as well. Cajun B looking to get the information. Now he certainly has. Won't get anything here. 5 on 4. That's the only player with an upgraded pistol. 4 clocks. And no map control to try and do something with this round.
Yeah, no map control.
Actually on their side of mid.
This should go to map point. Easy spots and realizes he needs to get a bit closer, so he will at the half wall, spraying through to make it 3 and an assist. MSL gets the other. That's going to be 15 rounds. Map point already. We'll get a Logitech look back. That's what I'm dubbing these from now on. But it's yeah, it's going to be an abysmal night of Counter-Strike from NiP.
Yeah, this is one of the worst showings I've seen from them. And that's saying something considering current form. They actually looked relatively decent at the summer. They didn't get great results, but the games weren't this one-sided. And up against arguably better opposition in some instances. We'll see what happens. But 15-3, gun round comes in. They have 3 smokes, AKs across the board. Fast control. I think they've given up at this point. I think they probably know it's over. Just playing just to be polite. Bomb goes down.
Be polite, yeah. Don't leave the server. That's fine.
We know it's over, but
that's a yellow card.
We'll give it a good go. So 5 on 4, config towards long 8. Actually swapped that position. It was Mage's boy who was famously playing that for a long time. But config, a little more dynamic, I would say, than Mage's boy. He has the option to AWP as well. Very good in close range encounters, great aim. He's like one of the best all-rounders right now, I'd say, in terms of being a world-class rifler and a decent AWPer as well. MSL finds a kill there in the connector position. This should answer him. Oh my God, how has he not got that kill? 5 on 2, and maybe this is a fitting end to a horrible night of CS from NiP. 5 on 2 map. This is going to be the end of the story. The never-ending story.
The never-ending story.
You can be a Trey.
Wasn't that a three movie series?
Just one, I think.
Where they wrote? No, I think there was 2 at least.
There's maybe books. There were 2.
No, I think there was 2 at least. I had a babysitter who really liked it and made me watch it, and I thought it was really silly. And I remember watching 2 different movies. Maybe we watched the same one twice and hated it so much I didn't realize. AZ makes this story end quite quickly. It's 16-3 in the end. I would say not a bad result, but it's a horrible one, let's be honest.
NiP at the very bottom of Pro League right now. I think they're in maybe 13th or 12th place, so this is not looking good for them. They actually could be facing relegation, all things considered. North looking very comfortable tonight. I'm not going to take anything away from them. All of their players arrived. That was great Counter-Strike from them, what you've come to expect of this team as well. Cobble, and have a masterclass and have to take that NiP there. And Jason, can we ask...
Wait. I have to answer this question first. I think there might be one. You might be right.
I
looked into it. Hang on, awards, nominations...
That's definitely one.
Blu-ray, Legacy. Okay, fine.
Anyway,
tweet me if
Jason,
I'm right.
Can we ask Chad about his whole auto shotgun situation? Over to you, my friend.
Yeah, the auto shotgun situation wasn't that good It didn't turn out well, I don't think, for the auto shotgun user. He wanted to ask you, so I was just, setting the table.
Yeah.
But if you're going to continually, just keep shooting this down.
But to be fair, it does lead into quite an interesting point.
Yes, Lauren and I were actually doing some work while watching the game, surprisingly enough.
We were shocked.
We were looking at Freiburg's stats of the last 3 months on Cobblestone to see, and they've played it 9 times. Yep. They've won it 5 out of the 9 times.
Yeah.
And his highest weapon, presumably for the CT side, is the UMP, which he's made 24 frags with. And his then the third highest is the auto shotgun, also known as the Alligator, which he has made 12 frags with. So I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
What's the Alligator?
The XM.
Okay.
11.
You get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you get it? Cool. I think like Lauren and I were discussing positions on maps where, you see the UMP potentially being preferential, or like other weapons like the Mag 7 coming into play, right?
And it's mostly because it's not just Freiburg who has that, right? You look at
we had a few
Flusher,
others.
who also does it, Dozier, every single player who plays, well, not every single, but there's a lot of them who play drop specifically, who have these kind of, quote-unquote, slightly out there stats. Flusher had very, very dominant UMP pickups as well, and there's also just throughout on Cobble, because he plays drop. So if you look at drop-specific players, it seems to come through. So it's quite an interesting one that these people feel the need to do it. And we were kind of discussing the theory of, is it because you have a high turnover rate of essentially dying a lot, and high fire rate? It's quite an interesting little topic.
I used to play drop, and it was quite a difficult position to play, especially if you start to get exploited. But if you do get to churn up those eco frags, you can build a big bank for your team.
Yeah.
The way to approach it when I think you have an M4 is to not really take those jewels with the player either dropping down or peeking from drop, because it's such a hard one to take. It's where you're better to do like a crossfire, have someone under the window, have someone by like the rock or by the statue looking into the gen room. And I think that's why, players who want to hold in the drop room and go for frags are using the UMP.
Well, it's when we saw Dozier actually have the M4 as well, when we were actually watching some of the Gambit games back. Whenever he had it, he was playing outside by the window, then kind of set up with someone else. I think it was a Dren playing over by the rock. So you see already the switch up there. So it's, I don't see it's not just NiP, it's not just Freiburg, it's just other people seem to make it work better.
Yeah.
I like that discussion. Really nice work today on the desk.
Thank you, Jason.
Excellent job. We're going to go explore the results of today in case you tuned in very, very late. This is what happened. We had 2 streams going on. EnVy beating Heroic on both maps, and then North completely just deleting NiP essentially from any chance of the playoffs. G2 and Virtus Pro split series, and then Astralis takes out Fnatic on the first map, Inferno 16-6, and they're still there at halftime of the second map. It's currently 9-6 to Fnatic. So we'll see how that turns out. Doesn't really matter though, because North won both matches. They're qualified. They're through, as you can see by the beautiful green highlight that we have. North is your first team from Europe to qualify and be locked in for the playoffs.
Just to give you guys like a little understanding of how things are going to work come end of the whole season, the teams that are tied right there, like let's say we finished right now, Heroic, Hellraisers, and LDLC and NiP would all be tied, right, on 9 wins and 13 losses. They would then form a mini-league, and from that mini-league, we'd have head-to-head results to see who beat who, and then after that, I believe it goes to round difference if it's still not decided from there. So that's just a quick little explanation. So even though, let's just say LDLC and NiP were the only 2 tied there, NiP would be ahead of LDLC because they beat them in both of their maps.
Correct. Nice work.
No worries.
And now on to the North American schedule for this evening, if you're going to stick around, if you're going to be, all the fun stuff. Renegades taking on Misfits, and we mentioned last night Nexa is in town in case you missed that one, so if you want to see the newest sensation from that region, tune in. Cloud9 and Luminosity going head-to-head as well. Winter Fox and Optic, and then Immortals and Team Liquid, and there's obviously going to be a lot of playoff implications on the line as well, seeding also coming down to it. This is tomorrow's schedule for Europe. Navi taking on Mouse Sports in 2. Those are 2 top 6 teams going head-to-head, so that's going to be very, very cool. And then the EnVy that we saw today versus the NiP that we saw today would completely crush them. So let's hope NiP gets some good rest tonight and figure things out for tomorrow to be competitive.
Yeah, Navi definitely needed a bounce back as well. Their last match they played against LDLC, and that's where Existence just went God mode and carried them over 2 maps straight. So Navi are coming off the back of those losses. They're going to be hungry because they need these wins to kind of secure themselves a playoff berth.
Yeah, a lot of teams needed to lock that down as the season comes in. Either way, that's it for tonight. It was a quick show. Thank NiP for that one. So very fast, we're going to get out of here. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow to keep you updated on all the playoff standings.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.